One of the most interesting parts of the prequels, in my opinion, is Palpatine's manipulation of Anakin, and specifically how he was able to finally convert Anakin to the dark side in Revenge of the Sith. I do have a separate video detailing how Palpatine manipulated him between The Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, so check that out if you want even more backstory. But for this video, I want to take a look at Anakin's horrifying thoughts as he became Darth Vader. I'm not talking about when he was built into the armor after Mustafar, because I know people like to say that's when he fully became Vader, but I'm referring to the scene where Anakin and Palpatine kill Mace Windu, and Anakin finally pledges himself to the Sith. I'm going to pull directly from the novelization of Revenge of the Sith, which is honestly one of the best Star Wars books ever written. Not only does it really flesh out Anakin's deteriorating mental state over the course of the story, but it's also just flat out better than the movie, in my opinion. Now, let's take a look into Anakin Skywalker's mind as he finally became a Dark Lord of the Sith. Anakin knelt in Palpatine's office, looking down at a hand with brown skin that he had just severed with his blade. What had he done? Another hand, warm and alive, laid itself on his shoulder. A familiar, gentle voice told him that he was fulfilling his destiny, that the Jedi were traitors, and that he had just saved the Republic. Anakin realized that Palpatine was right, and wondered how he hadn't seen it sooner. Palpatine replied that the Jedi, including Obi-Wan, hadn't trusted Anakin, not even enough to tell him of their plot to overthrow the Senate. Treason echoed in Anakin's memory, as he remembered the Council ordering him to spy on Palpatine, an assignment that had been kept off record. Palpatine continued, saying that he did not fear Anakin's power as the Jedi Council did, he embraced it. Since Anakin was the greatest of all the Jedi, he could also be the greatest of the Sith. In his perfect method of manipulation, he told Anakin that he believed in him, and he trusted him completely. Anakin looked up at Palpatine, and what he saw choked him like an invisible fist crushing his throat. Palpatine's face was no longer human. His eyes were a cold and feral yellow, gleaming like a predator, and the bones of his face had melted and distorted. The skin had become gray and coarse. Looking into that face of absolute darkness, Anakin saw his future. Palpatine asked him to join him, to pledge himself to the Sith as his apprentice. He told Anakin to look inward, to see himself as he truly was, observing his emotions that the Jedi had sought to repress. As the shadow beside him spoke, its words became true. Anakin handled his emotions, he dissected them, he reassembled them and pulled them apart again. He still felt them, if anything they burned even hotter than before, but they no longer had the power to cloud his mind. Palpatine was pleased, and said that he had found the first key to the power of the Sith. Anakin opened his eyes and turned his gaze fully upon the grotesque features of Darth Sidious. As he looked upon the face of Sidious, he felt a powerful revulsion that interested him. Within himself, Anakin weighed Padme's life against the Jedi Order, and he pledged himself to the teachings of the Sith. Sidious stood over his new pupil, placed a hand on his brow, and inducted him into the Order of the Dark Lords of the Sith. Anakin heard Sidious say his new name, Vader. He repeated it to himself in his mind. Sidious instructed him to rise. The Sith Lord who had once been a Jedi hero called Anakin Skywalker stood, drawing himself up to his full height. He looked not outward upon his new master, nor upon Coruscant beyond, nor out into the galaxy that they would soon rule. He instead turned his gaze inward. He unlocked the furnace gate within his heart and regarded with new eyes the dragon that had haunted his life. "I am Darth Vader," he said within himself. The dragon tried again to whisper of failure and weakness and death, but with one hand the Sith Lord caught it and crushed it. "I am Darth Vader," he repeated as he ground the dragon's corpse to dust. "You are nothing at all," he told the dragon as he finally destroyed it. He had become, finally, what they all called him, the hero with no fear. He was Darth Vader. When Anakin returned from the Outer Rim sieges and learned that Padme was pregnant, his emotions were a mix of joy and fear. This development, which should have been a cause for celebration, pushed Anakin fully down the dark path he had been approaching his entire life, as he was then haunted by premonitions of Padme's death in childbirth. Anakin's mental state, his emotions, and his thoughts were incredibly complex, especially in Revenge of the Sith. His trauma, his repressed rage under the Jedi teachings, and his compulsion to possess his loved ones were his undoing. Thankfully, the canon book Skywalker, A Family at War gives us a look into Anakin's thoughts about his unborn child and his fear of losing Padme. Unfortunately, as Anakin drew gradually closer to the dark side than ever before during this time period, his thoughts are disturbing. When Padme told Anakin that he was about to become a father, he immediately began to obsess over the ramifications and complications of such a development. Padme could only conceal her condition for so long, masking her pregnancy under cloaks of fine Naboo velvet. Anyone who had previously suspected a deeper connection between the Senator and the Jedi would have more reason than ever to believe that he had cast aside the Jedi's strict code and consorted with a woman he was clearly in love with. And even if he and Padme managed to maintain their deception, once the child arrived, the Queen of Naboo would relieve Padme of her post, and it would be impossible for Anakin to remain a Jedi, except as an absentee father. For Anakin to allow his child to grow up fatherless while he stood by, cast in the role of a caring family friend, was unconscionable. Moreover, a child could hardly be trusted to carry the secret without disclosing, by a slip of the tongue or betrayal of their feelings sensed by the Jedi through the Force, to keep the truth quiet for long. Anakin's Jedi training temporarily helped calm his anxieties, allowing him a moment to embrace what their future might hold. Amid the terrible destruction of the Clone War, they had created life. If he let his worries fall away, if he only focused on himself and Padme, on their commitment to each other, on the vow they had made, he could see her news for what it was, the happiest moment of his life. Anakin's joy was fleeting. Rapture over Padme's news was soon replaced by fear. Padme's transformation into motherhood stirred up emotions he had not felt since leaving Shmi behind more than a decade earlier. Superficially, the two women were very different, a slave and a former queen, one destitute, the other wealthy. One was his abandoned mother, the other the mother of the child he might well have to abandon. History seemed to be repeating itself in ways that Anakin found profoundly disturbing. 3 years prior, Anakin's nightmares had served as a portent of Shmi's death. Now, Anakin was plagued by visions of the future once more. He should have been at peace, finally sleeping at Padme's side. But through the Force, he saw only staggering loss, a vision of Padme crying out in pain and pleading for his help, while their child sobbed out of reach. When he told Padme what he had seen, her worries rested with the baby. She was prepared to give her life to protect her unborn child. Anakin's concerns were chiefly with his wife. And this is where Anakin's thoughts begin to become disturbing. Later, when Palpatine told him the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise, Anakin disregarded the moral point of the tale and instead fixated on a glimmer of hope he found in it. He knew it was dangerous, but he was willing to give anything to discover this mythological power so that Padme might cheat death. He would willingly lay down his own life, lose their child, and destroy everything else he held dear to save Padme from his mother's fate, and save himself from enduring a life without her. In exchange for Padme's life, he was prepared to watch the whole galaxy burn. Anakin, or Darth Vader, suffered a brutal defeat on Mustafar at the hands of Obi-Wan Kenobi, leaving him with injuries that he had to endure for the rest of his life. The loss of limbs and being burned alive were the repercussions of his fall from grace and terrible atrocities he had committed against the Jedi Order. The moment itself is gruesome enough as depicted in the film, but the novelization as well as the Legends book The Rise and Fall of Darth Vader give further insight into Anakin's thoughts as he was burning, providing a painful look into his mind as he suffered. The duel between Anakin and Obi-Wan had carried them far from the landing pad where it had began, and now the duel was over. With a single sweep of his lightsaber, Obi-Wan had severed his former Padawan's legs at the knees and also his left arm. As his crippled body fell down the slope of the lava bank, Anakin scrabbled at the black sand, but struggling only made him slip farther. The sand itself was hot enough that digging the Durasteel fingers of his mechanical arm into it burned off his glove, and his robes began to smolder. As Anakin struggled to raise his head from the scalding sand, his eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Obi-Wan, thinking to himself that he would not die like this, that he was still stronger than his old master. As Obi-Wan bellowed down at him about being the chosen one, Anakin felt the intense heat permeating his torn tunic, and he spotted his fallen lightsaber lying a short distance away. He was too stunned and dazed to focus his powers, so he helplessly watched with rage as Obi-Wan bent down to pick up his saber, and carried it with him as he began walking up the slope. Anakin's long hair had blackened and was beginning to char in the intense heat. He screamed that he hated Obi-Wan, and as the Jedi Master turned back for the final time to tell him that he loved him, Anakin's clothes caught on fire, and he was instantly engulfed in flames. His screams were filled with anger as well as pain, not unlike that of any entirely helpless creature. His instinct was to roll and put out the flames, but because of his wounds and the burning hot sand beneath his ravaged body, the only thing he could do was burn and burn. As Obi-Wan walked off, leaving him to die, Anakin could somehow still feel one last flicker of Obi-Wan's presence in the Force before the Jedi receded from view completely. Anakin kept screaming until the flames finally burned out. When they did, he again dug his mechanical fingers into the sand, pulling himself a few millimeters up the slope. With each movement, hot volcanic shards scraped and tore at his roasted flesh. It took all of his concentration and willpower to shift his scorched remains up the bank and away from the lava river. Only his power in the Force kept him from blacking out. Only his pure hatred for Obi-Wan made him want to live. Yet his mind was still not fully convinced of what he had become, and as he heard the engine of an arriving starship travel over his location, he realized that he still thought of himself as Anakin, not Darth Vader. He had no idea how much time had passed before he heard the voices of clone troopers nearby, and then the voice of his master. As Sidious approached him, kneeling down next to his ruined body, Anakin went completely limp, and finally allowed the darkness to sweep over him. After his brutal defeat and immolation on Mustafar, Darth Vader, mutilated and severely burned, was transported back to Coruscant by the newly appointed Emperor. The Emperor took this opportunity to intentionally limit Vader with a suit of cybernetic life support armor that would both keep him alive and restrain his powers so he could never rebel. The process was incredibly painful for Vader, as he was given no anesthetic during the procedure, so that his agony and anger would fuel his strength in the dark side of the Force.
In the novelization of Revenge of the Sith, Vader's first thoughts inside the suit and his reaction to it are explained in detail. As the first flash of light registered on his scorched eyes, it brought him pain and burned him. He felt that burning and thought that a part of him would always be lying upon the black sand along a lake of lava while he burned. He could hear himself breathing, however, it was hard and harsh and felt as though it scraped his nerves that had already been made raw. He couldn't stop his breathing or even slow it down because he didn't even really have lungs anymore. He felt the mechanisms forced inside his chest and working throughout the suit, breathing for him. As Sidious asked if he could hear him, Vader could, but not really. Not naturally. Sensors inside his new shell of a helmet sent the sound directly into his brain. As he looked around with his burned eyes, optical sensors converted the light and the shadows into a hideous amalgamation of the world around him. Vader couldn't decide if his helmet made the world hideous or if it was already hideous on its own. As he tried to speak, asking for Padme, another voice spoke for him, out of the vocabulator that served his burned lips, tongue, and throat. As Sidious slowly, almost cautiously said that Padme had died, Vader felt as though his words burned hotter than the lava on Mustafar ever had. As Vader fell into his despair, thinking only of Padme, he swore that he could never hurt her, could never kill her with his own hand. And yet, he remembered all of it. He remembered the furnace of his own fury, feeling venom in his blood and hatred rushing through him as he seized Padme by the throat. And in that moment, Vader finally understood himself. He realized that there was never any monster inside of him. It was only him, and he had done it. He had killed Padme. He realized that he had killed her because when he finally could have saved her and gone away with her, the only thing he thought of was himself. He then realized the clear and cruel truth of the Sith, because now himself is all that he would ever have. As he felt his rage and screamed and reached out through the Force to destroy Sidious, he felt that his power was now so much less. The power of Anakin Skywalker felt only like a memory, and he could barely manage to destroy the medical droids around him, while he couldn't even touch Sidious. In the end, he didn't really want to destroy his new master, because he was all that Vader had left. He felt as though Sidious understood him and forgave him, and now would teach him. Having no other path before him, Vader knew that the only purpose in his life was serving Sidious and burning himself within the furnace of his heart forever.
Vader stood for a long moment with his sheathed arms dangling at his sides, his head mournfully bowed. To the galaxy at large, Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker, the hero with no fear, the chosen one, had died on Coruscant during the siege of the Jedi Temple. And to some extent that was true. Anakin is dead, Vader told himself. And yet, if not for events on Mustafar, Anakin would sit now on the Coruscant throne, his wife by his side, their child in her arms. Instead, Palpatine's plan could not have been more flawlessly executed. He had won it all: the war, the Republic, the fealty of the one Jedi Knight in whom the entire Jedi Order had placed its hope. The revenge of the self-exiled Sith had been complete, and Darth Vader was merely a minion, an errand boy, allegedly an apprentice, the public face of the dark side of the Force. While he retained his knowledge of the Jedi arts, he felt uncertain about his place in the Force. And while he had taken his first steps toward awakening the power of the dark side, he felt uncertain about his ability to sustain that power. How far he might have been now had fate not intervened to strip him of almost everything he possessed, as a means of remaking him. Or of humbling him, as Darths Maul and Tyrannus had been humbled before him, as indeed the Jedi Order itself had been humbled. Where Darth Sidious had gained everything, Vader had lost everything, including, for the moment at least, the self-confidence and unbridled skill he had demonstrated as Anakin Skywalker. Vader turned and began to move from the room. But this is not walking, he thought. Long accustomed to building and rebuilding droids, supercharging the engines of land speeders and starfighters, upgrading the mechanisms that controlled the first of his artificial limbs, he was dismayed by the incompetence of the medical droids responsible for his resurrection in Sidious' laboratory on Coruscant. His alloy lower legs were bulked by strips of armor similar to those that filled and gave form to the long glove Anakin had worn over his right arm. What remained of his real limbs ended in bulbs of grafted flesh, inserted into machines that triggered movement through the use of modules that interfaced with his damaged nerve endings. But instead of using Durasteel, the medical droids had substituted an inferior alloy and had failed to inspect the strips that protected the electromotive lines. As a result, the inner lining of the pressurized bodysuit was constantly snagging on places where the strips were anchored to knee and ankle joints. The tall boots were a poor fit for his artificial feet, whose claw-like toes lacked the electrostatic sensitivity of his equally false fingertips. Raised in the heel, the cumbersome footgear canted him slightly forward, forcing him to move with exaggerated caution lest he tumble or topple over. Worse, they were so heavy that he often felt rooted to the ground, or as if he were moving in high gravity. What good was motion of this sort if he was going to have to call on the Force even to walk from place to place? He may as well have resigned himself to using a repulsor chair and abandoned any hope of movement. The defects in his prosthetic arms mirrored those of his legs. Only the right one felt natural to him, though it too was artificial, and the pneumatic mechanisms that supplied articulation and support were sometimes slow to respond. The weighty cloak and pectoral plating so restricted his movement that he could scarcely lift his arms over his head, and he had already been forced to adapt his lightsaber technique to compensate. He could probably adjust the servo drivers and pistons in his forearms to provide his hands with strength enough to crush the hilt of his new lightsaber. With the power of his arms alone, he had the ability to lift an adult being off the ground. But the Force had always given him the ability to do that, especially in moments of rage. What's more, the sleeves of the bodysuit didn't hug the prostheses as they should, and the elbow-length gloves sagged and bunched at the wrists. Gazing at the gloves now, he thought, this is not seeing. The pressurized mask was goggle-eyed, fish-mouthed, short-snouted, and needlessly angular over the cheekbones. Coupled with a flaring dome of helmet, the mask gave him the forbidding appearance of an ancient Sith war droid. The dark lenses that covered his eyes filtered out light that might have caused further injury to his damaged corneas and retinas, but in enhanced mode, they reddened the light and prevented him from being able to see the toes of his boots without inclining his head almost 90 degrees. Listening to the servo motors that drove his limbs, he thought, this is not hearing. The Medroids rebuilt the cartilage of his outer ears, but his eardrums, having melted in Mustafar's heat, had been beyond repair. Sound waves now had to be transmitted directly to implants in his inner ear, and sounds registered as if issuing from underwater. Worse, the implanted sensors lacked sufficient discrimination, so that too many ambient sounds were picked up, and their distance and direction were difficult to determine. Sometimes the sensors needled him with feedback, or attached echo or vibrato effects to even the faintest noise. Allowing his lungs to fill with air, he thought, this is not breathing. Here, the Medroids had truly failed him. From a control box he wore strapped to his chest, a thick cable entered his torso, linked to a breathing apparatus and heartbeat regulator. The ventilator was implanted in his hideously scarred chest, along with tubes that ran directly into his damaged lungs, and others that entered his throat, so that should the chest plate or belt control panels develop a glitch, he could breathe unassisted for a limited time. But the monitoring panel beeped frequently and for no reason, and the constellation of lights served only as steady reminders of his vulnerability. The incessant rasp of his breathing interfered with his ability to rest, let alone sleep. And sleep, in the rare moments it came to him, was a nightmarish jumble of twisted, recurrent memories that unfolded to excruciating sounds. The Medroids had at least inserted the redundant breathing tubes low enough so that, with the aid of an enunciator, his scorched vocal cords could still form sounds and words. But absent the enunciator, which imparted a synthetic bass tone, his own voice was little more than a whisper. He could take food through his mouth as well, but only when he was inside a hyperbaric chamber, since he had to remove the triangular respiratory vent that was the mask's prominent feature. So it was easier to receive nourishment through liquids, intravenous and otherwise, and to rely on catheters, collection pouches, and recyclers to deal with his waste. But all those devices made it even more difficult for him to move with ease, much less with any grace. The pectoral armor that protected the artificial lung weighed him down, as did the electrode-studded collar that supported the outsized helmet, necessary to safeguard the cybernetic devices that replaced the uppermost of his vertebrae, the delicate systems of the mask, and the ragged scars in his hairless head, which owed as much to what he had endured on Mustafar as to attempts at emergency trephination during the trip back to Coruscant aboard Sidious's shuttle. The synth skin that substituted for what was seared from his bones itched incessantly, and his body needed to be periodically cleansed and scrubbed of necrotic flesh. Already he had experienced moments of claustrophobia, moments of desperation to be rid of the suit, to emerge from the shell. He needed to build, or have built, a chamber in which he could feel human again, if possible. All in all, he thought, this is not living. This was solitary confinement, prison of the worst sort, continual torture. He was nothing more than wreckage, power without clear purpose. When Anakin was struck down by Obi-Wan on Mustafar, brutally dismembered and left to burn alive on the shores of a lava river, he was forced to use his rage and pain to stay alive. Just as the corruption of the dark side had clouded his mind and fueled his arrogance, leading to his defeat in their duel, it was now all he had left to ensure that he survived. Not only did Anakin already believe that the Jedi were evil traitors, but he was now overcome with hatred for Obi-Wan after his former master had left him to suffer. In the Legends book The Rise and Fall of Darth Vader, we finally get to know what Anakin was thinking as he lay on the lava bank burning in agony and Obi-Wan left him to die. Anakin had never imagined that Obi-Wan possessed the strength to defeat him so brutally. His old master shouted down at him as he writhed in pain at the bottom of a slope of black sand. Their exhausting duel had carried them far from the landing pad where Padme's ship had arrived, but now it was over. With 2 quick strokes, Obi-Wan had severed his legs at the knees and his left arm at the elbow. As Anakin struggled to raise his head from the smoldering sand, his eyes blazed a bright yellow with the fury of the dark side. He glared at Obi-Wan, thinking to himself that he would not die that way, that he was still stronger than Obi-Wan even in his injured state. As Obi-Wan continued shouting down at him, Anakin could feel the intense heat of the lava beginning to permeate his torn tunic, and he spotted his fallen lightsaber lying nearby. He wanted to retrieve it with the Force, but he found that he was too stunned and dazed to focus his powers, so he watched helplessly as Obi-Wan bent down to pick up his saber, then took it with him as he began to walk up the slope. Anakin finally managed to speak, roaring that he hated his old master. Obi-Wan stopped in his tracks and turned one final time to face the ruined, seething monster below him, and softly replied that he had loved him. At that moment, Anakin's clothes caught fire from the heat, and his entire body was suddenly engulfed in flames. His screams were filled with anger as well as pain, as he was a helpless creature in agony. His first instinct was to roll and put out the flames, but because of his wounds and the red-hot sand beneath his ravaged body, all he could do was burn. His skin was destroyed, his lungs scorched, his eardrums melted. his entire body decimated by fire as Obi-Wan walked away, leaving him to die. Somehow, through his agony, Anakin felt one last flicker of Obi-Wan's presence before he disappeared from his view completely. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the flames burned out, and Anakin dug his mechanical right arm into the sand. He pulled with all his strength and slid a few millimeters up the slope. He willed himself to repeat the movement, and with each tug, hot volcanic shards scraped and tore at his roasted flesh. It took all of his concentration to shift his scorched remains up the slope and away from the lava river. As he moaned and gasped in pain, only his powers in the Force kept him from losing consciousness. Only his hatred for Obi-Wan gave him the desire to live. After some time, he heard the engine of an arriving starship travel over his position. He had no idea how much time had passed before he heard a clone trooper's voice call out above him, and then he heard the voice of his new master. As he saw Sidious approaching him, his torso went completely limp, and he finally allowed darkness to sweep over him. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. I hope that you are all doing well. Today, I want to share one of my favorite stories from Canon. It's really beautiful, and it just explains everything that Anakin saw and thought and heard when he died and became one with the Force in Return of the Jedi. So let's jump right in. When Anakin returned to the light side of the Force, he found the strength to finally destroy the Emperor and fulfill the prophecy that the Jedi had envisioned so many years before. With the help of his son Luke, Anakin was able to turn away from the dark path he had stumbled down, sacrificing his own life in the process. With his suit of life support armor damaged beyond repair, Anakin accepted death, grateful to Luke for saving him from the dark side of the Force. After over 2 decades of pain and suffering and his reign as a Dark Lord of the Sith, Anakin Skywalker finally died and became one with the Force. But what was he thinking during the final moments of his life in the physical world? How did he know how to maintain his consciousness so that he could manifest as a Force ghost? All of this is revealed to us in the canon book Return of the Jedi from a Certain Point of View, in the short story titled Brotherhood. Within the collapsing debris of the doomed second Death Star, the mutilated, half-machine body of Darth Vader fought for 1 or 2 more breaths. Vader's rage and consuming fear finally subsided, a gradual withering as he struggled to form the words, his organs and his cybernetic implants failing simultaneously. But he managed to speak, one last effort to express the most important things that Anakin Skywalker had ever said in his life. As he gazed upon the compassionate eyes of his son, the man who saved him, Anakin told him to tell his twin sister that he had been right about him. With that, Anakin sank into the void of the Force, guided only by a single flame within himself. But within the emptiness of that next place, he felt the flame within him, a growing intensity and radiance strong enough to break the darkness. Even as his physical body died, Anakin burned within the Force like the mythical sun dragon of Tatooine. His mother had once told him that he had the burning heart of the sun dragon, and years of living as Vader under layers of bulky armor and dead tissue had made him forget that. Ignored under the corruption of darkness, that memory was as good as destroyed. But the Sun Dragon could never be destroyed, not in the stories of myth, and not within the Force, or within Anakin himself. And inside the endless landscape of nothing, he fought the ocean of the Force. It pulled at him and clashed against him as he fought to be stronger than the Force itself. And then everything snapped into place, a connection beyond time and space, beyond worlds, and Anakin heard the voices of his loved ones from years past. Padme on her deathbed, claiming there was still good within him. Qui-Gon dying on Naboo, making Obi-Wan promise to train him. Ahsoka never giving up on him, telling Maul he was wrong about Anakin on Mandalore. Words and images wove around and through him. He heard Obi-Wan's voice calling him a good friend. Anakin wondered when was the last time anyone had thought of him as a friend. In the Force, that thought brought calm to him, flames from his sun dragon heart collapsing into a steady rhythm. And in response, the strangest thing happened. Anakin had spent his life trying to control the Force, an aggressive tension that often lashed back in struggle. Here, this single drop of calm offered something different, a surprising tranquility that allowed him to drift. In the endless space of nothing, Anakin simply existed in the quiet. For years, he had been constantly surrounded by the mechanical thrums of his armor and cybernetics, noise that was often his sole companion. Anakin always wondered if peace might lie beyond the noise of Darth Vader, yet the absence of sound within this ether created anything but that, leaving him with one harsh truth. So many terrible things had happened in the galaxy, and he was the cause. He had brought destruction. He had brought pain to his apprentice. He had brought betrayal to his brother, and he had brought death to his wife. Then, a subtle shift occurred, a single intention that broke the quiet and rippled outward within the Force. Anakin would not stand for that. He would not accept that his story was over, that it ended on a single act of choosing light over dark. He had too much left to undo after spending decades as Darth Vader. Anakin Skywalker simply refused, and he felt his sun dragon heart burn with renewed flames, and in the ether of the Force, nothing, not even the Force itself, could stop him. Because Anakin refused to accept that things should conclude that way. A determination grew within him, an intensity that would overcome any obstacle. He would not die. He was the chosen one, and he would make amends and bring justice to the pain he had unleashed as a Sith Lord. Then, suddenly, he heard the voice of Obi-Wan Kenobi calling his name, observing that he was still trying to be a hero. Anakin replied sadly that he was not a hero, for he had caused suffering across all corners of the galaxy, and he felt the heat of Mustafar's lava as he spoke. He told Obi-Wan that he had failed him. Anakin spoke quietly and said there was something he had never told Obi-Wan in life. When he had buried his mother on Tatooine, Anakin had sworn that he would become all-powerful, strong enough to save people from death. Instead, he did the opposite. He spread fire and pain to anyone in his path. Obi-Wan replied that one person alone could not burn down a galaxy. Together, the two of them existed within the Force, yet they did not. Formless and separate within the ether, yet still one with the Force. Somehow, Anakin felt Obi-Wan's hand on his shoulder, as real as it had been many times when he was a young Padawan. Obi-Wan told him that he did not bear the guilt of the galaxy, only his own choices. Anakin replied that he had made the choices to kneel to the dark side, to storm the Jedi Temple, and to fight Obi-Wan on Mustafar. Obi-Wan agreed, and said those choices belonged to Anakin alone, but his voice carried no judgment. He said that he had one final challenge for Anakin, and a sudden light broke through the nothingness, a beam piercing the darkness. Suddenly, Anakin was somewhere new, surrounded by a dense forest. In front of him, he saw a glowing funeral pyre, with Luke standing in front of it. Somehow, Luke had stared directly into the pain and rage of Darth Vader and managed to see past it, to recognize the part of Anakin Skywalker that remained buried inside. Now, he was just a son offering compassion to his dead father. Obi-Wan stated that Anakin had chosen Luke over the Emperor, chosen empathy over power, chosen a brighter future for the galaxy and to break the rule of the Sith. He said that Anakin had chosen to bring balance. Anakin watched as the flames consumed the armor that had kept him alive for many years, and he wondered what Luke must think of the legacy burning before his eyes. Together, Obi-Wan and Anakin watched Luke join his friends and his sister Leia in the Ewok village. Anakin accepted that he no longer needed to find a way. Others already had. His children had found the way. Alongside Obi-Wan and Yoda, Anakin was overcome with a feeling of acceptance as he watched his children. Luke and Leia would outlive the legacy of Anakin and Padme. Anakin told Obi-Wan and Yoda that he had faith in his children, and those words seemed to unlock his whole universe. His corporeal body dissolved into the Force, and Anakin finally felt as though he was at peace. Perhaps the most pivotal moment of Anakin Skywalker's conversion to the Sith was when he learned of the ability to manipulate life and death through the midichlorians. In the Opera House on Coruscant, Palpatine planted the final seeds of his manipulation by telling Anakin the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise. The very idea of controlling death, usurping the natural will of the Force, was something Anakin had been craving since the death of his mother. Heralded as the chosen one by the Jedi, Anakin constantly questioned why he would not then possess ultimate power through the Force. Since learning that Padme was pregnant and suffering through premonitions of her death in childbirth, Anakin had become even more desperate to learn how to save his loved ones from dying. While the whole scene about Plagueis has become somewhat infamous and memed into eternity, it really is one of the most important moments of the prequels. Thus, I want to take a look at the lore and go into what Anakin's inner thoughts were when he heard about it. We know he was obviously desperate and intrigued, but there's more to it than that in the books. So let's take a look at the novelization of Revenge of the Sith and the canon book Skywalker: A Family at War, to learn what Anakin's true thoughts were on the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise. It's vital to understand Anakin's mental state at this point in the story. One of the things that the novelization does very well is portray the deterioration of his mind as the story goes on and Palpatine manipulates him. When Anakin learned that Padme was pregnant, his initial concerns were around the secrecy they were forced to adopt. Even if the two of them were able to maintain their secret marriage, the only way Anakin could remain a Jedi would be to become an absentee father. However, he refused to allow his child to grow up without a father as he had. Padme's pregnancy brought with it nightmares of her death. When Anakin should have been at peace, he saw through the Force only staggering loss. Those negative emotions weighed heavy on him when he joined Palpatine at the galaxy's Opera House. It was a crucial moment for the two men and their unshakable bond. There, Palpatine claimed that the Jedi Council wanted to oust him and take control of the Republic. Palpatine had sprung his trap brilliantly, disclosing this shattering revelation just hours after the Jedi Council had tasked Anakin with spying on him. He had expertly turned the Jedi's plot against them while preying on Anakin's conflicting loyalties. Palpatine claimed that the Jedi and Sith were simply two sides of the same coin, with similar sensitivities to the power of the Force but diametrically opposing viewpoints on how best to harness the mystical energy field. The Sith relied on passion for strength, accumulating power for their own devices, while the Jedi extolled emotional control and used their power to help others in need. The Jedi were selfless and benign, while the Sith were selfish and greedy. Anakin's unwillingness to let go of Padme and the child they had conceived flouted Jedi ways. In truth, he was neither acting as a Sith nor a Jedi would, although veering closer to the former in his conduct. Over years spent patiently grooming Anakin, Palpatine had seduced the young Jedi and his powers away from the path of the light, encouraging his fiery temper and making him feel special. Palpatine could see deep into Anakin's heart and sensed that he was tormented by visions of Padme dying, so he told the story of his own Sith master, Darth Plagueis. Plagueis was a Dark Lord of the Sith, able to manipulate the midichlorians to create life, and thus save beings from death, so Palpatine claimed. Eventually, Plagueis taught his apprentice everything he knew, and his apprentice killed him in his sleep. At hearing the story, a universe of possibility sprouted in Anakin's mind, and he obsessed over finding the legendary apprentice of Plagueis that had learned his secrets. Palpatine continued, stating that he was fairly certain that Plagueis did exist, and that anyone who possessed Plagueis' knowledge would be not only the most powerful being in the universe, but virtually immortal. Under the assumption that both Plagueis and his apprentice were real, Anakin knew that he needed to obtain the knowledge they had discovered. However, Palpatine claimed that it would not be possible to learn the power from a Jedi, thus introducing the possibility of learning the ways of the Sith for the first time to Anakin. Anakin disregarded the moral point of the story of Plagueis and instead fixated on the glimmer of hope he found in it. He knew it was dangerous, but he was willing to give anything to discover this mythological power so that Padme might cheat death. He would willingly lay down his own life and destroy everything else he held dear to save her. In exchange for Padme's life, Anakin was prepared to watch the entire galaxy burn. The duel between Dooku, Anakin, and Obi-Wan in Revenge of the Sith was one of the most important moments in the entire saga, a truly genius charade orchestrated by Palpatine. While Anakin and Obi-Wan believed they were simply doing their part in rescuing the Chancellor from the Separatists, they were actually falling directly into the Sith Lord's trap. Dooku, on the other hand, was the one who truly had no idea what was coming. The novelization of Revenge of the Sith does a fantastic job describing this duel, especially from Dooku's perspective. The duel itself takes up like a whole chapter of the book. Dooku was fed a false plan by Palpatine beforehand, and he was instructed to kill Obi-Wan before allowing himself to be captured by Anakin. Palpatine assured him that together the two of them would turn Anakin to the dark side and convert him into one of their acolytes, but this was completely a lie. Palpatine always intended for Anakin to kill Dooku and replace him as his apprentice. However, because Dooku was going along with the false plan, he also believed that Anakin and Obi-Wan posed no real threat to him, and the duel would simply be a formality, a futile attempt on their part. Since he considered himself to be much more powerful than both of them, he went into the duel very confident, which allowed Anakin and Obi-Wan to trick him in a brilliant way. The entrance balcony provided an appropriate angle, far above the Jedi looking down upon them, for Dooku to make final assessments before beginning the farce. The idea that he could be beaten by any Jedi was ridiculous. But thus was life. Sacrifices must be made for the greater good. He called upon the Force, gathering it to himself and wrapping himself within it. Now the scene below subtly altered, though to the physical eye there was no change. Powered by the dark side, Dooku's perception took the measure of those below him with exhilarating precision. Kenobi was luminous, a transparent being, a window onto a sunlit meadow of the Force. Skywalker was a storm cloud, flickering with dangerous lightning, building the rotation that threatens a tornado. Dooku leaned forward, and his cloak of armor weave spread like wings. He lifted gently onto the air and descended to the main level in a slow, dignified force glide. Touching down at the head of the table, he regarded the two Jedi from under a lifted brow. Obi-Wan lifted his lightsaber into the balanced two-handed guard of Ataru, Qui-Gon style and Yoda's. His blade crackled into existence, and the air smelled of lightning. Dooku allowed his customary mild smile to spread. Skywalker brought his lightsaber to a Shien ready stance. Kenobi moved toward him with a slow, hypnotic grace, as though he floated on an invisible repulsor plate. Skywalker mirrored him, swinging wide toward Dooku's flank. It would be quite simple in the end, Dooku thought. All he had to do was isolate Skywalker and slaughter Kenobi. Beyond that, it would merely be a matter of spinning Skywalker up into enough of a frenzy to break through his Jedi restraint and reveal the vista of Sith power. Lord Sidious would take it from there. The Force crackled between them, and the ship pitched and bucked under a new turbo laser barrage, and Dooku decided that the time had come. He flicked a false glance over his shoulder, a hint of distraction to draw the attack, and all three of them moved at once. While effortlessly deflecting a rain of blue streaking cuts from Kenobi, Dooku turned to face Anakin and neatly sidestepped, cutting at the boy's leg. Yet Skywalker's blade met the cut as he passed, and he managed to sweep his blade behind his head to slap aside the casual thrust Dooku had aimed at his back. Dooku thought that this was truly pathetic. They were certainly energetic enough, leaping and whirling, raining blows almost at random, while Dooku continued in his gracefully methodical way to outmaneuver them so thoroughly it was all he could do to keep from laughing out loud. It was a simple matter of countering their tactics, which were depressingly straightforward. Skywalker was the swift one, whooshing here and there like a hawk bat, attempting a Jedi variant so they could come at him from both sides, while Kenobi came on in a measured Shicho cadence, deliberate as a lumber droid, moving step by step, cutting off the angles, clumsy but relentlessly dogged as he tried to chivvy Dooku into a corner. Whereas all Dooku needed to do was slip from one side to another, and occasionally flip over a head here and there, so that he could fight each of them in turn rather than both of them at the same time. He supposed that in their own way they might actually prove reasonably effective. It was clear that their style had been developed by fighting as a team against large numbers of opponents. They were not prepared to fight together against a single Force user, certainly not one of Dooku's power. He, on the other hand, had always fought alone. It was laughably easy to keep the Jedi tripping and stumbling and getting in each other's way. They didn't even comprehend how utterly he dominated the combat. Because they fought as they had been trained, by releasing all desire and allowing the Force to flow through them, they had no hope of countering Dooku's mastery of Sith techniques. They had learned nothing since he had bested them on Geonosis. They allowed the Force to direct them. Dooku directed the Force. He drew their strikes to his parries and drove his own ripostes with thrust of dark power that subtly altered the Jedi's balance and disrupted their timing. He could have slaughtered both of them easily. However, only one death was in his plan, and this show was becoming tiresome, not to mention tiring. The dark power that served him only went so far, and he was no longer a young man. Dooku taunted Kenobi that he needed to do better, and the Jedi's response to this friendly word was to regard him with a twinkle of gentle amusement. Then, the Jedi shot straight upward over Dooku's head so fast it seemed he'd vanished, and in the space where Kenobi's chest had been was now only the blue of Skywalker's blade driving straight for Dooku's heart. Only a desperate whirl to one side made what would have been a smoking hole in his chest into a line of scorch through his cloak. Dooku thought, "What?" He threw himself spinning up and away from the two Jedi to land on the table, disengaging for a moment to recover his composure. That had been entirely too close. But by the time his boots touched down, Kenobi was already there to meet him, blade weaving through a defensive velocity so bewilderingly fast that Dooku dared not even try a strike. He threw a feint toward Kenobi's face, then dropped and spun in a reverse ankle sweep. But not only did Kenobi easily overleap this attack, Dooku nearly lost his own foot to a slash from Skywalker, who had again come out of nowhere. Dooku realized that this was not in the plan. Skywalker slammed his following strike down so hard that the shock of deflecting it buckled Dooku's elbows. Dooku threw himself into a back roll that brought him to his feet, and Kenobi's blade was there to meet his neck. Only a desperate whirling block, coupled with a wheel kick that caught Kenobi on the thigh, bought him enough time to leap away again, and when he touched down, Skywalker was already there. The first overhand chop of Skywalker's blade slid off Dooku's instinctive guard. The second bent Dooku's wrist. The third flash of blue forced Dooku's scarlet blade so far to the inside that his own lightsaber scorched his shoulder, and Dooku was forced to give ground. Dooku felt himself blanch. Where had this come from? Skywalker attacked, impossibly powerful, a destroyer droid with a lightsaber. Each step was a blow, and each blow was a step. Dooku backed away as fast as he dared. Skywalker stayed right on top of him. Dooku's breath went short and hard. He no longer tried to block Skywalker's strikes, but only to guide them away. He could not meet Skywalker's strength to strength. Not only did the boy wield tremendous reserves of Force energy, but his sheer physical power was astonishing. And only then did Dooku understand that he'd been suckered. Skywalker's Shien ready stance had been a ruse, as had his Ataru gymnastics. The boy was truly a Gemso master, and as fine a one as Dooku had ever seen. His own elegant Makashi simply did not generate the kinetic power to meet Gem So head-to-head, especially not while also defending against a second attacker. It was time to alter his own tactics. He dropped low and spun into another reverse ankle sweep, since the weakness of Gem So was its lack of mobility. Thus, the strike slapped Skywalker's boot sharply enough to throw the young Jedi off balance, giving Dooku the opportunity to leap away, only to find himself again facing the wheel of blue lightning that was Kenobi's blade. Dooku decided that the comedy had ended. Now it was time to kill. Kenobi's master had been Qui-Gon Jinn, Dooku's own Padawan. Dooku had fenced Qui-Gon thousands of times, and he knew every weakness of the Ataru form with its ridiculous acrobatics. He drove a series of flashing thrusts toward Kenobi's legs to draw the Jedi Master into an overhead leap, so that Dooku could burn through his spine from kidneys to shoulder blades. And this image, this plan, was so clear in Dooku's mind that he almost failed to notice that Kenobi met every one of his thrusts without moving his feet, staying perfectly centered, perfectly balanced, blade never moving a millimeter more than was necessary, deflecting without effort, riposting with flickering strikes and stabs swifter than the tongue of a ghost viper. And when Dooku felt Skywalker regain his feet and stride once more toward his back, he finally registered the source of that blinding defensive velocity Kenobi had used, and only then did he understand that Kenobi's Ataru and Shi-Cho had been ploys as well. Kenobi had become a master of Sorisu. Dooku found himself having a sudden, unexpected, overpowering, and entirely distressing bad feeling about this. His farce had suddenly, inexplicably spun from humorous to deadly serious and was tumbling rapidly toward terrifying. Realization burst through Dooku's consciousness like the blossoming fireballs of dying ships outside. The pair of Jedi fools had somehow managed to become entirely dangerous. These clowns might, just possibly, actually be able to beat him. When Anakin Skywalker became a Sith apprentice and turned to the dark side of the Force, his mind was corrupted by that darkness. Anakin convinced himself that everything he was doing was right, deluding himself into believing the Jedi were evil and he had to help Palpatine in order to save Padme. One of my favorite things about the novelization of Revenge of the Sith is how deep it goes into Anakin's mind throughout the book, something that the movie couldn't do very much. What I'd like to touch on today is one of the most interesting scenes in the book that doesn't appear fully in the film, where Anakin reports back to Palpatine after killing the Separatists on Mustafar. This scene is longer in the book, and we learn what Anakin was thinking as he spoke to his new master. It's revealed that he was already planning to kill Palpatine mere hours after becoming his apprentice, and it's truly fascinating. So let's jump into the novelization to get all the details of how and why Anakin was planning to murder his Sith master so quickly. And we'll take a look at the canon book Skywalker, A Family at War, which also fleshes out Anakin's thoughts even more. Now enthralled to Palpatine, Anakin Skywalker once more took on a familiar role, one which had dominated his earliest years, that of obedient slave. For one who had struggled so much to bend events to his will, suddenly being stripped of all self-determination had an oddly freeing effect on him. In some corner of Anakin's mind, he managed to persuade himself that his actions were the justified means to a noble end. However, on Mustafar, he had time to reflect. In the calm following the carnage, his rage subsided, to be replaced with despair and self-loathing. He had lost count of how many had died upon his blue Jedi blade, and he mourned the man he had once been. As he stood among the corpses of the Separatist leaders, Anakin gazed up through the viewport at the galaxy he would one day rule. He could feel his power in the dark side growing, and he knew he was already as powerful as Palpatine. As soon as his alleged master shared Darth Plagueis' secret of immortality, their relationship would undergo a fatal transformation. He would kill Palpatine, and everything was going according to plan. As Anakin spoke to the hologram of his master, he pretended to be respectful. Palpatine told him that he had restored peace and justice to the galaxy, and Anakin lied that that was his only ambition. Suddenly, Palpatine scowled and said that he felt a disturbance in the Force, warning Vader that he may be in danger. Anakin scoffed in his mind and asked how he could possibly be in danger from anyone. Palpatine told him to be mindful, and his words reminded Anakin of Obi-Wan's lectures when he was a young Padawan. He pretended to listen to his master's words and promised to be cautious, but when the transmission ended, he sneered to himself. He thought to himself that it was Palpatine who should be mindful, and that he was a disturbance in the Force. Anakin's mind was so focused on his power and obtaining even more that he completely ignored Padme's pleas when she came to meet him on Mustafar. That's why he even told her that he could overthrow Palpatine. The problem with coveting power is that no amount of authority or influence is ever enough. Despite crushing those he believed to be his enemies and becoming the right hand of the newly crowned Emperor, heir to the legacy of the Sith, Darth Vader felt more insecure than ever. He was terrified of losing everything, just as Darth Plagueis had. Even staring into Padme's eyes, Anakin could only think of power. He believed himself stronger than Palpatine. Thinking that he had single-handedly brought peace to the Republic, blinded to the demise of the once great democracy, Anakin now craved dominion over the entire galaxy and the legacy of the Sith.
Anakin Skywalker is arguably the main character of the entire Star Wars saga. Thus, his absence from the sequel trilogy, except for the brief appearance of his voice in Episode 9, came as a surprise. We know that he was considered to appear as a spirit multiple times throughout the development of the trilogy, but that never happened. It almost seems wrong that he never showed up, depending on your opinion of how it would have served the story. However, in order to retroactively add some context into Star Wars canon regarding Anakin's spirit, the book Shadow of the Sith actually gives us a reason for him not appearing in the sequels. As it turns out, due to the events of the book, Anakin may not have been able to manifest himself at all. This book explains why Luke Skywalker and Lando Calrissian were searching for Ochi of Bestoon and the mysterious Sith world of Exegol, as well as providing much-needed backstory for Palpatine's resurrection and the Sith Eternal. I know it's lame to need a book to retroactively explain details from a movie, but I'm a big fan of Star Wars lore, and while I was skeptical of this book when it came out, I can 100% say that Shadow of the Sith is my favorite canon book by far. When I read it, it basically made me eat my words. It's an incredible story, and it let me enjoy The Rise of Skywalker a lot more. Anyway, Luke was plagued by ominous visions of Exegol, though he knew nothing about the planet itself. After recovering a Sith holocron and the cracked pieces of a red kyber crystal from an archaeological dig, he was certain that they were connected to the dark world he had seen, and he traveled to the Seeing Stone on Tython to meditate and do research. This is the same location that we saw in The Mandalorian Season 2. Poring through ancient Jedi texts and learning of the Sith Wayfinders, Luke chose to meditate upon the stone and suddenly found himself transported to the surface of Exegol. Whether he had physically teleported or if it was a vision, he was not sure, but he found himself being attacked by Sith wraiths, specters of dark power. Luke was certain that he was in mortal danger, since everything felt very real to him, and his lightsaber blade passed through the wraiths as though it were harmless. It took all of Luke's powers and mastery of the Force to be able to battle them. His blade meant nothing, passing through the forms of the wraiths like smoke. As the 9 wraiths prepared to deal a final blow with their dark blades, a pale blue light appeared. It was a lightsaber shimmering in the air, held in a transparent blue hand. Luke fell backward and gasped in surprise. The mysterious blue figure lifted his blade toward the wraiths, and Luke found it hard to concentrate on what he was seeing, the way the Force reverberated around the powerful figure. The wraiths continued to back away until they vanished into dust in the wind.
The blue figure turned around, lifting his hood to reveal the young face of Anakin Skywalker. Anakin reached out his hand, and Luke took it, and everything went white. Luke awoke on the ground, back on Tython, in the shadow of the Seeing Stone. Anakin said that the Seeing Stone could be a powerful tool, but was difficult to master, and Luke was stunned to be face to face with his father's spirit. But before Luke could say anything, a change came over Anakin. His smile vanished, and his blue form seemed to flash, like a hologram transmission caught in a blind spot. The look on Anakin's face made Luke's blood run cold. His father appeared to be in agony, and Luke didn't know if that was even possible. Anakin was one with the Force, and yet he was somehow in trouble. His spirit flickered, faded, and flickered again. As Luke watched, another man seemed to appear between the blinks of an eye, superimposed over the vision of Anakin as a young man. An older face, the face revealed beneath Vader's mask by Luke so many years ago above Endor. And then the other face was gone, and Anakin reached out, calling Luke's name. Luke took a step closer, and then stopped as his father seemed racked by a new agony. When he looked up at Luke again, his face was dark. Anakin was afraid. He said that there was a disturbance in the Force. Luke replied that he had felt it too. Anakin tried to speak, but he faded out and in again. He stood tall and grimaced. He told Luke that there was a shadow upon the Force. Luke told him that he had felt it growing, and Anakin's form began to gradually disappear. He said that the Seeing Stone had taken a part of Luke to Exegol, and it had taken everything he could give, all of his power in the Force, to bring Luke back. Luke wanted his father to stay, to talk. There was so much he didn't know and didn't understand about the Force and this mystery of the Sith, but he knew that it was taking all of Anakin's strength to appear to him now. Anakin's voice sounded so far away that Luke could hardly hear it, but he told Luke that he was never alone, to let the Force guide him and use its power. And then he was gone, the blue glow of his spirit fading into the sky.
Serving as Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Senate in public and Sith Lord Darth Sidious in the shadows, Palpatine was the true mastermind of the Sith Grand Plan. Through his machinations, he was able to manipulate the destruction of the Jedi Order, the fall of the Republic, and the rise of his galactic empire. However, one of Palpatine's most impressive achievements, arguably the most important one, was the manipulation of the Chosen One, Anakin Skywalker, who would one day become Darth Vader. Over the course of 13 years, Palpatine would groom Anakin, shaping him into a Sith apprentice. Due to Anakin's already present inner turmoil, fear, and conflict, Palpatine was able to manipulate him quite easily. How this was done, as well as the intricacies of their relationship, are explained in the canon book Skywalker: A Family at War. When the calm, caring, guiding influence of Shmi and Qui-Gon was gone, two very different individuals stepped into the breach to fill the emotional void in Anakin's life. The first was his new master, Obi-Wan Kenobi. The second was Sheev Palpatine. The Chancellor watched Anakin's journey with detached attentiveness. His exalted position gave Palpatine almost unrestricted political power and unlimited access to the Jedi Masters and their abilities. With a benevolent smile plastered across his wrinkled face, Palpatine could walk into the Jedi Temple at any time and turn a kindly offer of helping to shape Anakin's future into a command that not even Mace Windu could refuse. Unbeknown to the Galactic Republic and everyone else, Palpatine was secretly a Sith Lord. A cloud of the dark side's making concealed this fact from even the most experienced Jedi Masters, who sensed something nefarious at work but could not trace its source. Thus Palpatine enjoyed the protection of the Jedi instead of their enmity. Well aware that Anakin had helped end the Trade Federation's blockade and invasion of Naboo, the devious Sith used this knowledge to insert himself into Anakin's life just as the young Padawan was questioning his place among the Jedi. Because no one within the Order, not even Obi-Wan, sensed his true intentions, Palpatine prepared Anakin for a dark future as his Sith apprentice with impunity. Skywalker's skill with a lightsaber and volatile personality made him the ideal candidate. While becoming one of Anakin's closest confidants, the calculating politician schemed to instill a dangerous sense of ambition in the already arrogant boy. As Anakin neared his teenage years, his roiling emotions called for the steady calm of Qui-Gon Jinn. Sheev Palpatine was a willing and welcoming substitute. When he called Anakin's son, the boy felt that he would do anything for him, just for the chance to feel part of a family. Using the seedy underworld of Coruscant as his classroom, Palpatine opened the young man's eyes to the suffering of those dwelling on the planet's lowest levels, far below the glittering cities where Palpatine ruled over the Senate and Anakin studied in the sacred Jedi Temple. Many residents of these gloomy subsurface levels had never even seen sunlight, a tragedy that a boy raised beneath the twin suns of Tatooine couldn't even imagine. Palpatine claimed these expeditions were a way of understanding some of the less fortunate inhabitants of the Republic's core world. In truth, they were ploys, tests, to not only see if Anakin was pliant, but to expose Anakin to the hypocrisies inherent in the Republic that, Palpatine confidently expected, would one day lead him to reject the Jedi Code. Right under the nose of Republic officials, sentient beings were being bought and sold as slaves in this hopeless district, a disturbing reminder of Anakin's own past. Although the young man claimed to rarely think about his childhood enslavement after his induction into the Order, Palpatine saw through the lie and into Anakin's heart, where he still hoped to help his mother and free other slaves, not only on Tatooine, but all across the galaxy. With a benevolent sigh, Palpatine deftly probed Anakin's insecurities, while praising the boy in the ways he craved. This was the first, but certainly not the last, time that Palpatine would feed Anakin's ego. Palpatine frequently hailed the young man as the most gifted Jedi he had ever met. To Anakin, Palpatine's praise, pointed questions, and insightful observations seemed to forge a strong connection, a bond that he rarely enjoyed with his fellow Jedi. Bit by bit, Palpatine cunningly stoked the young man's disillusion with the status quo on Coruscant's surface, where prosperity reigned, without a thought to the less fortunate souls below. This fresh way of thinking validated and mirrored many of Anakin's own concerns. He never suspected that Palpatine was quietly clawing at his emotional wounds. In this way, Palpatine forged the first link in this bond between himself and the young man he genially referred to as his boy. He made Anakin promise that he would not disclose what he had seen or learned on the sub-levels when he returned to the temple. It would be their secret. Knowing Anakin's doubts and fears enabled Palpatine to more easily expose the cracks in the boy's will, allowing the darkness in. Palpatine would sometimes confess to being wistfully envious of the predetermined life of a Jedi, when all of his own life had been made up of tough choices. Though Palpatine's words were seemingly kindly meant, to Anakin, the ability to choose his destiny was a freedom he was reluctant to relinquish. He had chosen to walk the Jedi path, but since his acceptance in the Order, every decision had been made for him. And in hindsight, even that first step seemed like a childish choice, made on a whim by an uneducated young slave because a magical man with a weapon made of light had offered him the chance to be free. Intellectually, Anakin knew that he was no prisoner. He could leave the Order at any time. But Palpatine's words struck home. The course of Anakin's life would indeed be predetermined if he remained on the path to become a Jedi Master. While Obi-Wan earnestly believed that being a part of the Jedi Order made him stronger than being an individual, Anakin felt more at ease being one half of a whole, even with all of his skills and talents. Anakin was quickly learning that the life of a peacekeeper was not free. A Jedi was devoted to the Order, and as such had to obey the Jedi Council, even when an individual's personal convictions clashed with their guidance. Far below the surface of Coruscant, Palpatine had surreptitiously exposed a different ideological path to the insecure Jedi. Under the sway of the Supreme Chancellor, skilled in the art of suggestion, Anakin was a more than willing recipient of the older man's insinuations. Anakin, with Obi-Wan's guidance, ultimately resolved to continue on the path toward becoming a Jedi Knight. But most importantly to him, Palpatine had offered him a place by his side once his training was complete. An alternate future, a door to be opened if Anakin desired after he had mastered all the Jedi had to offer. On the surface, Palpatine seemed to be promising the young man the sense of belonging that he searched for. In reality, Palpatine saw Anakin as a powerful tool for his master plan, a new galactic empire with himself as supreme ruler. For the first time, Anakin felt the weight of a predetermined future when, standing before the Jedi Council, he was hailed as the Chosen One. His pride swelled at the notion, the first seeds of an arrogance that would fully bloom when he reached adulthood. Qui-Gon maintained that finding Anakin was the will of the Force. Even those Jedi who scoffed at Qui-Gon's fervent belief in prophecy could not argue against the vergence in the Force that surrounded the boy, a cosmic supernova that seemed to dwell deep inside him. However, despite Anakin's predisposition and strength in the Force, his training would require him to overcome both emotional and physical obstacles. Even at the age of 9, he was already far behind other Padawans and younglings in basic lightsaber skills. He had often unwittingly called upon his strong connection to the Force while at the controls of a hurtling pod racer, but actually harnessing the power of the Force was a very different matter. Anakin had no real understanding and therefore little respect for the Force as a spiritual guide through life. He could not wrap his young mind around the idea that he was a part of some all-powerful energy at work in the galaxy when he had endured so many individual hardships. If he were truly as strong as they said, he wondered why he had been enslaved his whole life, and why couldn't he have freed his mother with a flick of his Force-wielding hand? As the Jedi Council gazed upon Anakin for the first time, wise, diminutive Master Yoda sensed that Anakin was gripped by fear, and fear was a dangerous ally. For the Jedi, fear was a path to the dark side of the Force, an entry point to misgivings that could be nursed into anger and hate. Nevertheless, Anakin's emotional response to his situation, including his fears, was a very human reaction to the sudden upheaval he had experienced in his life. Qui-Gon believed that, with the proper guidance, Anakin's natural anxieties would subside and be replaced by a Jedi's clarity of vision. If Qui-Gon was correct, the boy would bring balance to the Force, defeating the creeping darkness that was already beginning to cloud both the Force itself and the Jedi Order's abilities to perceive the threat to it. However, where Qui-Gon saw promise, Obi-Wan and many on the Jedi Council sensed trouble. Obi-Wan did not hide his concern, even from Anakin himself. The boy's raw power in the Force was something to be wary of. He was malleable, and in the wrong hands, such explosive potential could be turned to evil. Qui-Gon's death on Naboo would have a monumentous impact on Anakin. In a few short days, Anakin's life was completely altered and reimagined by the guidance and teachings of this mysterious Jedi. With his swift demise, all Anakin could think was, "What will happen to me now?" In the darkest corners of his mind, fear sent him spiraling into hypothetical scenarios where he was forced back into servitude, never to see his mother again. Although no one realized what was at stake at the time, Anakin's very future hung in the balance. Had Qui-Gon survived and Maul been vanquished, Anakin would have been raised under the watchful, calm tutelage of a seasoned teacher. Although the two would likely have had their disagreements, Qui-Gon's compassion for the former slave might well have brought about a very different outcome. Perhaps Qui-Gon himself would have helped his Padawan return to Tatooine and free the slaves. At the very least, he would have empathized with Anakin's restlessness with the strict Jedi Code, offering solutions beyond the scope of Obi-Wan's regulation-driven mind. As it was, almost as quickly as he'd found it, Anakin lost the closest thing he had ever had to a paternal presence, a willing guide with an unshakable belief in his abilities. For those precious few days, Qui-Gon was a calm advisor, a much-needed buoy for the stormy passions of the young, Force-sensitive boy. The specter of Qui-Gon would loom large in Anakin's thoughts as he embarked on his quest to become a Jedi, and the trauma of losing his master would haunt Anakin in a very different way than the separation from his mother. While Shmi held the assurance of the comforts he knew, Qui-Gon had given him the promise of a meaningful future. The patient Jedi represented a bridge between Anakin's former enslaved self and the vast unknown, a future of infinite possibilities the boy was only beginning to grasp. The sole remaining constant in Anakin's life was the Force itself. The soon-to-be-trained Jedi Padawan could feel the thrum of energy binding the galaxy together. Watching Qui-Gon's body turn to ash on a sacred funeral pyre, Anakin felt a profound sense of loss. In light of the prophecy, Anakin wondered if his very existence had somehow brought danger upon his kind friend. With Obi-Wan's help, Anakin hoped to prove Qui-Gon's most earnest and heartfelt belief, that he was, truly, the Chosen One. With the calm, caring, guiding influence of Shmi and Qui-Gon gone, Obi-Wan Kenobi stepped into the breach to fill the emotional void in Anakin's life. As Anakin grew up, he idealized his memory of Qui-Gon, especially in the moments when he found himself at odds with Obi-Wan. The Jedi Knight made good on his promise to Qui-Gon, fulfilling his dying wish with the blessing of the Jedi Council to take Anakin as his Padawan. Master Yoda was a lone dissenting voice, concerned by the danger he felt inherent in the boy's training. In their first years together, Anakin came to see Obi-Wan in much the same reverent light he held Qui-Gon's memory, looking up to his master with awe and unwavering belief. But in his mind's darkest corners, Anakin's perception of his master was gradually colored by doubts he had overheard Obi-Wan express when Anakin was just a boy. Obi-Wan had called him dangerous, and no matter how hard he tried to shake the thought from his mind, the remark embedded itself in Anakin's subconscious. In moments of despair, Anakin's deepest fears appeared to him as an ugly truth. Because Qui-Gon Jinn had died, Obi-Wan was stuck with an apprentice he didn't want or ask for, and one whom he believed would do more harm than good. Anakin had great difficulty understanding the rules that governed the scope of the Jedi's activities. To his mind, their reticence to intervene and help systems outside the Republic's jurisdiction seemed to go against the Order's very principles. Already at the age of 12 and only a few years into his training under Obi-Wan, Anakin began to doubt his path as a Jedi Knight, and even considered leaving the Order altogether. Obi-Wan also had doubts about Anakin's future, but, like his master before him, Obi-Wan was reluctant to blame Anakin. Instead, he tended to blame himself for the boy's troubles. Yet despite Obi-Wan's initial misgivings about Anakin and their near 20-year age gap, Kenobi came to see Skywalker as a brother, an equal, a partner. As Kenobi entered his 30s, he could see that Anakin still required his tutoring and guidance, but was on his way to becoming a Jedi Knight. However, that bond never seemed to be enough for the troubled young man who, above all, craved a parent's love and guidance. Anakin presented many difficulties to the Jedi shepherding his care. He was headstrong and given to challenging his master openly in front of others, when he should have been following Obi-Wan's lead. Kenobi could entertain a spirited debate behind closed doors in the name of education, but Anakin's unabashed defiance sometimes made the master feel as if he was losing control of his apprentice. Anakin's late entry into the Order meant years of lost training. To try to make up for that time, Anakin's teachers put him in classes with other Jedi learners who were far younger than him. Anakin felt out of place while also behind those in his age group. Early on, it became clear that Anakin could not follow the well-trodden path of an ordinary Padawan. His life experiences and genetic makeup set him apart, making the shelter of the Jedi Temple feel more like a cage than a sanctuary. Among the other Padawans, Anakin was thus something of an outcast. He was naturally curious, often asking questions about Qui-Gon Jinn's fatal duel, and once used his acumen with droids to alter a training program to battle a hollow creation that looked like Darth Maul. He seemed to be transfixed by the past. Whisperings that he was the chosen one certainly didn't help when he tried to blend in and convince the other young Jedi that he was just like them. But it was more than this prophecy that set him apart from the others. Acceptance in the Order does not dull the sharp tongue of a child, and Anakin's impoverished upbringing as a slave made him an easy target for ridicule. Fueled by jealousy of his abilities, the other students would murmur to each other that, skilled with a lightsaber though he was, Anakin Skywalker would never be a great Jedi. He was still too much of a slave to his emotions. Just a slave. The words infuriated Anakin, igniting the combination of fear and fury that so often threatened to boil over in the young man. In one instance, he turned to meet the gaze of his attackers, hatred for them coursing through his body. Reaching through the Force, he snatched their lightsabers from their belts, flipped the weapons and ignited them in the air, an emphatic challenge to their arrogance. It was not the Jedi way to use the Force for attack, nor to cut down mindless creatures merely following their nature. A well-trained knight should be able to send even the most threatening beast safely on its way without bloodshed simply by bending its will. However, this skill often eluded young Anakin. When seeking to calm a vicious creature, his own doubts and trepidations would get in the way. At those moments, hacking at the danger before him with his lightsaber was the only solution that presented itself. Anakin's deep well of unfettered rage made calming another creature's aggression virtually impossible. At these times, his master Obi-Wan would intervene, rebuking his Padawan for losing control of his emotions. For his part, Anakin seemed to accept that he still had much to do to contain his repressed feelings of anger and fear. In time, Obi-Wan convinced himself that, with enough training, Anakin's barely suppressed rage was simply an instability that, with patience, he would overcome in time. However, it was patience with himself and the system that Anakin found the most elusive of all the Jedi teachings. Anakin's curiosity and dissatisfaction with the status quo were natural for a boy of his age. However, while Anakin had respect for his master as an individual, he was far less impressed by the teachings they were sworn to follow. Obi-Wan wondered whether he was the best teacher for such a challenging and extraordinary student. He longed for Qui-Gon's guidance, even just a moment to commune with his former master and seek his counsel. As it was, he could only rely on the years he had spent with his mentor and the lessons acquired during their partnership in life. Anakin's rebellious ways reminded Obi-Wan of Qui-Gon's unorthodox methods. At times, it almost seemed to Obi-Wan that Anakin could have been Qui-Gon's son, no matter how unlikely the idea seemed. As it was, Obi-Wan was the closest thing Anakin had to a father, And just like many children across the galaxy, Anakin chafed when Obi-Wan showed disappointment in him and his actions. The young man convinced himself that his master failed to see his true strength and that he was being stifled by his criticism. In time, according to the Jedi prophecy, Anakin would rival some of the greatest Jedi alive, including the legendary masters Yoda and Mace Windu, champions of the Jedi Order and its guardianship of the galaxy. Knowing that his future held such possibilities fueled Anakin's resentment against his master. This resentment fostered another perilous character trait for a future Jedi Knight: hubris. Over the course of the Clone Wars, Anakin Skywalker would find himself tested in ways that pushed him ever closer to the dark side of the Force. His role as master to Ahsoka Tano was meant to rebalance him, teaching him the responsibility of guiding a student and the importance of the Jedi Code. Yet when Ahsoka left the Order, the repercussions would shake Anakin to his core, pushing him further down the path to darkness as his own fears and the execution of the Sith Grand Plan loomed closer. In the canon book Skywalker, A Family at War, the intricacies of Anakin and Ahsoka's relationship, as well as his thoughts when she walked away from him, are explained. As the war raged on, Anakin found it analogous to the paradoxical nature of his own soul, where his desires were locked in battle with the emotions the Jedi forbade. He tried desperately to maintain some level of control. The prophetic weight of being heralded as the Chosen One, a mortal man on whose shoulders the fate of the galaxy rested, only added to his inner conflict. His future was thrown into uncertainty as he struggled to meet the expectations of the Jedi Order and its ideals amid the chaos of the Clone War. It was Grandmaster Yoda who assigned the young Ahsoka Tano to be Anakin's Padawan. Yoda hoped that the responsibility of guiding a young and powerful apprentice would help Anakin quell his turbulent nature. It was obvious that the young Jedi Knight still yearned for parental acceptance and support. By taking on a Padawan, Anakin could fulfill the nurturing role of a paternal presence himself, and emerge the powerful Jedi the prophecy needed him to be. Yoda hoped that Qui-Gon Jinn was right and Anakin would balance the Force, but first Anakin had to find his own internal peace, and teaching Ahsoka would make a fine test. Embracing the role of a master forced Anakin to confront his deepest fears and contend with some of his own most abrasive traits. Their partnership was not an easy one, as Anakin watched over her anxiously, like a worried parent. He was unaware that his fervent desire to keep her safe from harm was a manifestation of a secret desire to control the lives of those close to him, and in doing so control his own destiny. When Ahsoka was framed for bombing the Jedi Temple, Anakin stood by her side and never doubted her innocence. When she was ultimately exonerated, Anakin comforted himself with the thought that he alone had never doubted her. However, even this solace was to be denied him. Ahsoka refused to return to the ranks of the Jedi. Having been falsely accused and cast out of the Order, Ahsoka did something that few Jedi had dared to do before. Despite Anakin's heartfelt pleas to reconsider, she walked away. By doing so, Ahsoka accomplished something Anakin was too afraid to do himself. Like her, Anakin had also lost faith in the Jedi. He had spurned their strict code and violated their protocols countless times in the name of justice and desire. But he was not strong enough to take a stand and walk away. The Jedi Order had been his life. The Jedi had freed him from slavery and offered him a home. Despite all the reasons he had to follow Ahsoka, abandoning the Jedi felt like a terrible mistake. Anakin thought that he owed them too much. In the end, Yoda had succeeded in teaching the value of letting go of all one feared to lose. Only it was Ahsoka who had mastered the lesson, leaping into the unknown, while Anakin was left with familiar feelings of abandonment. Anakin's training of Ahsoka was essentially a test devised by the Council to discover if he was truly capable of following the Jedi path, by calming his turbulent mind and helping an apprentice learn the ways of the Force. After he exhibited overprotectiveness and Ahsoka rejected the Jedi altogether, it appeared that Anakin had resoundingly failed the test. Without Ahsoka to act as a counterbalance to his passions and fears, his attentions, even more than they had before, focused on Padme. Anakin was sure that she would never abandon him. The duel on Mustafar between Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker, then active as the Sith Lord Darth Vader, was one of the most important confrontations during the fall of the Republic and the Jedi Order. The duel itself was a meeting of pure offense clashing with pure defense, and the novelization of Revenge of the Sith describes it as an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. Not only that, but Obi-Wan and Anakin knew each other as closely as they possibly could, so close that they were regarded as forming two halves of one complete warrior. Their styles complemented each other perfectly, which is why their duel was one of the most complex and complicated engagements of all time. The most pivotal element of the duel that ultimately led to Anakin's defeat was Obi-Wan's absolute mastery of Form 3, Sorisu. Sorisu, also known as the Resilience Form and the Way of the Mynock, was the third form of lightsaber combat created by the Jedi Order. Developed in response to the introduction of blasters in the galaxy, Sorisu focused on defense more than offense. With the development of Sorisu, Jedi also discovered the ability to reflect blaster bolts back at their attackers, which was considered a breakthrough in overall lightsaber combat. However, the use of the form against blaster-wielding enemies was only one way to use Sorisu. Jedi also trained to block and parry lightsaber strikes, engage numerous opponents simultaneously, and above all, remain calm and focused in combat, allowing for the perfect defensive response to any threat. Sorisu required a thoughtful, intellectual approach to all aspects of combat, meaning the user needed to rely on their mental strength as much as agility and speed. Because the form maintained emphasis on tightly controlled movements to maintain total defensive positioning, the physical requirements of the user were somewhat more relaxed compared to the other forms. Sorisu emphasized not only immediate tactics based on the situation, but also a broader strategic view of whatever conflict the user was in. This allowed for the user to efficiently adapt to incoming attacks, using defensive strategy to withstand any enemy. This is also why Sorisu was known as the Resilience form. Its use was heavily dependent on outlasting opponents by focusing entirely on defense. By committing all mental focus to the enemy, a true Sorisu master would be able to take full advantage of their enemy's most exploitable opening. While the enemy would gradually grow exhausted or frustrated, the Sorisu user would maintain their calm and tranquil focus, allowing their defense to remain impenetrable. This is exactly what Obi-Wan did to Anakin on Mustafar. By the time of their duel, Obi-Wan had achieved mastery of Sorisu, even being regarded as the ultimate master of the form by Mace Windu. His use of Sorisu was the perfect counter to Anakin's mastery of Form 5, which was entirely based on offense. Anakin utilized the Gem-So variant of Form 5 against Obi-Wan, which focused on aggressive counterattacks and using sheer strength to overwhelm the opponent through brute force. However, Obi-Wan's mastery of Sorisu and the way he utilized it allowed him to withstand Anakin's offensive onslaught. As Anakin attacked, Obi-Wan maintained his impenetrable defense, giving ground intentionally as he worked to outlast his fallen apprentice. As the duel progressed, Anakin grew increasingly frustrated by his inability to break through Obi-Wan's guard. This frustration, bolstered by the negative emotions of the dark side, caused Anakin's judgment to become clouded. He began to make mistakes and leave openings in his own defense. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan devoted himself fully to the practices of Sorisu, maintaining a calm state of mind and his defensive guard. Analyzing the tactical advantages of his surroundings, Obi-Wan was able to gain the high ground over Anakin, knowing that the latter was likely to make another mistake. Anakin's frustration did boil over, and he made the horrible decision of trying to jump over Obi-Wan, allowing the Jedi Master to mutilate him and end the duel. His victory was truly remarkable, given Anakin's raw power in the Force and unmatched skill in lightsaber combat. By following the way of Sorisu, perfectly embodying the name of the Resilience form, Obi-Wan used his defensive mastery to outlast Anakin for the entire duel and emerge victorious.
As Obi-Wan knelt beside Padme's crumpled body, he felt for a pulse and wondered what Anakin had done. In the Force, he could feel Anakin burning like a fusion torch. Obi-Wan looked at the best friend he had ever had with sadness. Anakin offered to let him walk away, to hide in the peace granted by the new Empire, but Obi-Wan refused, and insisted that only a Sith dealt in absolutes. In response, Anakin ignited his lightsaber, and Obi-Wan sighed, bringing his own blade before him, stating that he would do what he must. Anakin leapt, and their blue blades crossed, clashing like lightning bolts as the volcano above them echoed with blasts of fire. Blade to blade, they were identical. After thousands of hours in lightsaber sparring, they knew each other better than brothers, more intimately than ever. They were complementary halves of a single warrior. In every exchange, Obi-Wan gave ground. It was his way. And he knew that to strike Anakin down would burn his own heart to ash. Exchanges flashed, leaps were sidestepped or met with flying kicks, ankle sweeps skipped over, and punches parried. Obi-Wan did anything he could to distract him, anything to slow him down, yet easily Anakin kept coming, taunting Obi-Wan in a deeper voice than ever about the power of the dark side. Obi-Wan had heard that before, but he could never have imagined that he would hear it from Anakin of all people. As they grappled with each other, Obi-Wan actually managed to reach through the Force and manipulate the electro drivers in Anakin's mechanical arm. He said to Anakin that the flaw of power was arrogance. In response, Anakin noticed how Obi-Wan was hesitating, the flaw of compassion. But Obi-Wan said that it was not compassion. It was reverence for life, respect for the man that Anakin had once been. His hesitation was regret for the man that Anakin should have become. As Anakin attempted to crush Obi-Wan with his bare hands, choking the life out of him, he furiously thought that he was sick and tired of Obi-Wan's lectures. With Anakin's grip nearly breaking his arm, his world almost blacking out, Obi-Wan let go. Of everything. His hopes, his fears, his obligation to the Jedi, his promise to Qui-Gon, his failure with Anakin. Startled, Anakin shifted his grip, and in that instant, Obi-Wan was able to break free as they traded blows once more. Eventually, they found their way out to a narrow balcony high above a lake of fire. Mustafar hummed with death behind Obi-Wan's back, only a moment away, somewhere out there among the rivers of molten rock and lava. Obi-Wan let Anakin drive him toward it. He decided that death was a place they should reach together. Anakin forced him back and back, slamming his blade down with strength that seemed to flow from the volcano overhead. Fire rained around them as Obi-Wan backed away to the end of the balcony, and the two of them proceeded downward to a tightrope of a power conduit, perfectly balanced, their blades blurring even faster than before. Smoke shrouded their battle, and now the only light came from the glow of the lava below them and their lightsaber blades themselves. As they fought, they both realized that this was not Sith against Jedi. This was not light against dark or good against evil. It had nothing to do with duty or philosophy, religion, or morals. It was Anakin against Obi-Wan. Personally, just the two of them and the damage they had done to each other. As Obi-Wan deflected slashes and chops from the creature of rage that had once been his best friend, he suddenly comprehended an unexpectedly profound truth. The man he faced was everything he had devoted his life to destroying. Murderer, traitor, fallen Jedi, Dark Lord of the Sith. And despite it all, as they fought across the hellscape of Mustafar, Obi-Wan realized that he still loved Anakin. Yoda had warned him about attachments, but Obi-Wan had never let himself understand. He had argued for Anakin, made excuses, covered for him again and again. All the while, this attachment he denied even feeling had blinded him to the dark path that Anakin walked. Obi-Wan knew there was, in the end, only one answer for his attachment to Anakin, and he let it go. Now, where the book really differs from the movie is in the way that Obi-Wan defeats Anakin. He still cuts off his legs and his left arm, but the book describes it as an accident, as in Obi-Wan was trying to deflect Anakin's attack and instead sliced through his limbs as Anakin flew over him. I don't really like that description, but that's how it is in the book. Anyway, as Anakin slid down the bank of black sand, Obi-Wan noted how his severed limbs burned in flames of lava, which were the same color as a Sith blade. He picked up Anakin's lightsaber and lifted his own, weighing them both in his hands. He pondered how similar the weapons were, but how differently they had been used. As he screamed down at Anakin, he saw a flash of metal in the sky above him, and recognized it as Palpatine's personal shuttle. He realized that Yoda might have failed and died, making him the last Jedi. Obi-Wan looked down as below him, Darth Vader burst into flames. It would be a mercy to kill him, but Obi-Wan did not feel merciful, and he knew that to climb down the lava bank would cost more time than he had. In the end, there was only one choice. He was still Obi-Wan Kenobi, and he was still a Jedi, and he would not murder a helpless man. He would leave Anakin's fate to the will of the Force, so he turned and walked away. The novelization of Revenge of the Sith does not shift to Anakin's perspective during this scene, but luckily his thoughts are shown in the Legends book The Rise and Fall of Darth Vader. So while the following lore isn't part of canon like the Revenge of the Sith book loosely is, it's still great. Anakin furiously thought that he would not die on the lava bank, that he was still stronger than Obi-Wan. Even in his injured state, as he was engulfed in flames, his screams filled with anger as well as pain, he knew he was stronger. As Obi-Wan walked away, leaving him to die, he could still feel a flicker of his old master in the Force, even through his agony. When the flames finally burned out, Anakin dug his mechanical arm into the sand, pulling himself up the slope a few millimeters at a time. With each movement, hot volcanic shards tore at his roasted flesh. It took all of his concentration and powers in the Force not to black out. Only his hatred for Obi-Wan made him want to live another day. When he finally saw his new master accompanied by 2 clone troopers, he allowed his body to go limp as darkness finally swept over him.
After slaughtering the remaining members of the Separatist Council on Mustafar, Anakin Skywalker, or Darth Vader, took a moment to ponder his actions and the events of the day. So suddenly he had become a Sith Lord, betrayed the Jedi Order, and decimated them. He had committed terrible atrocities, done things he had never dreamed of, unspeakable things to increase his power in the dark side. After everything he had done, surely it would seem that Anakin was gone forever, and yet he cried to himself, obviously showing some remorse and internal conflict. In the novelization of Revenge of the Sith and the Legends book The Rise and Fall of Darth Vader, Anakin's thoughts are explained, revealing why he was crying. As he looked out at the lava river below and then the galaxy above, Anakin thought of the empire he would one day rule. He paid no attention to the litter of corpses around him. He would not mourn for any of the lives he had taken. He could feel his power in the dark side growing. He knew that he was already as powerful as his new master. Anakin thought of how soon he would kill Palpatine and take his place as Emperor, as soon as he learned the secret of Darth Plagueis' discovery to stop death. Everything was proceeding exactly as he had planned, and yet he could not shake a certain creeping sensation, a feeling like a cold, slimy ooze that slithered up the veins of his legs and spread its tendrils through his insides. It was almost as though he was still afraid. And suddenly, Anakin heard that familiar voice in his mind, the dragon of fear that had coiled around his heart since he was a boy, telling him that Padme would still die. Anakin shook himself, saying that was impossible, and reminded himself that he was not Anakin Skywalker anymore. He was Darth Vader. He had destroyed his fear, and it no longer had any power over him. Yet he still felt as though when he had destroyed that dragon of fear, it had sunk its venomous fangs into him, and now its poison was chilling him to the bone. He heard the dragon whisper that all things died, even stars burnt out. Vader was plagued with the feeling that Padme's death was inevitable, still looming in the future like some unavoidable calamity, and he was also overcome with a sudden sense of mourning, not for those he had killed, but for his former self, for Anakin, the young boy from Tatooine that loved his mother, loved to fly, loved to help, and dreamed of becoming a Jedi. As he was overcome with grief and fear, Vader was unable to hold back the tears that streamed down his cheeks. He thought to himself that Anakin Skywalker was gone forever, but what did that truly mean? Was he truly gone? After all, he thought, Padme had fallen in love with Anakin, not Darth Vader. What's going on, guys? I hope that you are all doing well. Today, I want to talk about something that I always find very interesting, which is the corruption of the dark side of the Force and how that affects characters' minds. I want to talk about Anakin's thoughts when he turned to the dark side in Revenge of the Sith, because I think that this is a topic that is really helped by the supplemental material in the books. Let's jump right in. When Anakin Skywalker turned to the dark side of the Force, he experienced what all Darksiders go through, pure corruption of both mind and body. The dark side, fueled by negative emotions, influences the mind in dangerous and dark ways. Those who walk the path of darkness will begin to lose themselves immediately, and in Anakin's case, that came as he rationalized destroying the Jedi Order, betraying the only family he had ever known, and slaughtering children who viewed him as their protector. But even after that, when confronted by his wife Padme on Mustafar, Anakin was disinterested in saving her life, believing himself to be all-powerful and destined to take control of the new galactic empire. Although his fall had come as a result of his desperation to save Padme from his visions, even she couldn't get through to him, and he choked her into unconsciousness when he believed she had brought Obi-Wan to kill him in an act of betrayal. The one person that Anakin had been closer with longer than Padme was Obi-Wan. He was Anakin's master, father figure, and brother. They had become one, an unstoppable team within the Force during the Clone Wars, bonded closer than ever. So why did Anakin disregard all of that immediately when Obi-Wan confronted him on Mustafar? How could he look at his brother with nothing but pure hatred after everything they had been through? Luckily for us, Anakin's thoughts are explained in the canon book Skywalker: A Family at War, fully fleshing out how he perceived Obi-Wan through the corrupted vision of the dark side. As the Sith apprentice of Darth Sidious, Anakin was once again an obedient slave, just like he had been during his childhood on Tatooine. As his mind became more and more twisted, Anakin persuaded himself that his brutal actions were the justified means to a noble end.
When Padme informed him of the accusations Obi-Wan had made about his new allegiance to the dark side, Anakin was furious. Just as Palpatine had predicted, Obi-Wan had become his enemy. Anakin's mind was so poisoned by Palpatine's manipulations that he could see no other explanation. One of the most interesting things that this passage confirms for us is that Anakin was actually thinking of Darth Plagueis of all people at that very moment on Mustafar. Despite crushing those he believed to be his enemies and taking his seat at the right hand of the newly crowned Emperor, Anakin felt more insecure than ever. Like a typical Sith Lord of old, he was not satisfied with the power he had gained and was terrified of losing everything just as Plagueis had. When Anakin saw Obi-Wan's silhouette in the doorway of Padme's starship, he concluded that the two had conspired against him. Padme was the first to feel his wrath, being choked with the Force and then dropped to the ground unconscious. Furious and hurt by his delusions of their supposed betrayal, Anakin was desperate for someone to blame. He couldn't be angry at Padme for long, since he had always put her on a pedestal. He couldn't blame Palpatine, his new mentor who had helped him become more powerful than the Jedi who had held him back his entire life. Thus, from Anakin's twisted perspective, all roads led back to Obi-Wan Kenobi. Incapable of being the father figure that Anakin yearned for, Obi-Wan had failed to help him control the instincts that led him to become a Sith. To make matters worse, Obi-Wan had somehow managed to turn Padme against him too. As one of the last surviving Jedi, Anakin took Obi-Wan's mere existence as an insult to what he stood for as a Sith Lord. He seemed to embody everything Anakin sought to eliminate from the galaxy. Anakin was so far beyond reason that he viewed anyone who refused to bow before the Sith as his bitter enemy. As he prepared to fight his former master, Anakin felt that the Jedi he had once been was fully eradicated. He was something new, something darker, a warrior born of the dark side, eager to keep his power by any means. Darth Vader would gladly strike down Obi-Wan if it meant keeping his strength. The final duel between Anakin Skywalker and Count Dooku aboard the Invisible Hand was one of the most important moments in Anakin's life, serving as the tipping point for his inevitable fall to the dark side. During their fight, motivated by Palpatine's encouragement, Anakin tapped into his fear and anger to fuel his power, giving him the strength to kill Dooku. In doing so, he unknowingly cemented himself as Dooku's replacement as the Sith apprentice of Darth Sidious. In the novelization of Revenge of the Sith, Anakin's thoughts as he defeated Dooku and decided to kill him are revealed, explaining exactly why he decided to follow Palpatine's orders and go against the way of the Jedi. The book explains how as the duel went on, Dooku could sense Anakin's power, and how the young Jedi Knight was holding himself back. As Anakin attacked, Dooku could sense a twist in the currents of the Force between the two of them as Anakin became stronger, becoming a machine of battle. Anakin was a natural fighter, gifted with more raw power in the Force than any other being, and a burning hot furnace where his heart should be. That fire burned through the restraint of his Jedi training as Anakin held the Force within him, and Dooku sensed that Anakin was already half a Sith and didn't even know it. Anakin was holding himself back, trying to restrain his fury behind the walls of his Jedi teachings, and then Palpatine called out, instructing Anakin to use his fury to kill Dooku. As their blades clashed again, Dooku suddenly saw a promise within Anakin's eyes, the promise of death. Anakin suddenly realized that the fear he had always held within his heart could be used as a weapon too, and at that moment, Dooku was already dead. The rest of the duel was mere detail. The fire inside Anakin's heart had devoured his Jedi restraint, and his rage became the very blade of his lightsaber. He knew that he was the only thing standing between death and the two men that he loved most in the world, Obi-Wan and Palpatine, and he could not afford to hold anything back.
Palpatine's words, his instructions for using anger and fear as weapons, had given Anakin the permission to unseal the shield he had kept around his heart, and all the young Jedi had to do was decide what to do. He simply decided to win at all costs. He decided that Dooku should lose his hands for taking his arm on Geonosis. As Dooku crumpled to his knees, defeated, Anakin held both their blades, the blue saber of a Jedi and the red saber of a Sith. As Palpatine commanded Anakin to kill the older Sith Lord, his Jedi training made him hesitate. But when Palpatine barked the order again, Anakin realized that it wasn't actually an order. It was something that he had been waiting for his entire life. Permission. And the blades crossed at Dooku's throat. As Anakin stared down at Dooku's severed head, he told himself that he had just done that, had just murdered an unarmed prisoner. In his confusion, he questioned who he was. Was he a slave boy on a desert planet? A legendary pod racer? An unruly student of a great Jedi Master? A hero? A Jedi Knight? Could he be all of those things, or any of them, after what he had just done? He could hardly bear to look at Dooku's headless corpse, but he couldn't make himself look away. Anakin knew that he had really done that horrible deed, and it felt as though the ocean of wrong he dived into had closed over his head, and he was drowning. Even though Palpatine claimed that Anakin had done the right thing, that Dooku was too dangerous to be left alive, he knew that was a lie. The truth was that Dooku was an unarmed prisoner, and execution was not the Jedi way. That truth burned him, yet it somehow made him feel stronger to admit it. Anakin stated plainly that he shouldn't have done that, and he was then able to look at Dooku's corpse and see it for what it was, a crime. He had become a war criminal, and guilt struck him like a fist. It was a punch to his heart that knocked the air from his lungs and hung on his shoulders like an invisible weight. What he had done was wrong. He thought of the Tusken camp, but reasoned that his slaughter there was different than his killing of Dooku. On Tatooine that night, he had become a force of nature. It was beyond his control, as though it was done by someone else. But he knew that Dooku had been murdered by him on purpose. He could have chosen the Jedi way, but he didn't. He could never take back that choice. Anakin could hardly let himself continue to think about it, and he tried to scrub it from his mind, just as he did with the dead Tuskens on Tatooine. He wanted to disappear and hide somewhere, hoping that if things could just stop for a moment, he could pull himself together and move forward. Moving forward was all he could do, especially when he couldn't stand to look back.
In just the span of a few days, Anakin Skywalker went from a beloved Jedi Knight, a famous hero of the Republic and symbol of peace and justice in the galaxy, to a Dark Lord of the Sith who mercilessly slaughtered children. In truth, Anakin's descent into darkness had been a gradual journey that began the moment he was initiated into the Jedi Order, with the catalyst being his slaughter of a Tusken camp 3 years prior. The added turmoil of the Clone Wars increased the rate of Anakin's descent into darkness as he stepped closer to the dark side with each passing day. While his visions of Padme's death and the corruption of the Jedi Order pushed him over the edge during the events of Revenge of the Sith, you have to admit, his pledge to become Palpatine's apprentice still feels kinda sudden. It almost seems like Anakin does a complete 180 in the span of a few hours, going from Jedi to Sith pretty quickly. He seems to be completely loyal to the Jedi Order when he informs Mace Windu that Palpatine is a Sith Lord, even though his trust in the Jedi was shaken. But a short time later, Anakin ends up siding with Palpatine, assisting in Windu's murder and pledging himself to the teachings of the Sith. So why did Anakin obey Palpatine so quickly? Why did he impulsively betray everything he had ever known in such a short amount of time? Luckily, the answer can be found in the canon book Skywalker: A Family at War, where we can take a look at Anakin's thoughts during the night that he was named Darth Vader. As Mace Windu's body plummeted to the surface of Coruscant, Anakin sank to his knees in shock. He had sacrificed everything he held dear, Padme being the only exception, denounced the Jedi teachings, assisted in the murder of a Jedi Master, and become the very thing he had sworn to oppose. Palpatine should have been weakened by the alleged assassination attempt. Instead, he rose up, stronger than ever, his eyes burning yellow with the power of the dark side, and loomed over the weakened Anakin. Such was the nature of the dark side, feeding on pain and fear. Anakin's spirit was completely broken. No longer bewildered by the choices before him, he understood that there was no going back. He had made too many mistakes, ended too many lives to walk among the Jedi ever again. Defeated, he made a deal with the dark side. His life, his very soul, and his allegiance as Darth Sidious's apprentice in exchange for the knowledge to cheat death and save Padme. Driven to near insanity by his confusion, Anakin knelt before Sidious, a new apprentice, pledging complete loyalty and posed to wield more power than every Sith Lord that came before him. The tragedy of Anakin was not that he was a powerful Jedi who fell to ruin, but was a mere mortal man praised as a messiah, deceived by a lie. Palpatine had exploited Anakin's weaknesses with deft skill. He spoke to Anakin's deepest desires, while Jedi teachings merely mandated that he repress and somehow move beyond them. However, it was not enough for Anakin to claim allegiance to the darkness. His next actions had to be so despicable that they would erase all the good he had done during his years as a Jedi Knight. As he pledged to serve Palpatine, embracing the dark side and all it had to offer, Anakin became an instrument of evil. Palpatine easily convinced him that he had witnessed Mace Windu's attempted assassination of the Supreme Chancellor with his own eyes, instead of being an accomplice in the murder of a Jedi Master. However, Palpatine's powers of persuasion extended far beyond his manipulations of Anakin Skywalker. His real genius was making the Republic as a whole accept that the Jedi were all traitors. That was Palpatine's final act in a cunning campaign of division, sowing discord in the galaxy for years to come. With Anakin, Palpatine had entered his life as a mentor and friend, and cleverly set the young Jedi apart from the order he was supposed to serve. He had helped inflate Anakin's ego, buoyed his confidence, and stoked his impulses to acquire, own, and control everything he ever wanted. In doing so, he had taken the supposed chosen one of Jedi prophecy and turned him into an agent of darkness. Palpatine told his new apprentice, Darth Vader, that he feared the Jedi would kill anyone who stood in their way, including the two of them and the members of the Senate. Anakin was so broken that he did not even protest for a moment. His new master sent him to eliminate all who remained in the Jedi Temple, and he instantly obeyed. Meanwhile, Palpatine executed Order 66. As Anakin marched toward his newly sworn enemies, the Force moved darkly around him. Holovids throughout the Jedi Temple captured the massacre in horrifying detail. Leading a battalion of clone troopers, Anakin stormed the hallowed ground where generations of Jedi had been trained. Many Jedi were murdered that night. Not even the terrified younglings were spared as they cowered in the council chambers. By cutting them down, Anakin wasn't just slaughtering the future of the Jedi Order, he was excising the last shreds of his own innocence. Each slice of his lightsaber was a sacrifice so that his child might survive. With every Jedi he slayed, Palpatine's hold on Anakin's soul grew tighter. What sweeter victory could there be for Sidious than to take control of the Chosen One and turn him into a tool of the Sith, forcing him to exterminate the Jedi and everything they held dear? And just as Palpatine had foretold, Anakin's pain, anger, and hatred made him stronger in the dark side of the Force. Now in complete servitude to his new master, Anakin once more took on a familiar role, one that had dominated his early years, that of a slave. For one who had struggled so much to bend events to his will, suddenly being stripped of his self-determination had an oddly freeing effect on Anakin. In some corner of his mind, he managed to persuade himself that his brutal actions were the justified means to a noble end. However, on Mustafar, after murdering the members of the Separatist Council, Anakin finally had time to reflect. In the calm following his carnage, his rage subsided, to be replaced with despair and self-loathing. He had lost count of how many had died upon the blade of his saber. Anakin mourned the man he had once been, a single tear streaming down his face as he gazed out on the lava rivers.
By the time of Episode 2, Anakin already believed himself to be better than Yoda with a lightsaber. While this detail obviously just shows his arrogance and his need to excel and prove himself, the reasoning and backstory for this specific instance is explained in the Legends novel The Approaching Storm. Just before the events of Episode 2, Anakin and Obi-Wan, along with Luminara Unduli and Barriss Offee, were sent to Ancion to settle a border dispute. Their mission was to ensure that Ancion did not secede from the Republic, and they needed to settle the conflict between the city-dwelling residents and the nomadic tribes known as the Alwari. While they searched for the Alwari overclan, they were betrayed and captured by a smaller clan called the Kaloon. Eventually they escaped, and afterwards, Barriss complimented Anakin on his skills with a lightsaber. When Anakin rebuffed her compliment, modestly insisting that he was merely following Obi-Wan's orders, she told him that he was obviously very strong. Anakin replied that he practiced hard in his saber skills, explaining that there were those who said that you could define a Jedi by his skill with a lightsaber. He said he wanted his ability to be respected, because respect forestalled fights. Barriss was intrigued and mentioned that she thought Anakin was skilled enough to compete with Master Yoda. Anakin was openly confused, asking her if she was joking, which caused Barriss to become quite serious. She asked why he would think that she was joking, since Yoda was reputed to be the greatest lightsaber master of all time. Anakin admitted that Yoda was a fine teacher of strictly lightsaber technique, and that his dexterity was amazing considering how small he was. He continued, insisting that what Yoda taught at the temple was merely schooling. It was theory and supposition, not real fighting. He complimented Yoda's speed, however he stressed that all of those skills only existed for Yoda in the classroom. He told Barriss that teaching technique was nothing compared to actually using it in battle. He also added frankly that Yoda was very old. Barriss asked him if he thought that Yoda had never used his lightsaber in a real fight, which made Anakin laugh. He confirmed that that's exactly what he believed, and said he doubted Yoda ever dueled outside of the fencing arena. He wondered who Yoda could even fight, given his size. Barriss, growing annoyed, reminded him that it wasn't the size of a Jedi or the amount of power they held that mattered, but the strength of their heart. Anakin nodded, dismissing her claim, saying that he would take size and power over heart any day. Barriss was not impressed, and told him that he should be ashamed to question the proficiency of Master Yoda. He quickly reminded her that a Jedi was supposed to question everything.
Following the unprecedented First Battle of Geonosis, war between the Republic and Separatist forces waged for 3 years. Subsequently known as the Clone Wars, this would prove a tumultuous time of upheaval for the Republic, the Jedi Order, and Anakin Skywalker, a young man just barely into his 20s. In the new reality brought on by the conflict, the Jedi were forced to reevaluate their place as peacekeepers, and instead turned their attentions to commanding legions of clone troopers on the front lines. For Anakin specifically, his time as a soldier on the battlefield challenged what he had learned from the Jedi, turning the harsher aspects of his personality, which the Jedi had sought to subdue, into attributes that allowed him to excel in a time of war. His passionate nature and fiery temper made him a formidable warrior on the front lines. In the canon book Skywalker, A Family at War, it's explained how Anakin was able to flourish during the Clone Wars and why he genuinely loved fighting in the conflict. Anakin enthusiastically embraced his new role as a Jedi General and quickly came to trust his clone troopers like the loyal Captain Rex as much as he did his fellow Jedi Knights. While most Jedi struggled with their new role as soldiers, Anakin was a success by any measure. From his roots as a slave, he had risen to solidify his place among the greatest of Jedi, and he was sure that he would eventually become famous for his feats on the battlefield. As his old lightsaber was destroyed on Geonosis, he resolved to construct a new one. This weapon, built not for defense or sparring, but for battle, was stronger than the first and able to withstand the rigors of war. At the same time, Anakin brandished a new prosthetic arm to replace the one he had lost to Count Dooku. Over time, Anakin also added armored shielding to enhance his cybernetic replacement. The recognition that he was now part machine added a level of complexity to his place in the Clone Wars, commanding the soldiers who battled a separatist army almost entirely comprised of droids. While the arm was a gruesome reminder of his potential for defeat, Anakin instead focused on his growing power to bolster his confidence. The same characteristics that made Anakin a difficult Padawan ensured that he excelled as a Jedi General and came to be known as a great warrior, although Master Yoda would argue that wars did not make anyone great. While other Jedi wrestled with the moral dilemmas the war posed, trying to find ways to remain righteous while fighting their enemy, Anakin's natural carelessness and inflexibility made him a decisive leader. He quickly realized that when his anger flared in the heat of battle, he did not have to shrink from it, but could instead allow it to fuel his powers. He never spoke of this to Obi-Wan or any other Jedi, since he knew they would attempt to remind him that a Jedi should move past anger to remain calm and focused, even in the most dire circumstances. In the thrill of combat, Anakin found that he could annihilate virtually any enemy with a combination of his intelligence, strategy, and instinct. Like the heroes of the stories his mother had told him as a child, Anakin Skywalker's name tumbled from the mouths of pirates and smugglers, spreading tales of his triumphs across the stars. While his newfound military rank gave him power over hundreds of clone troopers, Anakin struggled to comply with the chain of command. When duty took him to familiar places, or when facing the collateral destruction of innocents, his actions were strongly influenced by his personal feelings. With increasing frequency, Anakin's intentions to help the galaxy find the peace it found so elusive were being unconsciously thwarted by the dark side. Palpatine's influence helped persuade Anakin that the Jedi's ideals effectively made them incapable of the ruthlessness required for victory. As the months passed and the war showed no signs of abating, Anakin found it easier to justify his behavior to himself. Even as he slipped further and further away from the Jedi ideals, drawing ever closer to the dark side, he allowed himself to believe that what he was doing was right for the Republic cause. As the war entered its third and final year and Anakin turned 22, he found solace in the cacophony of battle and the unwavering loyalty of his troopers. The clones were literally born to be soldiers, dedicated to serving Anakin and the other Jedi generals. Among their ranks, it was understood and celebrated that General Skywalker would never ask his men to endure a risk he wasn't willing to undertake himself, nor send them to unknown locations while he remained safe on a ship's bridge. He never treated his troopers as dispensable, which was a point of pride for him and his clone troopers alike by the end of the war.
In a rapid turn of events, Anakin Skywalker, hero of the Clone Wars and prophesied Chosen One, fell to the dark side of the Force and became the Sith Lord Darth Vader. He then led an attack on the Jedi Temple known as Operation Nightfall, decimating the Jedi Order, and slaughtered the leaders of the Separatist Council on Mustafar. Anakin's fall would culminate in a brutal duel with his former master, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Now, in all of Star Wars, we know that the Jedi used lightsabers that are usually blue or green and sometimes yellow or purple. The Sith use red lightsabers. Yet even after Anakin became Darth Vader, he still wielded his blue Jedi saber throughout all of the heinous acts he committed during Order 66 and during his duel with Obi-Wan. One question that I always had was, why didn't he have a red one when he was already a Sith Lord? I'm sure there's tons of videos that have been made on this over the years, but I wanted to put my spin on it and combine all of the explanations from both Legends and Canon to explain why Anakin or Darth Vader didn't have a red lightsaber in Revenge of the Sith. First, let's look at what we know about Sith lightsabers in the Legends continuity. While the Jedi utilized natural crystals, the red lightsabers of the Sith were powered by synthetic crystals that they had to create themselves. The artificial crystals would need to be cooked inside a blast furnace and then shaped and molded with the Force in order to work inside a saber. This process could take an extended amount of time, from days to weeks. In the Legends book Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader, Palpatine simply gives Vader a red crystal a few weeks after the events of Revenge of the Sith, and he builds his new lightsaber hilt. So, because this was the method that Anakin would have needed to use, and assuming that Palpatine didn't have a spare red crystal in his pocket, that explains why Anakin didn't get a red saber immediately when he became Darth Vader. They didn't have a few days to fabricate a synthetic crystal. Let's not forget that all of these events were happening very quickly, and Anakin's attack on the Jedi Temple was a surprise, with the Jedi having no idea that he had turned to the dark side. Obviously, Palpatine immediately instructed Anakin to attack the temple, because the Jedi needed to be taken care of as soon as possible. But it's also reasonable to assume that Anakin kept his blue blade so that the Jedi would think he was still on their side. In my opinion, it would have been cool if Anakin had constructed a red saber while he was chilling on Mustafar crying, but then again, events were still moving very quickly. In the novelization of Revenge of the Sith, Palpatine warned Anakin that he was in danger while he was on Mustafar, because he sensed a disturbance in the Force that turned out to be Obi-Wan. So Anakin still didn't have any time to create a crystal or build a new hilt before Obi-Wan caught up to him. Not to mention, Anakin wielding a red saber on Mustafar would also bring us into plot hole territory, since Obi-Wan had to pass Anakin's blue saber to Luke in A New Hope. Now, the canon reasoning is a bit trickier, because the lore around lightsabers is very different in canon. Red kyber crystals are not synthetic. They are natural crystals that have been bled by a dark side user. The process of bleeding was basically the torture and corruption of a kyber crystal. A dark side user would pour all of their anger and fear into the crystal until it could no longer resist the pain, and it would turn a bright crimson. So this raises some confusion as to why Anakin's kyber crystal didn't turn red during all of the horrible things he did during Operation Nightfall. After all, he attacked the Jedi Temple and slaughtered not only his peers and his teachers, but innocent children. Palpatine said that the whole point of Anakin attacking the temple and killing there was to increase his power in the dark side so he could save Padme. So why didn't his kyber crystal bleed and turn red as his power in the dark side grew? The real-world answer is because Revenge of the Sith came out in 2005, and the bleeding lore wasn't established until 2016. But let's look at the in-universe reasoning. Basically, the process of bleeding was not something that happened automatically. It was like a ritual. It had to be done intentionally. Simply using your weapon to kill wouldn't cause the crystal to turn red, no matter what you did. So when Anakin used his saber to kill younglings or even the Separatist Council members, although the actions were evil and increased his power in the dark side, it didn't cause his crystal to turn red because that's just not how bleeding works. However, the bleeding process could be fairly quick, so that raises the question of why Anakin didn't bleed his crystal while he was on Mustafar. Obviously, he was very conflicted and mourning the loss of himself when he was crying on the balcony. And in the canon Darth Vader comics, he does bleed his crystal that he took from a Jedi survivor, and the process subjects him to a vision where he turned back to the light side and killed Palpatine. He did reject the vision and succeed in bleeding the crystal and building his Sith lightsaber, but the process of bleeding for him was very complicated because he was conflicted and the chosen one. So if he did try it on Mustafar, it would have been an insane process and it might not have worked the first time since he was so conflicted and he had just become a Sith Lord.
By the time that Anakin Skywalker, now the Sith Lord Darth Vader, found himself on Mustafar, recalling the carnage he had left in his wake, he was fully immersed in the power of the dark side, corrupted to the point that he adopted a skewed perspective on the world. During his slaughter of the Separatist leaders, his eyes, deformed by the power of the dark side of the Force, had become a bright yellow. The man who had been a Jedi Knight only a day before was now a Dark Lord of the Sith, who had forgotten his desires to save his wife and was concerned with only power and control over a new empire. Thus, when Padme arrived to confront him, Anakin was no longer the man she knew. While his betrayal and conversion to the Sith had been in service of his larger goal to save Padme from death, Anakin seemed disinterested in finally running away with her. Believing himself to be all-powerful, poised to become Emperor and the reigning Sith Master of the galaxy, he was no longer concerned for Padme's life. It still seems shocking that Anakin choked Padme with the Force in his anger, believing that she had conspired against him and brought Obi-Wan to kill him. However, such are the complexities of the Force. The dark side is corruption, imbalance within the natural way of the Force itself, and thus it had twisted Anakin's mind through Palpatine's manipulation, as Obi-Wan had said. So why did Anakin choke and essentially kill Padme when his main motive was to keep her alive? Thankfully, his thoughts are beautifully described in the canon book Skywalker: A Family at War. As the apprentice of Darth Sidious, Anakin once more took on a familiar role, that of obedient slave. In some corner of his mind, Anakin managed to persuade himself that he and his new master's brutal actions were the justified means to a noble end. However, on Mustafar, he had time to reflect, as his rage subsided and was replaced with grief and self-loathing. Anakin mourned the man he had once been as he cried. The arrival of Padme's gleaming ship woke him from his brooding, and he rushed to meet her. His mood swung from joy to fury as Padme informed him of every terrible accusation Obi-Wan had made about his new allegiance to the dark side, and the unspeakable murder of the younglings. Just as Palpatine had predicted, Obi-Wan had become his enemy. Anakin's mind was so poisoned by the darkness that he could see no other explanation. The problem with coveting power is that no amount of authority and influence is ever enough. Despite crushing those he believed to be his enemies and taking his place as the right hand of the newly crowned emperor, Anakin felt more insecure than ever, terrified of losing everything just as Darth Plagueis had. Padme begged Anakin to join her on Naboo. There, she could have their child and they could live as a family without interference from the outside world. Retreating to her homeworld was surely their only chance to escape, to salvage their relationship. For his entire life, Anakin was most comfortable bonded with another, two against the rest of the world. It was how he had been raised by his mother, how he had forged his marriage with Padme, how he had perceived his union with both Obi-Wan and Palpatine. He had always exalted Padme above all others. On that day, that meant that Darth Vader believed himself even stronger than his Sith master, and thus able to overthrow him. Believing that he had single-handedly brought peace to the Republic, blinded to the demise of the once great democracy, Anakin now craved dominion over the remade galaxy. Years before, Anakin had once told Padme that he didn't believe in democracy. Its wheels turned too slowly for him. He hungered for a system where a wise leader could force politicians to agree to solutions to political problems. At the time, she believed that the dictatorship he described was a boyish joke, a sly way of poking fun at her ardent belief in public service and the rights of individuals. On Mustafar, she knew by Anakin's tone and the fire in his eyes that what he was proposing was exactly that kind of tyrannical government. According to him, everyone and everything in the galaxy needed to be controlled by him alone. Something in Padme broke. Perhaps it was her heart, or simply her ability to continue concocting justifications for Anakin and his mounting transgressions. Fearless and decisive, Padme refused to follow her husband down the dark path he was so intent on treading. With one final plea, she begged him to stop before it was too late and return to the light. But Anakin's eyes had drifted from the face of his wife to rest on the silhouette of Obi-Wan Kenobi in the doorway of her starship. Concluding that Padme and Obi-Wan were conspiring against him, Anakin reached out with the Force, seizing his wife by the throat. Padme was entirely unprepared for the shocking intensity of Anakin's wrath, and she crumpled to the ground, unconscious but still alive. In his rage, Anakin was desperate for someone to blame. He couldn't blame Padme for long, and he couldn't find fault with Palpatine, who had helped him become more powerful than ever. Thus, from his twisted perspective, all roads led back to Obi-Wan. Incapable of being the father figure and teacher Anakin yearned for, Obi-Wan had failed to help him control the instincts that led him to the dark side. To make matters worse, Obi-Wan had somehow turned Padme against him. Darth Vader was so far beyond reason, so corrupted by the dark side, that he viewed anyone who stood against him, including Padme, as his bitter enemy.
At the age of 9, raised by his birth mother outside the walls of the Jedi Temple, Anakin Skywalker was not prepared nor technically qualified to become a Jedi initiate. Such were the objections of the Council, given the boy's attachments and fears he had developed without the watchful training of the Jedi. The typical Jedi Knight would be brought into the Order as an infant, with the oldest being around 5 years old in extreme cases. Yet, due to the dying wish of Qui-Gon Jinn and the loyal stubbornness of his Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin became a Jedi Padawan at 9 years old. The conflicts and difficulties that Anakin endured as he went through a harsh transition into the Order are described in the canon book Skywalker, A Family at War, where Anakin's thoughts about the ways of the Jedi and his master are explained. For the first time, Anakin felt the weight of a predetermined future when, standing before the Jedi Council, he was hailed as the Chosen One. His pride swelled at the notion, the first seeds of an arrogance that would fully bloom when he reached adulthood. Qui-Gon maintained that finding Anakin was the will of the Force. Even those Jedi who scoffed at Qui-Gon's fervent belief in prophecy could not argue against the vergence in the Force that surrounded the boy, a cosmic supernova that seemed to dwell deep inside him. However, despite Anakin's predisposition and strength in the Force, his training would require him to overcome both emotional and physical obstacles. Even at the age of 9, he was already far behind other Padawans and younglings in basic lightsaber skills. He had often unwittingly called upon his strong connection to the Force while at the controls of a hurtling pod racer, but actually harnessing the power of the Force was a very different matter. Anakin had no real understanding and therefore little respect for the Force as a spiritual guide through life. He could not wrap his young mind around the idea that he was a part of some all-powerful energy at work in the galaxy when he had endured so many individual hardships. If he were truly as strong as they said, he wondered why he had been enslaved his whole life, and why couldn't he have freed his mother with a flick of his Force-wielding hand? As the Jedi Council gazed upon Anakin for the first time, Wise, diminutive Master Yoda sensed that Anakin was gripped by fear, and fear was a dangerous ally. For the Jedi, fear was a path to the dark side of the Force, an entry point to misgivings that could be nursed into anger and hate. Nevertheless, Anakin's emotional response to his situation, including his fears, was a very human reaction to the sudden upheaval he had experienced in his life. Qui-Gon believed that with the proper guidance, Anakin's natural anxieties would subside and be replaced by a Jedi's clarity of vision. If Qui-Gon was correct, the boy would bring balance to the Force, defeating the creeping darkness that was already beginning to cloud both the Force itself and the Jedi Order's abilities to perceive the threat to it. However, where Qui-Gon saw promise, Obi-Wan and many on the Jedi Council sensed trouble. Obi-Wan did not hide his concern, even from Anakin himself. The boy's raw power in the Force was something to be wary of. He was malleable, and in the wrong hands, such explosive potential could be turned to evil. Qui-Gon's death on Naboo would have a monumentous impact on Anakin. In a few short days, Anakin's life was completely altered and reimagined by the guidance and teachings of this mysterious Jedi. With his swift demise, all Anakin could think was, what will happen to me now? In the darkest corners of his mind, fear sent him spiraling into hypothetical scenarios where he was forced back into servitude, never to see his mother again. Although no one realized what was at stake at the time, Anakin's very future hung in the balance. Had Qui-Gon survived and Maul been vanquished, Anakin would have been raised under the watchful, calm tutelage of a seasoned teacher. Although the two would likely have had their disagreements, Qui-Gon's compassion for the former slave might well have brought about a very different outcome. Perhaps Qui-Gon himself would have helped his Padawan return to Tatooine and free the slaves. At the very least, he would have empathized with Anakin's restlessness with the strict Jedi code, offering solutions beyond the scope of Obi-Wan's regulation-driven mind. As it was, almost as quickly as he'd found it, Anakin lost the closest thing he had ever had to a paternal presence, a willing guide with an unshakable belief in his abilities. For those precious few days, Qui-Gon was a calm advisor, a much-needed buoy for the stormy passions of the young, Force-sensitive boy. The specter of Qui-Gon would loom large in Anakin's thoughts as he embarked on his quest to become a Jedi, and the trauma of losing his master would haunt Anakin in a very different way than the separation from his mother. While Shmi held the assurance of the comforts he knew, Qui-Gon had given him the promise of a meaningful future. The patient Jedi represented a bridge between Anakin's former enslaved self and the vast unknown, a future of infinite possibilities the boy was only beginning to grasp. The sole remaining constant in Anakin's life was the Force itself. The soon-to-be-trained Jedi Padawan could feel the thrum of energy binding the galaxy together. Watching Qui-Gon's body turn to ash on a sacred funeral pyre, Anakin felt a profound sense of loss. In light of the prophecy, Anakin wondered if his very existence had somehow brought danger upon his kind friend. With Obi-Wan's help, Anakin hoped to prove Qui-Gon's most earnest and heartfelt belief, that he was truly the Chosen One. With the calm, caring, guiding influence of Shmi and Qui-Gon gone, Obi-Wan Kenobi stepped into the breach to fill the emotional void in Anakin's life. As Anakin grew up, he idealized his memory of Qui-Gon, especially in the moments when he found himself at odds with Obi-Wan. The Jedi Knight made good on his promise to Qui-Gon, fulfilling his dying wish with the blessing of the Jedi Council to take Anakin as his Padawan. Master Yoda was a lone dissenting voice, concerned by the danger he felt inherent in the boy's training. In their first years together, Anakin came to see Obi-Wan in much the same reverent light he held Qui-Gon's memory, looking up to his master with awe and unwavering belief. But in his mind's darkest corners, Anakin's perception of his master was gradually colored by doubts he had overheard Obi-Wan express when Anakin was just a boy. Obi-Wan had called him dangerous, and no matter how hard he tried to shake the thought from his mind, the remark embedded itself in Anakin's subconscious. In moments of despair, Anakin's deepest fears appeared to him as an ugly truth. Because Qui-Gon Jinn had died, Obi-Wan was stuck with an apprentice he didn't want or ask for, and one whom he believed would do more harm than good. Anakin had great difficulty understanding the rules that governed the scope of the Jedi's activities. To his mind, their reticence to intervene and help systems outside the Republic's jurisdiction seemed to go against the Order's very principles. Already at the age of 12 and only a few years into his training under Obi-Wan, Anakin began to doubt his path as a Jedi Knight, and even considered leaving the Order altogether. Obi-Wan also had doubts about Anakin's future, but like his master before him, Obi-Wan was reluctant to blame Anakin. Instead, he tended to blame himself for the boy's troubles. Yet despite Obi-Wan's initial misgivings about Anakin and their near 20-year age gap, Kenobi came to see Skywalker as a brother, an equal, a partner. As Kenobi entered his 30s, he could see that Anakin still required his tutoring and guidance, but was on his way to becoming a Jedi Knight. However, that bond never seemed to be enough for the troubled young man who, above all, craved a parent's love and guidance. Anakin presented many difficulties to the Jedi shepherding his care. He was headstrong and given to challenging his master openly in front of others, when he should have been following Obi-Wan's lead. Kenobi could entertain a spirited debate behind closed doors in the name of education, but Anakin's unabashed defiance sometimes made the master feel as if he was losing control of his apprentice. Anakin's late entry into the Order meant years of lost training. To try to make up for that time, Anakin's teachers put him in classes with other Jedi learners who were far younger than him. Anakin felt out of place while also behind those in his age group. Early on, it became clear that Anakin could not follow the well-trodden path of an ordinary Padawan. His life experiences and genetic makeup set him apart, making the shelter of the Jedi Temple feel more like a cage than a sanctuary. Among the other Padawans, Anakin was thus something of an outcast. He was naturally curious, often asking questions about Qui-Gon Jinn's fatal duel, and once used his acumen with droids to alter a training program to battle a hollow creation that looked like Darth Maul. He seemed to be transfixed by the past. Whisperings that he was the chosen one certainly didn't help when he tried to blend in and convince the other young Jedi that he was just like them. But it was more than this prophecy that set him apart from the others. Acceptance in the Order does not dull the sharp tongue of a child, and Anakin's impoverished upbringing as a slave made him an easy target for ridicule. Fueled by jealousy of his abilities, the other students would murmur to each other that, skilled with a lightsaber though he was, Anakin Skywalker would never be a great Jedi. He was still too much of a slave to his emotions. Just a slave. The words infuriated Anakin, igniting the combination of fear and fury that so often threatened to boil over in the young man. In one instance, he turned to meet the gaze of his attackers, hatred for them coursing through his body. Reaching through the Force, he snatched their lightsabers from their belts, flipped the weapons and ignited them in the air, an emphatic challenge to their arrogance. It was not the Jedi way to use the Force for attack, nor to cut down mindless creatures merely following their nature. A well-trained knight should be able to send even the most threatening beast safely on its way without bloodshed simply by bending its will. However, this skill often eluded young Anakin. When seeking to calm a vicious creature, his own doubts and trepidations would get in the way. At those moments, hacking at the danger before him with his lightsaber was the only solution that presented itself. Anakin's deep well of unfettered rage made calming another creature's aggression virtually impossible. At these times, his master Obi-Wan would intervene, rebuking his Padawan for losing control of his emotions. For his part, Anakin seemed to accept that he still had much to do to contain his repressed feelings of anger and fear. In time, Obi-Wan convinced himself that, with enough training, Anakin's barely suppressed rage was simply an instability that, with patience, he would overcome in time. However, it was patience with himself and the system that Anakin found the most elusive of all the Jedi teachings. Anakin's curiosity and dissatisfaction with the status quo were natural for a boy of his age. However, while Anakin had respect for his master as an individual, he was far less impressed by the teachings they were sworn to follow. Obi-Wan wondered whether he was the best teacher for such a challenging and extraordinary student. He longed for Qui-Gon's guidance, even just a moment to commune with his former master and seek his counsel. As it was, he could only rely on the years he had spent with his mentor and the lessons acquired during their partnership in life. Anakin's rebellious ways reminded Obi-Wan of Qui-Gon's unorthodox methods. At times, it almost seemed to Obi-Wan that Anakin could have been Qui-Gon's son, no matter how unlikely the idea seemed. As it was, Obi-Wan was the closest thing Anakin had to a father, and just like many children across the galaxy, Anakin chafed when Obi-Wan showed disappointment in him and his actions. The young man convinced himself that his master failed to see his true strength, and that he was being stifled by his criticism. In time, according to the Jedi prophecy, Anakin would rival some of the greatest Jedi alive, including the legendary masters Yoda and Mace Windu, champions of the Jedi Order and its guardianship of the galaxy. Knowing that his future held such possibilities fueled Anakin's resentment against his master. This resentment fostered another perilous character trait for a future Jedi Knight: hubris. The duel between Anakin and Dooku is one of the most pivotal encounters in the Star Wars saga. An emotionally and mentally complex conflict, the duel served as Anakin's turning point towards becoming a Sith Lord. You guys know I love my novelizations, and the Revenge of the Sith novelization is by far one of the best Star Wars books ever written. In the book, the details of this fight and the thoughts of Anakin and Dooku are fleshed out in incredible detail. From start to finish, between both Anakin and Dooku, I want to break down their thoughts and feelings. As the news of Chancellor Palpatine's capture shocked the galaxy, Dooku and Palpatine waited aboard the Invisible Hand. As expected, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker mounted a rescue mission to save the Chancellor, and Dooku observed them as they fought their way through the ship. Speaking to his master, Dooku requested that he be allowed to give Obi-Wan another chance to turn to the dark side, insisting that a Jedi of his integrity would be a vital asset to their new Sith Empire. Now, this in itself is very interesting, showing that Dooku had respect for Obi-Wan, and perhaps he didn't want to kill Qui-Gon's apprentice. Palpatine rejected Dooku's pleas, knowing full well that Obi-Wan would never turn away from the Jedi teachings, and he commanded Dooku to kill Obi-Wan. This whole time, Palpatine had fed Dooku a false plan. Dooku believed that the plan was for him to kill Obi-Wan in the duel, provoking Anakin into a rage that would cause him to tap into the dark side, and Dooku was instructed to merely toy with Anakin. After Anakin gave in to his emotions, Palpatine would reveal himself as Darth Sidious, converting Anakin to the Sith. Anakin would then arrest Dooku, handing him over to the Republic, only to have Dooku re-emerge after Palpatine established the new Sith Empire. Dooku believed that this was what was about to happen, but obviously it was all a lie. Palpatine never intended for him to survive the duel. As the Jedi arrived, Dooku tried to convince them to surrender. Perhaps he wanted to avoid killing Obi-Wan. As they ignited their lightsabers, Dooku noted that Obi-Wan used an Ataru ready stance, mirroring Qui-Gon, and Anakin held his saber in a Shien grip, the defensive variant of Form 5. As the Jedi charged, Dooku retreated on the defensive, his proficiency in combat preventing them from penetrating his defenses. Dooku was still confident that everything was going according to plan, and he was surprised by how predictable and slow the two Jedi were. He considered them to still be as incompetent as they were on Geonosis, and his confidence increased. In reality, both Obi-Wan and Anakin had become much more skilled with their sabers, but they didn't want to reveal this to Dooku, instead attacking him with basic techniques. Suddenly, they switched their styles, aggressively attacking in coordination, forcing Dooku to take the duel more seriously. After force pushing Obi-Wan away, Dooku was forced up the stairs by Anakin. He was shocked by the power emanating from Anakin's heavy blows, and he noted that each strike was draining his force reserves very quickly. Dooku came to several realizations, the first being that Obi-Wan was indeed a master of Form 3, Sorisu. The second was that he could not create any distance between himself and Anakin, who was the finest master of Gemso that he had ever seen. The third was that he had been the one to fall into their trap. They had lulled him into a false sense of superiority. Dooku then accepted that he needed to disable Obi-Wan in order to defeat Anakin. He was no longer maintaining a ruse, he was engaged in deadly combat. Dooku was then able to throw Obi-Wan across the room and knock him unconscious, engaging Anakin alone. Anakin's offensive onslaught increased in intensity, and Dooku took the opportunity to mock Anakin with the Sith method of Dun Mok. Dooku taunted him, remarking that he could feel Anakin's fear, hate, and anger. This was Dooku's biggest mistake. Anakin was afraid in that moment. He was afraid of losing Obi-Wan. Anakin became enraged, losing control, and he channeled his hatred of Dooku into his swordplay, tapping into the dark side. Now, this is the perfect moment to look at Anakin's thoughts. As he lost control of his emotions, he decided that he wanted to do much more than just defeat Dooku. He wanted to take from Dooku what he had lost on Geonosis. Anakin decided to utilize his two greatest assets in that moment, his hatred for Dooku and his youth. Anakin's offensive onslaught came at blinding speed, not giving Dooku a moment to reposition himself, and exploiting Makashi's lack of absorbing kinetic energy. All Dooku could do was try to block every strike and avoid being killed. As Anakin attacked him, Dooku was taken aback, realizing that he hadn't recognized the true power within Anakin. He knew that this duel no longer rested on who was the superior swordsman, but who was stronger in the dark side. Dooku's age and lack of stamina began to weaken him, and suddenly Anakin penetrated his defenses, severing both of his hands. Anakin had taken the perfect revenge for his arm. At Anakin's mercy, Dooku expected Palpatine to save him, as he had promised he would if the duel went wrong. Instead, he was shocked to see his master betray him and command Anakin to execute him. Dooku then realized the true deception, that Palpatine had never intended for him to survive, and had merely used him as a placeholder, a temporary apprentice, until Anakin was ready. Dooku had never been the true heir to the Sith. He had been a Jedi all his life, and had learned very little of the dark side during his time as Palpatine's apprentice. In contrast, Anakin had endured a harsh life, making the dark side his closest companion, even if he didn't know it yet. Dooku realized that perhaps Anakin was already half a Sith in his own right. Dooku knew that the only thing he amounted to in the end was an insignificant piece of the puzzle, a sacrifice for the Sith grand plan. Despite hesitating for a moment, Anakin, falling from grace, killed him. Anakin immediately regretted his actions, but Palpatine eased his conscience by insisting that his act of revenge was justified. This was, of course, a turning point and one of the most important moments in Anakin's tragic story.
To the galaxy at large, the Clone Wars were a series of planetary skirmishes between the Separatists and the Republic forces. Most citizens remained unaware of even deeper troubles brewing, orchestrated by the Sith. At the same time, the Jedi were gradually losing their standing in the eyes of the galaxy. No longer revered as peacekeepers, they were becoming despised and feared as warmongers. Despite the Jedi's beliefs that anger and fear served the dark side, Anakin Skywalker and all the Jedi on the front lines inevitably experienced these emotions in battle. Anakin in particular was enthralled to them. In the midst of the Battle of Christophsis at the start of the war, Master Yoda sent the newly appointed Jedi Knight Anakin a Padawan to teach, a Togruta named Ahsoka Tano. Yoda hoped that the responsibility of guiding a young and powerful apprentice would help Anakin quell his turbulent nature. It was obvious that the young man still yearned for parental acceptance and support. By taking on a Padawan, Anakin could fulfill the nurturing role of a paternal presence himself, and emerge the powerful Jedi the prophecy foretold. As the war threatened the peace and prosperity Yoda had seen flourish for more than 800 years, he hoped that Qui-Gon Jinn had been right, and that Anakin would bring balance to the Force. But first, Anakin had to find his own internal equilibrium, and teaching Ahsoka would make a fine test. Anakin had often felt responsible for matters outside of his control, but until he became Ahsoka Tano's teacher, he had never truly been accountable for another's fate beyond the clones he commanded in battle. To inhabit the new role, Anakin had to confront his deepest fears and resentments, or allow both himself and his charge to suffer the consequences. Even in a time of peace, Anakin and Ahsoka's partnership would not have been an easy one. The Jedi Council chose her as Anakin's Padawan precisely because she was as headstrong as he had been in his youth. While they could not ignore that the young general still exhibited these traits under duress, the Jedi believed that seeing these failings mirrored back at him by his Padawan might just be the push Anakin needed to shake off his own childish quirks. Mentoring Ahsoka certainly forced Anakin to contend with some of the most abrasive of his own traits. The young Padawan, just 14 years old at the time of their introduction, was rough in her speech, overeager to show her master her strengths, reckless and arrogant in the excellence of her skills, and actually thrilled to be catapulted into battle. In short, she was just as exasperating as Anakin had been when he became Obi-Wan's Padawan. Ahsoka was also unfailingly brave, like her master. In time, Anakin realized that he could not save Ahsoka from herself, a valuable lesson he failed to appreciate fully when it came to facing his own demons. As Ahsoka grew up, it was natural for her to test the boundaries of her place as an apprentice. Anakin watched over her anxiously, like a worried parent. He was unaware that his fervent desire to keep her safe from harm was a manifestation of a secret desire to control the lives of those close to him, and in doing so control his own destiny. As the war dragged on, the Jedi Order was corrupted by the inevitable atrocities of the sprawling conflict, which stretched supply chains and soldiers to a breaking point. The machines of war quickly turned thriving planets into war-torn graveyards. Innocent populations, caught between Republic and Separatist forces, grew disgusted with both sides and disillusioned by their promises of a brighter future. For much of the war, Anakin had believed that the Jedi were unwilling to go far enough to actually win. However, eventually he had to face the fact that the Jedi were prepared to use underhanded tactics. Anakin realized that the ethics of the Jedi had been compromised by the war. It was no longer the same Jedi Order he had romanticized as a child. He grappled with the conflicting ideas that he could be the chosen one of Jedi prophecy, a story general at the forefront of so many Republic victories, yet still be denied the Jedi Council's full confidence. Although his faith in the Jedi had been shaken, Anakin's trust in Ahsoka was absolute. Inspired to avoid engendering the same feelings of betrayal he felt with the Jedi, Anakin strived to be a better and more open teacher, and a fierce protector. By the age of 17, Ahsoka had grown into an impressive commander and teacher in her own right. Master and apprentice were an almost unstoppable team on and off the battlefield, moving as one, two halves of a whole, both vital to the other. The year that the war ended, Ahsoka was framed for bombing the Jedi Temple, though she was eventually acquitted by Anakin. Anakin comforted himself with the thought that he alone had never doubted Ahsoka. He had stood by her, defended her, produced the evidence that had acquitted her, and saved her from losing everything she had worked for, just as he had promised he would. However, even this solace was to be denied him. Ahsoka refused to return to the ranks of the Jedi. Having been falsely accused and cast out of the Order, while the Jedi's once legendary second sight had clearly been dimmed by the dark side, Ahsoka did something few Jedi had dared to do before. Despite Anakin's heartfelt pleas to reconsider and a rare apology from the elders on the council, Ahsoka walked away. By doing so, Ahsoka accomplished something Anakin Skywalker was too afraid to do himself. Like her, Anakin had also lost faith in the Jedi. He had spurned their strict code and violated their protocols again and again in the name of justice and desire. But he was not strong enough to take a stand and walk away. The Jedi Order had been his life. The Jedi had freed him from slavery and offered him a home. Despite all the reasons he had to follow Ahsoka, abandoning the Jedi felt like a terrible mistake. He owed them too much. In the end, Yoda had succeeded in teaching the value of letting go of all one feared to lose. Only it was Ahsoka who had mastered the lesson, leaping into the unknown, while Anakin was left with familiar feelings of abandonment. Anakin's training of Ahsoka was essentially a test devised by the Council to discover if he was truly capable of following their path, by calming his turbulent mind and helping an apprentice achieve balance in the Force. When Anakin exhibited what the Jedi thought of as overprotective behavior toward his Padawan, and Ahsoka subsequently rejected the Jedi, it appeared that this was a test that Anakin had resoundingly failed. Without Ahsoka to act as a counterbalance to his passions and fears, his attentions, even more than they had before, focused on his secret wife, Padme. Of course, the Jedi had no idea that Anakin was secretly married to her. Had they known, they would have been outraged at his flagrant disregard for Jedi teachings on attachments and the pitfalls of wanting to possess another person.
Luke Skywalker was one of the most powerful Force users of all time, becoming a great Jedi Master after the Galactic Civil War. In the years following the Battle of Endor, Luke aided the fledgling New Republic in maintaining order across the galaxy and defeating Imperial remnants. Luke faced many battles, such as the resurgence of Grand Admiral Thrawn and his clash with the insane Dark Jedi clone Joruus C'baoth. After that, the resurrected Emperor Palpatine returned to the galaxy, forcing Luke to temporarily fall to the dark side in an attempt to destroy the darkness from within. After being redeemed by his friends, Luke formed the new Jedi Order in 11 ABY, establishing his Jedi Praxium on Yavin 4. Over the next several decades, Luke would study the power of the Force, growing stronger as he endured many conflicts like the Black Fleet Crisis, the Almanian Uprising, and the Yuuzhan Vong War, and eventually taking the title of Grand Master in 36 ABY. I want to examine Luke's Force powers across his lifetime, from his earliest training with Obi-Wan to his abilities as the master of his new Jedi Order. Inheriting immense strength in the Force from his father, Luke actually had the potential to rival Anakin, meaning that he had the ability to become what his father could have had he never been injured on Mustafar. Luke was gifted with the full Force potential of the Chosen One, which at his peak would have made him essentially a godlike being. Even when he was barely trained, Luke displayed remarkable strength in the Force, using its power to guide the proton torpedoes to destroy the first Death Star. 3 years later, he was able to build his own lightsaber using instructions left behind by Obi-Wan, successfully forming a synthetic crystal and aligning the components of the hilt. In later years, Luke became incredibly strong in more personal applications of the Force's power. After he was fatally wounded in a battle between the Singing Mountain Clan and the Night Sisters, he was able to completely heal himself with the Force over the span of a few hours. He was proficient enough in Force speed that he could increase the speed of his lightsaber strikes to the point that time seemed to be in slow motion, and he felt as though the Force guided his movements in combat. Luke was also very skilled in telekinesis. During a food fight inside the Jedi Praxium, he was able to freeze every single piece and drop of food or drink in midair all at once, with everything only dropping once he consciously released it. Luke was also able to telekinetically absorb the blasts of an AT-AT's ion cannons, before destroying it with only the Force. In perhaps his greatest feat of telekinesis, Luke sustained and moved an artificial black hole with the Force during the Battle of Dantooine. Luke also mastered several rare and difficult Force abilities during his time forming the new Jedi Order. While searching for his first Jedi students, he was able to walk on lava and battle a fireworm simultaneously. Luke also trained to overcome the Force blindness that was caused by the Isalamiri, a species that created bubbles within the Force as an adaptation against predators. In one of the greatest fights of his life, Luke was able to enter a plane within the Force known as Beyond Shadows, existing outside of time or space, and he used his power in the Force to defeat Abeloth with the help of Darth Krayt. In perhaps one of his most insanely powerful feats, during the Battle of Yuzantar, Luke was able to consciously reach a state of oneness within the Force. While this state was usually reserved for those who had died and passed into the netherworld of the Force, Luke was able to enter this state at will, becoming an extension of the Force itself. He became a storm of luminous Force energy, exceeding physical existence in the battle. To those watching the battle, it looked as though Luke was a blur of 20 lightsabers engaging his enemies. Luke was also able to call upon the power of the light side, using his love for his son Ben and wife Mara Jade until the full power of the light side of the Force rushed into him, causing his cells to burst with power and his skin to glow. Luke used this ability in one of his confrontations with Abeloth. It's also worth noting that after Luke returned from the dark side of the Force, he realized that he was more powerful than he had ever been because he respected and understood the dangers of the dark side. Okay, so as you guys can tell, Luke's Force powers in Legends are absolutely insane. I can't even cover them all, so just consider these to be like the greatest hits. He was pretty overpowered, but only because he was the son of the Chosen One and he actually inherited Anakin's potential in the Force. So in the Legends books, basically across 30 years worth of stories and 100 or 2 books, Luke became more powerful than Anakin ever was. This is why most people will refer to Luke as the most powerful Force user of all time. And while that's never been explicitly stated that he is the most powerful Force user of all time, it's pretty much left up to opinion. George Lucas stated himself that Luke had the potential to become what Anakin never could, so it's up to you. Luke is absolutely one of the most powerful Force users for sure, but he could also very well be the most powerful of all time. When Luke Skywalker surrendered to Imperial forces on Endor in an attempt to confront and redeem Darth Vader, he was also forced to confront the reigning Sith Master, Emperor Palpatine, also known as Darth Sidious. Luke had been warned by Yoda not to underestimate the Emperor, and this final clash between Jedi and Sith served as Luke's ultimate trial on his journey to become a Jedi Knight. In the novelization of Return of the Jedi, Luke's thoughts during the entire ordeal are fleshed out, really showing how he was incredibly conflicted and his mind rapidly fluctuated between the light and dark sides of the Force in the face of evil. As the elevator doors opened and Luke stepped into the large throne room, his mind buzzed with what to do. He was being taken to the Emperor. He knew that if he could just keep his mind clear, he could see what must be done and do it. A great noise filled his head, like an underground wind. He hoped that Han and Leia deactivated the deflector shield quickly and destroyed the Death Star while all 3 of them were on it. Luke would gladly accept his own death if it meant destroying Vader and the Emperor too. The closer Luke came to the Emperor, the more uncertain he became about what would happen, and he feared the dark possibilities of the immediate future. A black storm raged inside him. He wanted to kill the Emperor, but then what? Confront Vader again? What would his father do? And what if Luke faced his father first and destroyed him? The thought was simultaneously repugnant and compelling. For the first time, Luke saw a brief, murky image of himself standing over his father's dead body, absorbing his father's power, and sitting at the Emperor's side. He squeezed his eyes shut against the thought, but it left a cold sweat on his brow, as if death's hand had brushed him there and left a shallow imprint. Luke and Vader stood before Palpatine side by side, as father and son, both dressed in black, one masked and the other exposed. As the Emperor welcomed him, Luke stared back at the hooded figure defiantly. Suddenly, Luke's shackles fell away, and he thought of how his hands were now free to reach out and crush the Emperor's windpipe in an instant, but he didn't. He was confused as to why the Emperor seemed gentle and had just let him free, but he knew that Palpatine was also devious and not to be trusted. The Emperor was unarmed. Luke knew that he could still strike, but wasn't aggression part of the dark side? Mustn't he avoid it at all costs? Or could he use the darkness judiciously and then put it away? He stared at his free hands. He could end it all right there. He had total freedom to choose what to do now, yet he could not choose. He could kill Palpatine, or he could succumb to Palpatine's arguments. He could kill Vader, and then he could even become Vader. Again, he pushed that thought into the back corner of his mind. The Emperor sat before him, smiling. The moment was convulsive with possibilities, yet it passed and Luke did nothing. As Palpatine began to speak, Luke remained silent, intent on revealing nothing. At the mention of Obi-Wan's name and his failure to train Anakin Skywalker, Luke tensed with fury, yet he also knew that the Emperor was partly right. He tried to bring his anger under control since it seemed to please the Dark Lord. Palpatine indeed took notice of Luke's emotions and continued to speak of Obi-Wan, this time about his death at Vader's hand, as Luke struggled to regain his composure. The Emperor wanted to know who had continued Luke's training, and he was able to sense that it had been Master Yoda, causing Luke to flush with anger towards himself for revealing so much unwittingly. Luke strove to be calm, to follow Obi-Wan and Yoda's teachings. He filled his mind with a serene nothingness, striving to let the Emperor's words wash over him as he simply remained. Palpatine remarked that Yoda must have taught Luke to wield the Force with great skill, and in that moment the young Jedi sensed something he hadn't noticed before in the Emperor. Fear. It was fear of Luke himself, fear that his power could be turned against the Emperor. Luke saw this fear inside Palpatine and felt that the odds had shifted slightly, and with sudden absolute calm, Luke stood upright. He remained calm until a few moments later, as the Emperor forced him to watch the rebel fleet walk into an ambush. Luke's eyes darted from Palpatine to Vader and finally to his lightsaber. His mind quivered with alternatives, as suddenly everything was out of control again. He could count on nothing but himself, and on himself his hold was tenuous. The situation was degenerating fast from Luke's perspective. Defeat after defeat was being piled on his head. How much could he take? There seemed to be no end to the deeds Palpatine could carry out against the galaxy. Slowly, Luke raised his hand in the direction of his lightsaber. As the Emperor continued to mock the rebel fleet, Luke was in torment, raising his hand further. He realized that both Palpatine and Vader were watching him. He lowered his hand, lowered his level of anger, trying to restore his previous calm and see what he needed to do. As the Emperor goaded him, insisting that Luke strike him down and give in to his anger, Luke tried to hide his agony, thinking of Obi-Wan and Yoda. He wondered if, since both of his masters were now part of the Force, they could somehow distort Palpatine's vision with their presence. Luke thought that if there was ever a moment he needed Obi-Wan's guidance, it was now, and he had never felt so lost. Luke watched in horror as the laser beam of the Death Star vaporized one of the rebel star cruisers. In the numbing grip of despair, with the hollowest of voids devouring his heart, Luke's eyes again drifted to his lightsaber. In that moment, the dark side was with him. He continued his spiral into desperation as the Death Star laser continued its assault on the rebel fleet. Luke's face contorted along with his spirit as Vader and the Emperor watched him closely, and his lightsaber began to tremble on its resting place. As Palpatine laughed and again instructed him to strike him down, Luke could resist the darkness no longer. His lightsaber rattled violently and flew into his hand, impelled by the Force. He ignited it and swung it with his full weight downward at the Emperor's skull. In that same instant, Vader's blade flashed into view, parrying Luke's attack. The Emperor watched, the sole audience to the dire contest as Luke and Vader faced each other. Luke attacked aggressively, actually managing to send Vader tumbling down the stairs. As he stood over his father, Luke knew that the duel was in his hands now. He could kill Vader. He could even take Vader's place at the Emperor's side. Luke didn't bury the thought this time, he gloried in it. He engorged himself with its juices, felt its power tingle his cheeks. It made him feverish, this thought, with lust so overpowering as to totally obliterate all other considerations. He had the power and the choice was his. And then another thought slowly emerged. He could destroy the Emperor too. Destroy them both and rule the galaxy. Avenge and conquer. It was a profound moment for Luke, dizzying, yet he did not recoil from it. As the Emperor encouraged him, Luke faltered, realizing what was happening. He was confused again, wondering what he wanted and what he should do. His brief moment of dark clarity was now gone in a wash of indecision. He took a step back and tried to drive the hatred from his being. Vader attacked, but Luke disengaged and retreated to the safety of an overhead walkway, insisting that he would not fight. Though Vader denied any internal conflict, Luke could feel it. He realized that Vader had had the opportunity to kill him twice before, over the first Death Star and later on Bespin, yet he had not. Luke knew that there was still good in his father. Vader threw his saber, slicing the supports and sending Luke tumbling to the lower level beneath the main platform. As Luke hid within the shadows, he knew that this might be his end. If it was, so be it. He would not use darkness to fight darkness. Perhaps the fight of the Jedi and the rebellion would be left to Leia, to carry on without him. Perhaps she would know a way that he didn't know. Perhaps she could find a path. For now, Luke could only see two paths. One was into darkness, and one was not. As Vader prowled nearby, he sensed Luke's thoughts, causing the young Jedi to try and hide his feelings. Luke could feel Leia's pain as she was wounded down on the surface of Endor, and he could not hide that shared feeling from his mind, as Vader's consciousness invaded that private bond. With the revelation that Luke had a sister, Vader declared that he would turn Leia to the dark side if Luke refused. That was Luke's breaking point, for Leia was everyone's last hope. Luke screamed, rushing at his father with a fury he'd never known before. In a frenzy, he battled Vader fiercely, and it was evident that the advantage was all his. Luke pushed Vader back, forcing the Dark Lord to retreat onto the bridge above the power core. Finally, with a brutal blow, he severed Vader's right hand at the wrist. Luke stared at his father's broken mechanical hand, and then at his own gloved hand, and realized suddenly just how much he'd become like his father, like the man he hated. Trembling, he stood above Vader, and he wanted to destroy this being of darkness, this thing that was once his father, that was once him. Suddenly, the Emperor was near, encouraging Luke to finish it. Luke stared at his father again, and he realized that it was the darkness that he hated. Not his father, not even the Emperor, but the darkness inside of them, in them and in himself. And the only way to destroy darkness was to renounce it, for good and all. Luke stood suddenly and made the decision for which he'd spent his life in preparation. He hurled his lightsaber away, declaring that he would never turn to the dark side, that he was a Jedi, like his father before him. This is one of my favorite moments in all of Star Wars because you guys know that Luke is my favorite character. This is the moment that he became a Jedi, and the novelization does an amazing job of explaining his thoughts as he went back and forth between the light and dark sides. Raised in hiding and ignorant of his true heritage and the history of his family, Luke Skywalker still knew very little about his father after the events of Return of the Jedi. While Luke didn't blame Anakin for his actions during his time as Darth Vader, Leia did, and Luke wished that she could see things as he did. Although he attempted to discuss Anakin with Leia several times and expressed his desire to learn about his father's past, Leia refused. The story of Luke investigating Anakin's origins and the history of his family is told in the Legends book A New Hope: The Life of Luke Skywalker. Luke explained to Leia that he felt compelled to learn about Anakin's life, so that he could understand how he became the man he was, and how certain circumstances of Anakin's life might have affected his decisions. Luke knew that he couldn't learn from his father's mistakes if he didn't know what they were, and by learning about the past, he would be better prepared for the future. Luke took to researching the HoloNet for any and all data about the Jedi Order. Unfortunately, most of the information he found was merely old Imperial propaganda. The Empire's leaders still claimed that the Jedi Knights who had served the Republic during the Clone Wars had been secretly plotting to overthrow the Republic and conquer the galaxy. Luke knew that the data was lies, and that it was the Emperor who had manipulated events to bring down the Jedi Order and fulfill his own ambitions. Luke didn't expect to find any data about Obi-Wan, Yoda, or Anakin. He'd searched the HoloNet before and had only come up empty. However, this time he found something. Luke could hardly believe his eyes when he discovered his father's name in an article that was recently posted by a former pod racer named Clegg Holdfast. Although pod racing remained illegal throughout the galaxy, the destruction of the second Death Star had apparently emboldened Holdfast to write about the outlawed sport. Holdfast's article was a history of the Boonta Eve Classic, a once famous pod race competition that had been held annually at the Mos Espa Arena on Tatooine. The article provided a list of Boonta winners and other participants. According to the data, Anakin Skywalker's victory had occurred 36 years earlier. Luke studied the article with amazement. After the conflicting accounts he'd heard from his uncle and aunt as well as Obi-Wan, he'd begun to wonder whether his father had ever been on Tatooine at all. Now it appeared he had proof. He navigated through the article and found a holographic image and schematics of Anakin's pod racer. Unfortunately, Holdfast had not provided any images of Anakin himself. Luke scanned through the article, learning that the Mos Espa Arena had become a track for swoop bike races, and 2 veteran pilots of the Boonta were currently employed as mechanics. Luke decided right then that he was overdue for a vacation. As he returned to his homeworld of Tatooine, Luke remembered how he had told Obi-Wan that he would never return, yet he had several times. He landed his X-Wing on the roof of the Mos Espa Grand Arena, and he made his way to the 2 mechanics he was looking for, Odi Mandrell and Teemto Pagales. From them, Luke learned as much information about Anakin's role in pod racing as he could. They recalled how Anakin was only 9 when he had won the Boonta, how he was a speed demon, and he never cheated in a race. Luke asked if they knew where Anakin had lived, and they directed him to Mos Espa, instructing him to visit Watto's junk shop, which was now owned by Anakin's childhood friend, Wald. As Luke made his way to Wald's shop in Mos Espa, he was confused by R2's insistence about accompanying him. Inside the shop, Luke thought of how much he would have loved this place in his youth, filled with metal scrap and odd bits of machinery. Meeting Wald, Luke said that he was looking to find out information on Anakin Skywalker. From Wald, Luke would learn the shocking truth of Anakin's life on Tatooine, and how he had not only won the Boonta Eve, but won his freedom as well. Wald told Luke how Anakin and his mother Shmi were once Watto's slaves, and how Anakin had left Tatooine with a Jedi Knight. Wald told Luke how Shmi had stayed behind and remained a slave after Anakin left. Wald said that Shmi had looked out for him after that, and had been sold and married to the farmer Klieg Lars, and that he had even attended their wedding in Anchorhead. At hearing all of this information about his grandmother, Luke's memory flashed to the unmarked graves on the Lars homestead, where he knew that she rested. Wald mentioned how awful the circumstances of Shmi's death was, and informed Luke how she had been abducted and killed by Tusken Raiders. Luke's knees felt weak, and he steadied himself on R2, before abruptly telling Wald that he had to go. The air outside was even hotter than in the shop, but Luke took a deep breath anyway. He had spent so many years wondering about the life of Anakin Skywalker and had been so excited when he discovered that his father had been a pod racer pilot on Tatooine. Now he just felt drained and exhausted. He thought of how awful it was that his father and grandmother were once slaves. And then he felt outraged. Not just because of the injustice of Anakin and Shmi's lives, but because Owen and Beru had never told him. But then he wondered if Owen and Beru even knew that Shmi was once a slave. He also realized that Obi-Wan must have known. Yet Luke realized that he wasn't angry with Owen, Beru, or Obi-Wan. He knew in his heart that there was a reason they had not told him the truth about so many things. They'd only been doing what they thought best to protect him. For years, Luke Skywalker had come to terms with his father's dark past as the Sith Lord Darth Vader, choosing to forgive him for the atrocities he had committed. It was Luke's love for Anakin and his faith that there was still good within Darth Vader that had brought about his redemption and the destruction of the Sith. However, while Luke was aware that his father had helped the Emperor destroy the Jedi Knights, he didn't know the full story or specific details until decades later. During the events of the Legends Dark Nest trilogy, R2-D2 revealed footage of Operation Nightfall to Luke, showing Vader's attack on the Jedi Temple in its full brutality. R2 emitted a long, descending whistle, and the hologram of a large fountain-filled chamber appeared on the floor in front of Han. The viewing angle was from high in one corner, where a security cam might be mounted, and the only movement in the room was the water falling from the fountains. 3PO protested that R2 couldn't possibly have recorded this footage since it was obviously from a security feed, and R2 replied that he had stolen the file just before he and Anakin had left for Mustafar. The droid told 3PO and Luke that the recording was of a room in the old Jedi Temple, and Luke recognized it as the Room of 1,000 Fountains, which he had read about in old records. The hologram continued to show the empty room, and Han began to think that the little droid had found one more clever way to keep secrets. Given the effect that secret was likely to have on Luke, Han almost hoped that the droid had. But R2's acoustic signaler began to emit the tiny pew-pew of recorded blaster fire. Stray dashes of blue began to streak through the hologram, blowing fountains apart, burning holes in the walls, vanishing into the heights of the vaulted ceiling. Dozens of children, dressed in simple Jedi robes and wearing a single braid on the sides of their heads, began to retreat into the room. The youngest, those under 6 or 7, simply tried to run or find a place to hide. The older ones were attempting to fight, using the Force to hurl benches and pieces of broken fountain at their attackers. Some were firing captured blaster rifles, while a few were trying to use their newly constructed lightsabers to ricochet bolts at the unseen enemy. For the most part, they failed miserably but bravely, deflecting half a dozen or so attacks before one sneaked through and knocked them off their feet. The teenagers came next, backing into the room with their lightsabers whirling, weaving a wall of flashing energy before a column of advancing infantry. Dressed in what appeared to be early stormtrooper armor, the soldiers assaulted ruthlessly, cutting down fleeing 4-year-olds with the same brutal efficiency with which they slaughtered the Padawans. Han recognized the soldiers as clone troopers. A huge Jedi with stooped shoulders and a gnarled face backed into view, anchoring the line of teenage defenders, his lightsaber sending bolt after bolt back at the attackers, lashing out to cut down one trooper after another. A pair of Padawans stepped in to support his flanks, and the entire line stopped falling back, the lightsabers of the young Jedi weaving an impenetrable wall of energy that, for a few short moments, allowed nothing past, not a blaster bolt, nor a clone trooper, nor even, it seemed to Han, a stray glance. A blue lightsaber appeared at the edge of the hollow, beating down the defense of the first Padawan and slashing through his torso, then slipping past the guard of the other one and cutting him down as well. A hooded figure appeared behind the blue blade and began to carry the attack to the stoop-shouldered Jedi. The two stood battling toe-to-toe for only an instant before the caped figure slipped a strike and brought his own blade down on the defender's stooped shoulder, cleaving him deep into the torso. The Jedi's gnarled face paled with shock, and he collapsed in too much pain to scream. The Padawans continued to battle on valiantly, but without the burly Jedi to anchor their line, they were no match for the sheer numbers assaulting them. Their defense collapsed, and the caped figure stepped aside, standing in seeming indifference as the clone troopers poured past to continue the slaughter of the children. Finally, the last of the children had fallen, and the clones stopped firing. The caped figure studied the room for a moment, then gave a barely perceptible nod and turned back toward the entrance. The face that stared into the cam was clouded with anger, the eyes sunken and dark, the mouth set in a grim slash, but there was no mistaking who it belonged to. Anakin Skywalker. Luke rose, telling R2 that was enough. Though his face maintained its composure, he proceeded to his personal quarters. Luke was incredibly disturbed by the footage, seeing his father so mercilessly kill children. Though he had long accepted that those events must have happened, to see them firsthand was something entirely different. But Luke was much older now, and had superior control over his emotions. He meditated alone, hovering in midair as he sought to center himself within the Force. Though his father's actions were indeed heinous, Luke still loved Anakin, and knew that his father had been corrupted and enslaved by the dark side of the Force. After losing his hand and lightsaber on Cloud City, Luke Skywalker returned to Tatooine, searching Obi-Wan Kenobi's hut for answers and Jedi knowledge. This story was first told in the Legends novel Shadows of the Empire, explaining how Luke built his green lightsaber. However, it was also expanded upon in The Life and Legend of Obi-Wan Kenobi, where Luke takes a closer look at Obi-Wan's journal and learns about the Clone Wars and, most importantly, the duel with Darth Vader on Mustafar. It's important to remember that this story takes place immediately after Episode 5, so Luke is still unsure if Vader really is his father, Anakin Skywalker, which is why he wants to learn the truth so badly. Of course, Obi-Wan is well known for bending the truth or wording things from a certain point of view, and his journal entries are no different. Still, Luke learning about the Mustafar duel is a truly monumental moment. As Luke drew closer to the entrance of Kenobi's hut, he sensed a strange tension in the air that reminded him of the disturbing sensation he felt in the cave on Dagobah. Stepping into the small living area, he found the chest that Obi-Wan had extracted his first lightsaber from, the saber that was once his father's. Luke opened the chest and was dismayed to find it completely empty. He hadn't expected to find a lightsaber, but he had hoped to find anything useful. If not a data tape or recording, at least some kind of clue. It didn't take long for Luke to find a trap door within the floor that led to the cellar. Down the bedrock steps, he found Obi-Wan's stores of food and water, a workbench surrounded by shelves of tools, and an intricately carved boa wood box. The keypad on the box opened at the touch of his thumbprint, and inside he found several books. The largest was a leather-bound volume that seemed ancient. On the first pages of that one was a note from Obi-Wan written for Luke, stating that the future of the Jedi Knights was in his hands. Luke blinked at the words as if to confirm they were real, that he wasn't just having a dream. The book felt suddenly very heavy in his hands. He set it down carefully on the workbench and began turning the pages. Every page was filled with handwritten text, and his heart began pounding harder as the various words and phrases caught his attention. Jedi Council, Old Republic, Battle of Naboo, Sith Lords, Jedi Temple, Separatist Movement, Battle of Geonosis, the Clone Wars. Luke stopped to catch his breath. He knew he should start at the beginning, but the book was so thick and he was impatient to find two names in particular. He began flipping through the pages even faster, scanning the text for the names, Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader, that he believed were the keys to the answers he sought. Ever since the duel on Cloud City, the two questions that dominated his mind were if Darth Vader was truly his father, and if he was, why Obi-Wan didn't tell him the truth. Kenobi had told him that he had served with his father, Anakin, during the Clone Wars, so when Luke finally found an entry about the Clone Wars in the journal, he became excited since his knowledge of the war was relatively limited. Most of the facts came from old data tapes, but only those that had been authorized by the Empire. Still, he knew that the Jedi Knights had led clone armies on behalf of the Galactic Republic against the Confederacy of Independent Systems. In the end, the Confederacy lost, the Jedi were accused of attempting to take over the Republic, and the Republic's leader, Palpatine, was proclaimed Emperor. According to Obi-Wan, it was Darth Vader who helped the Empire hunt down and destroy the Jedi. Luke turned his attention to the entry he had found and started reading it. Obi-Wan had made a notation that indicated the entry was almost 20 years old.
And then the purge began. I would soon learn that I was among the few Jedi to survive and that Palpatine had taken a new apprentice, my former student, Darth Vader. And because of Darth Vader, Anakin was gone as well. When I finally caught up with Vader, I sensed nothing but pure evil about him. For unlike Ventress, Vader was not a victim of unfortunate circumstances. Yes, he had his struggles and his shortcomings, but he was not a weak being who feared abandonment. He was a powerful man who had been given opportunities to better himself, yet he only craved more power, and chose his own path to betray the Jedi and become a Sith. He was my greatest failure. My duel with Vader was awful in its savagery. In the end, he was more determined to kill me than defend himself, and was blind with fury when I felled him. I left him maimed and burning on the shores of a lava river. To have dealt him a killing blow might have been the merciful thing to do, but I had no mercy for Vader. Because I am a Jedi, not a cold-blooded murderer, all I could do was leave Vader to his fate. Had I killed then and there, I believe I would have taken a step onto the same dark path that he had found so impossible to resist. But by leaving him for dead, I fear I failed yet again, for I soon learned that Vader had survived in a fashion. Like the late General Grievous, he is mostly machine now, a malevolent construct of pistons and gears, plastoid and wires. His mortal remains fueled by the dark side. The galaxy will never know peace until Darth Vader and the Emperor breathe their last. It is hard for me to see what the future holds. Fortunately, I have my mission and my ongoing studies of the Force to help me be mindful of the present, as well as the daily rigors of survival on Tatooine. Whatever tomorrow may bring, I must be ready for it.
By the time Luke reached the end of the entry, he realized he'd been holding his breath for over a minute. Exhaling slowly, he returned to the beginning, scanning the text to see if he had missed something. He had never heard of Asajj Ventress, Count Dooku, an Iridonian Zabrak, or any of the battles that Obi-Wan had mentioned, but these revelations barely even registered. Luke was frustrated that Kenobi hadn't written more about Anakin and Vader. He reread aloud the two lines that had especially commanded his attention. Palpatine had taken a new apprentice, my former student, Darth Vader. And because of Darth Vader, Anakin was gone as well. The words sounded hollow in his mouth. Although Obi-Wan had not written in so many words that Darth Vader had killed Anakin, that was what Obi-Wan had told him had happened. He wondered just how carefully Kenobi had chosen his words when he had written that Anakin was gone. And then he read again about how Obi-Wan had left Vader to die. Luke had no illusions that Darth Vader was a killer. Vader had also tortured both Princess Leia and Han Solo on different occasions. On Cloud City, Vader had maimed Luke before inviting him to join the dark side and help him overthrow the Emperor. But despite all the horrible things Vader had done, and despite the fact that Obi-Wan had had no mercy for Vader, Luke was surprised that he felt something other than horror or anger at the thought of the armored Lord of the Sith. He felt sorry for Vader. As a sting of phantom pain chewed at his right wrist where his prosthetic hand began, Luke wondered what exactly had happened all those years ago on an unidentified world along the shores of a lava river. The moment that Luke Skywalker refused to kill Darth Vader, choosing the light side of the Force and the way of the Jedi, is one of the most important moments in all of Star Wars. If you've watched my videos before, then you probably know that Luke is my favorite character, so I've made several different videos talking about this scene. And one comment that I see very consistently is people saying that Luke shouldn't have thrown away his lightsaber. He should have used it to fight Palpatine. Honestly, I think that everyone who says that simply doesn't understand the moment or what Luke is really doing. So I'd like to explain the actual reason in lore, meaning Luke's thoughts during that moment, and then give my own explanation of the events at the end. So, Luke's thoughts are described beautifully in the novelization of Return of the Jedi, and I just recently made a longer video detailing his thoughts throughout the entire confrontation with Palpatine, so check that out if you're interested. As Luke stared down at Vader's severed mechanical hand, and then at his own prosthetic hand, he realized just how much he had become like his father, like the man he hated. Standing over Vader, Luke wanted to destroy the Dark Lord, the being of darkness, the thing that was once his father and was once him. Suddenly, the Emperor was closer, encouraging Luke to kill Vader and fulfill his destiny by taking his father's place. Luke hesitated, and he knew that he was confronting true darkness. Then he realized that it was the darkness that he hated. Not Vader, not even the Emperor. He hated the darkness inside of them and in himself. And Luke decided that the only way to destroy darkness was to renounce it, for good and for all. He stood and made the decision for which he'd spent his life in preparation, and hurled his lightsaber away. So this is the moment that Luke Skywalker finally became a Jedi Knight. A Jedi's goal was to defend life, to keep peace, to stand against the corruption of the dark side, and that's exactly what Luke was doing. He stood in the face of darkness, the face of the Sith, and renounced their machinations. He decided that to destroy that darkness, he simply had to renounce it and proclaim himself a Jedi. He threw his lightsaber away because he refused to fight anymore. He refused violence. He refused the negative emotions of the dark side. Luke wouldn't play Palpatine's games anymore, and he used his compassion and love for his father to stand against his enemy. It truly is the moment he became a Jedi, and in my opinion, it's one of the most powerful and greatest moments in Luke Skywalker's journey. Desperate to save his friends from an uncertain doom that he had sensed in their future, Luke Skywalker abruptly abandoned his Jedi training against the wishes of his masters. Impulsively rushing into a confrontation that he was not ready for, Luke found himself facing the Dark Lord of the Sith, Darth Vader. Although he had learned much and felt the power of the Force flowing through him, Luke was still not strong enough mentally to conquer the obstacle that Vader represented. Their duel on Cloud City was not only a clash of light and dark, a struggle of the rebellion against the Empire, it was also a conflict between father and son. In the novelization of The Empire Strikes Back, Luke's thoughts and emotions while fighting Vader are explained, providing some shocking insight and context. Keeping his blaster clutched in his hand, Luke rose into the carbon freezing chamber. The room was deathly quiet, except for the hissing of steam escaping from some of the pipes. It appeared to Luke that he was the only living creature in this chamber of strange machinery and chemical containers, but he sensed that he was not alone. He could feel that Vader was here somewhere. Suddenly, Vader spoke from nearby, admitting that the Force was with Luke, but he was not a Jedi yet. Luke took cautious steps toward the dark figure and holstered his blaster. He felt a wave of confidence surge through him, and he felt completely ready to face the Dark Lord, one warrior against another. He sensed that the Force was with him and that he was finally ready for this inevitable battle. He slowly mounted the stairs toward Vader, drawing his lightsaber, yet he suddenly hesitated as he remembered the words of his masters when he had left Dagobah. Obi-Wan and Yoda had told him to use the Force only for knowledge and defense, not as a weapon. As the Dark Lord waited for him to attack, Luke felt his hatred for Vader surge inside of him, and he lunged, bringing his blade down upon Vader's red one. Effortlessly, Vader deflected the blow, and then another, and the two of them stood staring at one another for an endless moment. Luke was undaunted, slowly driving Vader backwards on the platform. The Sith Lord spoke calmly, complimenting that Luke had control of his fear, to which the young Jedi student replied that he was full of surprises. Suddenly, Vader swiftly hooked Luke's saber out of his hands and sent it flying away, as he slashed at Luke and sent him tumbling down the stairs to avoid the blow. Sprawled on the lower platform, Luke looked up to see the dark figure flying towards him. Quickly, he rolled to one side as Vader landed near him and taunted him, encouraging him to embrace the dark side. Vader's words had a strong influence on Luke, as though they were alive. He told himself not to listen, and that Vader was trying to lead him astray, to trick him into falling to the dark side. Luke began to back away, and Vader lunged towards him, so forcefully that he fell backwards into the gaping chamber. Vader turned away from the carbon freezing pit and activated it, yet while his back was turned, a blur suddenly rushed upwards. The Dark Lord turned around, seeing Luke hanging from the hoses draped across the ceiling. Vader admitted that he was impressed, and Luke dropped back to the platform, summoning his fallen lightsaber back into his hand with the Force. Luke felt more controlled, and he eyed Vader with more caution than before, resolving not to be swayed by his enemy's words. He remembered Yoda's training to cast out all hatred and anger and receive the Force. Gaining more control over his negative emotions, Luke began to advance, ignoring Vader's goading. As their blades clashed again, he began to realize just how powerful the Sith Lord was. Luke defiantly stated that he would not become a slave to the dark side, and lunged at Vader with a powerful swing, sending him backwards and falling onto the lower level of the chamber. Luke's knees nearly buckled with the exhaustion of battling Vader, but he gathered his remaining strength and cautiously looked down. He saw no sign of his enemy, so he dropped himself down to the lower level and began to search. He found himself proceeding through a large tunnel that let him out into a control and maintenance room. Vader's breathing echoed around him, and Luke turned, igniting his saber, but Vader did not move to engage him this time. Instead, he taunted Luke once more, inviting him to destroy him. Vader's words confused Luke, causing him to hesitate, and he contemplated what he should do. Should he act on Vader's words and thus use the Force as a tool of revenge? Or should he step away from this battle and hope for another chance to fight Vader when he gained better control? How could he delay the opportunity to destroy this evil being? He decided that his chance was there and now, and he must not waste it. Before he could attack, a large piece of machinery detached itself from the wall behind him and came hurtling towards his back. Turning quickly, Luke was able to slice the object in half, before turning back again and engaging Vader in a brief clash of blades. A second object sped toward him now, and then another. Luke fought to repel the onslaught of machinery, tools, and objects flying at him from all directions. Bombarded on all sides, Luke did what he could to deflect the assault, but he was beginning to get bloodied and bruised in the attempt. Another large piece flew by and crashed through the large window, letting in the screaming wind. Suddenly, everything in the room was blown about, and the wind lashed Luke's body and filled the room with a banshee-like howl. Vader braced himself and remained in place, as Luke was pulled through the window by the strong wind. Everything became a great blur as the wind carried him down, until he managed to grab hold of a beam. With the wind subsided slightly and his vision cleared, Luke realized that he was hanging from the gantry of the reactor shaft just outside of the control room. Glancing down, he saw an endless abyss of lights and metal. A wave of dizziness swept over him, and he attempted to calm himself with the Force to avoid panicking. He managed to pull himself up, and slowly made his way back to the nearest entrance tunnel. He proceeded inside, wary of his surroundings, when suddenly the towering form of Vader sprang out of the darkness, driving him back from where he had just came. The Sith Lord's unwavering onslaught pushed them both out onto a narrow walkway. Vader insisted that Luke was beaten and demanded that he not resist defeat. Luke defiantly unleashed his own series of attacks, fighting with renewed vigor, and managed to wound Vader's shoulder. It seemed to Luke that the Dark Lord was in pain, but only for a moment, and then Vader advanced on him again. Luke was breathing hard, yet Vader had mentioned Obi-Wan's name, which instilled a sudden sense of calm within him. As he watched Vader approach, it seemed that the Sith Lord wanted to take his life, or worse, his soul. As their blades engaged again, with Vader slashing away, he was suddenly able to sear through Luke's wrist, sending his hand and lightsaber falling into the abyss. The pain was excruciating, and Luke smelled the terrible odor of his own burnt flesh as he squeezed his forearm beneath his armpit to stop the agony. He moved backward, away from Vader and out onto the narrow beam. Vader loomed over him, insisting that he needed to learn the ways of the dark side in order to destroy the Emperor. Luke refused, insisting that he would never join him. Then, Vader questioned whether Obi-Wan had told him what happened to his father, and Luke replied that he knew Vader had killed him. The Dark Lord then provided the shocking revelation that he was Luke's father, Anakin Skywalker. Luke stared with disbelief, pulling away, refusing to believe what he had just heard, insisting that it wasn't true. Vader told him to search his feelings, and Luke was horror-stricken by the words. His mind whirled. Everything was finally beginning to coalesce in his brain. Or was it? He wondered if Vader were telling him the truth. If the training of Yoda, the teachings of Obi-Wan, his own striving for good and his abhorrence of evil, if everything he had fought for were no more than a lie. He didn't want to believe Vader. He tried convincing himself that it was Vader who lied to him, but somehow he could feel the truth in the Dark Lord's words. But if Vader did speak the truth, then he wondered why Obi-Wan would lie to him. His mind screamed louder than the wind around them. The answers no longer seemed to matter as he looked at his father. With the calmness that Obi-Wan and Yoda had taught him, Luke Skywalker made what might have been his final decision. He stepped out into the empty abyss beneath him and felt as though he were falling into another galaxy entirely. His body quickly plunged downward until it was sucked into an exhaust pipe in the side of the reactor shaft. Luke tumbled down, trying to grab anything to slow his fall through the tube. At last, he came to a stop, and he felt desperation wash over him as he called out to Obi-Wan for help in his mind. After losing his lightsaber on Cloud City, Luke Skywalker was in desperate need of a new weapon to continue his Jedi training. Having no knowledge of where to find or build a new one, Luke returned to Tatooine, searching for knowledge in the old hut of Obi-Wan Kenobi. How Luke came to construct his legendary green lightsaber is explained in the Legends novel Shadows of the Empire. The hut was a small structure on the edge of the Dune Sea, and he discovered that Obi-Wan had not left much behind. The most valuable thing that remained was an old boa wood trunk, the contents of which included an ancient leather-bound book. The thumbprint clasp attached to the book had accepted Luke's right thumb to unlock it, and he discovered a small explosive rigged inside. If anyone else had attempted to open the book, it would have burst into flames. Somehow, Obi-Wan had known that Luke would find the book, and prepared it so that only he could open it. Luke found that amazing. The pages of the book contained all kinds of knowledge that a Jedi student would need, such as plans for building a lightsaber. According to the book, the best lightsabers used natural crystals. However, it was impossible for Luke to find one on Tatooine. During the reign of the Empire, the Imperials made great efforts to destroy the last remaining resources of the Jedi Order, banning all crystals capable of being used in lightsabers. The Empire overtook, destroyed, and shut down the sites that possessed crystals naturally, so Luke was forced to fabricate a synthetic crystal. He had managed to collect most of the electronic and mechanical parts he needed in Mos Eisley, such as power cells, controls, and a high-energy reflector cup. Ideally, the best lightsabers contained 3 crystals, consisting of different densities and facets, in order to produce a fully adjustable blade. However, since it was his first attempt at building a lightsaber, Luke decided to simplify the weapon as much as possible, opting to use only 1 crystal. Using a small furnace, Luke fabricated the crystal, cooking it at incredible heat and pressure. He had no idea how long the entire process took, but it had taken him a month to get to the point of creating the crystal itself. Once it was finished, he would be able to cut and mold it, and tune it to the conditions of the hilt. Luke was very nervous about constructing the saber, as he worried that he might misread the instructions and cause the weapon to explode when he tried to ignite it. He wondered if he might accidentally disintegrate himself and become known as the Jedi Knight that had been vaporized by a faulty lightsaber. He worried that he would fail in building it, since he had worked for a month on only the crystal, while the book said that a Jedi Master could construct a saber within a few days. Luke anticipated that he may need to build several sabers before he got one that worked correctly. When the crystal was finally done, Luke set to work meticulously chiseling and hammering away, cracking off slivers to achieve the perfect size and shape. The cuts became trickier as he progressed, and if he hit the crystal too hard, he would shatter it and have to start over. Finally, after the crystal was inserted into the completed hilt, Luke went outside to test the saber. That way, if it blew up, it would at least not destroy Obi-Wan's hut. He instructed R2 to wait inside, so that if he was disintegrated, someone could tell Leia what happened. When he was alone, he pushed the ignition switch, and the glowing green blade extruded to full length, humming with power. Relieved, he studied the saber, noticing that it felt perfectly balanced, even more than his father's. The blade gave off no heat, indicating that the superconductors worked properly. As R2 approached, Luke deactivated the saber, feeling relief that he had successfully built the elegant weapon and it worked. That meant something. As he looked up at the sky, he thought to himself that maybe he would learn to become a Jedi Master after all.
In the aftermath of his duel with Darth Vader on Cloud City, Luke Skywalker was left physically and emotionally scarred. The shocking revelation that Vader was his father, Anakin Skywalker, shook Luke to his core, filling his mind with uncertainty and disrupting his connection to the Force. Plagued by feelings of doubt in regards to his destiny and resentment for his Jedi Masters who had lied to him about his parentage, Luke questioned what his next steps would be. The canon book Skywalker, A Family at War explains Luke's traumatic reaction and thoughts immediately after the duel. While Bacta soothed Luke's cauterized wound, no remedy could ease his mind, which lingered on the emotional torment occasioned by Darth Vader's confession. In those moments, Luke felt even more lost and confused than he had in the cave on Dagobah. Aboard the Falcon, he could feel Vader encroaching upon his mind. For a time, Luke suffered through the tangled mess of his own noble instincts, Vader's insidious proposal of shared power, and Kenobi's evasive story of Anakin's demise. Luke knew that he couldn't trust anything Vader said, and yet, searching his feelings, he was hard-pressed to reject the idea. Mentally exhausted, he searched for answers in the Force. He called out again to Obi-Wan, wondering over and over, if Vader spoke the truth, why Obi-Wan hadn't revealed the dark secret of his parentage. When Luke tired of calling for Obi-Wan, he reached out to Master Yoda. He felt certain that the Jedi could hear him, sense his pain, maybe even see what had become of him. However, Yoda too remained silent. It was enough to make Luke want to quit his Jedi path altogether. At around the same age Anakin had been when he became Darth Vader, Luke felt abandoned by the Jedi he had trusted. He was also prey to a nagging fear that, if what Vader had told him was true, then all hope might be lost. If Vader was right, first Obi-Wan and then Yoda had lied. And Luke couldn't puzzle out why they would withhold such a momentous truth from him, except to manipulate him into doing their bidding. Which brought Luke to a startling conclusion. The Jedi were no better than the Sith. Their intentions may have been noble, but their execution was seriously flawed. The light was no stronger than the darkness, and both could bring a man to ruin. If he couldn't be a Jedi, as Obi-Wan had promised, Luke wondered what he would become, with his singular combination of Force abilities and unchecked emotions. For a time, Luke retreated into himself, cutting himself off from the Force altogether. Eventually, after returning to Cloud City to search for his lightsaber, yet choosing not to recover the weapon, Luke found himself drawn to an alternate path, one that diverged from the challenges immediately facing the rebel cause. He was more determined than ever to discover the mysteries of the Force and become a Jedi, but with an important caveat. He no longer wished to follow in his father's footsteps. He no longer even wished to hold Obi-Wan in the same esteem. He sensed that a different road, all his own, lay before him, leading him to do better than those who had come before. Through the Force, he felt the first glimmer of knowledge, something beckoning him toward a destiny that was neither tied to the Jedi of the Republic nor bound to his father's wickedness. In canon, after losing his father's lightsaber on Cloud City, Luke Skywalker briefly took up a yellow lightsaber as he continued to operate as a Jedi Knight. He had found the saber in an abandoned Jedi temple from the High Republic era, and continued to wield it until it was destroyed while Luke and his friends were trapped in a realm called No Space. In a battle with ancient droids that once belonged to the Nihil, Luke suffered through both his mechanical hand and his lightsaber being crushed. After his confrontation with his father on Cloud City, Luke's ability to use the Force became strained, and he described it as sometimes feeling like a whisper, and other times feeling stronger than ever before. After the destruction of his yellow saber, Luke was immediately aware that he needed a new weapon, but also that he needed to understand his connection with the Force through training. After he and his friends had escaped from No Space, Luke examined the yellow kyber crystal of the saber, admitting to R2 that he didn't know much about them at all. At this point, Luke had recovered one of the sacred Jedi texts, but he was disappointed to see that the information it held about kyber crystals was all philosophy, describing how Jedi would go to Ilum to find crystals. Luke and R2 had traveled to Ilum once, shortly after his duel with Vader, only to find the planet completely under Imperial control. Luke realized that choosing a crystal and building a saber had been a rite of passage for the Jedi of the past. He thought that perhaps Yoda and Obi-Wan had never taught him any of this because he already had his father's lightsaber, but he realized that both that saber and his yellow one weren't really his, since he did not bond with the crystal or build the sabers himself. Igniting the yellow saber, he told R2 that he never felt a connection with the yellow crystal, and that the saber itself had been merely a good tool until now, nothing more. Now that the crystal was cracked, the saber barely worked and was highly unstable. Studying the Jedi text, Luke was frustrated to see that it had no instructions on how to actually build a saber. He realized that the first step was obtaining a new crystal before he could even consider building a new hilt, and the text mentioned other worlds where kyber could be found. Aside from needing a new saber, Luke also felt like he needed to take control of his own destiny, since his connection to the Force was disrupted and he found it difficult to continue his training. Setting out to find a new crystal, Luke and R2 traveled to Christophsis, which was under Imperial rule but without much of a physical presence. Landing outside a small mining town, Luke hoped to find crystal prospectors eager to sell their inventory. According to the Book of Jedi texts, Christophsis was one of the few places that kyber crystals could be found. However, they were still incredibly rare and the planet didn't have as much as Ilum. Luke told R2 that trading kyber was illegal in the Empire, but Lando had told him that there was still an active black market operating on Christophsis. Since the Empire didn't bother mining the kyber themselves on Christophsis, the local prospectors would sell whatever they found, and Luke hoped to obtain one by posing as a buyer. Handing his broken lightsaber to R2, Luke admitted that his plan wasn't very good, which is why R2 would be his backup if things went south. Entering a cantina, Luke ordered a drink and casually mentioned to the bartender that he was hoping to conduct business. He said that since Christophsis had a reputation for having some of the best gems available, he was hoping to source some rare pieces from the local prospectors. The bartender, very interested, leaned in and asked Luke what he was specifically looking for, and that he could point him in the right direction for a small fee. Luke repeated that he was looking for the rarest crystals, and the bartender quietly confirmed that he must want kyber. Suddenly, a blaster bolt flew through the bartender's chest as Luke looked around in shock. He watched as every patron in the bar was gunned down by a woman holding two blasters.
She quickly dropped them, putting her hands up and asking him what he was going to do about it, and she knew his name. R2 rolled in behind her, and Luke quickly summoned his broken saber, ordering the woman to explain herself. She said that she had just saved his life and introduced herself as Greta. Luke noticed a blaster behind the bar, but was not yet convinced. Greta explained that the rumor that one could simply buy Kyber on Christophsis was a lie. The town really survived because the locals would simply capture anyone who came looking for Kyber and sell them to the Empire. When Luke asked why she saved him, she said that he was a Jedi, maybe the only Jedi. She explained that her and a few others still believed in the Jedi, and she suspected that Luke or another Jedi might come searching for crystals since Ilum was completely occupied. Luke was disappointed with her for killing the people in the bar, even if it was to save him, and he left to go find Kyber on his own. Greta quickly yelled that he was going the wrong way, and insisted that he let her help him. Luke replied that he didn't want her help, since the only thing he knew about her was that she was a killer. Greta explained that she was born on Jedha, and her family were all Falanasi, an order of Force users. When the Empire destroyed Jedha City 4 years earlier, they killed her entire family. She told Luke that when he destroyed the Death Star, he avenged her family's deaths and closed a hole in her heart. She asked him to let her repay the favor. Luke told R2 to go back to the ship and wait for him, and to tell the others where he was if he didn't return. As they sped away, Luke asked Greta about the Falanasi and if they used Kyber crystals themselves. She replied that they didn't, and the Falanasi hadn't been Force sensitive for many generations, but they considered the Force to be a great mystery and wanted to understand it. She told Luke that they were looking for a man named Kawada. She explained that when the Empire built the Death Star, they brought together the best minds who knew about Kyber to design it, and Kawada was an academic researcher that specialized in Kyber. Kawada had fled the Empire when his colleagues began disappearing, and came to Christophsis to hide and study Kyber. They soon found Kawada, who politely asked Luke for his broken saber. When Luke asked why, Kawada began speaking to the numerous Kyber crystals that hung around his neck, explaining that the crystals thought that Luke needed his help. Luke admitted that he did need help, and handed over the saber, which Kawada quickly proceeded to dismantle so he could inspect the yellow crystal. He noted that the crystal was almost broken in half, and he assured Luke that he could somewhat repair it, but he would want something in return. Inside Kawada's laboratory, he noted that Luke's saber seemed to be weirdly built, and Luke explained that both he and R2 had tinkered with it. Kawada chastised him, explaining that fiddling with a lightsaber could cause it to explode. Luke explained that lightsaber maintenance wasn't part of his training, since he had to learn a lot in a little amount of time. Kawada showed him the 5 main parts of the lightsaber: the power cell, the casing, the focusing lens, the emitter, and the crystal itself. He explained that the crystal was the key, and it focused not only the energy from the power cell but from the Force, and that a good connection to the user could allow the saber to feel like it was moving by itself. Greta asked Luke if he had ever felt anything like that, and he replied that he hadn't, with both of the sabers he had owned. Kawada said that was because Luke had found the sabers, he had not chosen the crystals, and they had not chosen him. Luke explained that his first saber had belonged to his father, a great Jedi, which Kawada admitted was better, but still not the same. Examining the cracked yellow crystal, he told Luke that he could somewhat fix it by diverting energy around the cracked part to make it more stable. He then pulled out a red crystal, which was what he wanted Luke for. Kawada said that he had heard there was a way to pull the dark side out of red crystals through the Force, and he wanted Luke to do it for observation purposes. Luke was quick to point out that he had never even heard of anything like that, but Greta interjected that she had. She explained that the Falanasi had their own ritual for cleansing Kyber, which they had offered as a service after the fall of the Sith, and the Jedi Order had asked them to heal as many red crystals as possible. She told Luke that in order for a crystal to be made red, it had to be bled by a dark side user, who would pour their rage, pain, and fear into the crystal, leaving it in scarlet agony. To heal it, Luke would have to do the opposite, by using the light side and his own joy and hope to offset the pain that the bleeding caused. She warned that the process would be difficult, but Luke said that he would give it a try. Sitting down, he began to meditate on the red crystal. He suddenly found himself transported into some terrifying dimension, seemingly a world within the dark side itself. In the distance, he saw his father, Darth Vader, and then the vision flashed out and sent him back into the real world. Kawada eagerly asked Luke what he had seen with a clipboard in hand. Luke shakily replied that he had seen his father, which caused Kawada to wonder why a great Jedi would be inside a red crystal. Greta insisted that he leave Luke alone, and that he needed to fulfill his end of the bargain. Kawada agreed, but he gave Luke another crystal, one that was clear and raw, and asked Luke to try to connect with it. He assured Luke that the process should be much easier than with the red crystal, and Luke reluctantly sat down again, focusing on the clear crystal. He found himself face to face with Master Yoda. Luke said that he knew this vision wasn't real, but he asked Yoda why he had never answered when he would call out to him through the Force. He said that he had been trying to learn everything on his own and had been hurt, and asked why Yoda didn't help him. Yoda replied that all Jedi must walk their own path, and that Luke must know this or else he would have returned to Dagobah already for more training. He said that Luke must not have truly wanted to speak with him, or he would have. He told Luke that a great decision lay before him that had nothing to do with the Force or the Jedi. It was a decision that Luke needed to make about himself, and until he did, he could not be a Jedi. Luke grew agitated, telling Yoda that he always said so much without actually saying anything. Luke said that he would be fine without Yoda's help, and he said goodbye to his master. After Luke vanished, Obi-Wan's Force spirit appeared, and Yoda asked for his thoughts. Obi-Wan said that after all Luke had learned, he was still not ready. Yoda replied that he was right, yet Luke had learned much and had still appeared to them, even if he didn't understand what he was doing. He said that when the time came, Luke would be ready. Emerging from the vision, Luke found the crystal in his palm, only now it was green. Kawada handed him the broken saber, saying that while it wasn't perfect, it should work until Luke decided to replace the crystal. Luke thanked him for fixing it, but said that he was leaving and taking the green crystal with him, since he would need to build his own lightsaber one day. Luke also took the red crystal, hopeful that he could learn more and one day heal it. Back at his X-Wing, Luke thanked Greta for her help, saying that he had learned things he never dreamed of. Greta told him that since she had helped him, she felt as though she had fulfilled the debt she owed her family, and would be leaving Christophsis. She asked Luke if he would be returning to the Alliance, and he replied that he would eventually, but holding the green crystal in one hand and the red in the other, he told her that he had some thinking to do.
When Luke Skywalker faced his greatest test and confronted not only the darkness within himself, but the Sith, he declared himself a Jedi Knight and renounced the Lord of the Dark Side. Yet the conflict was not over. Luke's refusal placed him at the mercy of the Emperor, and he was struck by deadly Force lightning. As we've seen before in the case of Grandmaster Yoda in the prequel trilogy, it was possible for a Jedi to catch or deflect Force lightning. This raises several questions about why Luke didn't defend himself when the Emperor used lightning against him. Did Luke know about Force lightning at all? Was he aware that he could deflect it? Or did Yoda ever teach him how or warn him about Force lightning? There actually is some very interesting information given about this in the novelization of Return of the Jedi. First, let's look at what we know from the lore about deflecting Force lightning. It was possible as Yoda could do it, however, it isn't fully explained how he did or how he learned how to do it. In the novelization of Attack of the Clones, it's stated that it required great effort from Yoda to accomplish, and Dooku was shocked when Yoda did so. Afterwards, as explained in the Legends novel Labyrinth of Evil, Dooku believed that the only way Yoda could have known how to deflect Force lightning was by using the dark side himself. But the reason that it may seem odd that Luke didn't deflect the lightning is because Yoda was his master, so it stands to reason that Yoda should have taught him about that aspect of the Force, since he was training Luke to one day confront the Sith. But perhaps Yoda decided not to. After all, Luke's training on Dagobah was more of a crash course on learning how to control his emotions and access the powers of the Force. Maybe it isn't so unreasonable to think that Yoda didn't teach him about Force lightning because he didn't think Luke was going to leave Dagobah so abruptly. However, in the novelization of Return of the Jedi, Luke's thoughts are explained just as Palpatine attacks him with lightning, which finally gives us the full answer to our question. Palpatine raised his spidery arms toward Luke, and blinding white bolts of energy burst from his fingers, shot across the room like sorcerous lightning, and tore through Luke's insides. The young Jedi was at once confounded and in agony. He'd never heard of such a power, such a corruption of the Force, let alone experienced it. But if it was a power through the Force, Luke thought that perhaps it could be repelled by the Force. He raised his arms to deflect the bolts of lightning. Initially, he was successful. The lightning rebounded from his touch, harmlessly hitting the walls. Soon, though, the shocks came with such speed and power, they coursed over and into him, and he could only shrink before them, convulsing with pain, his powers diminished. So, the novelization confirms that Luke didn't know what Force lightning was, yet, shockingly enough, he was able to deflect it with his bare hands for a brief moment. It's honestly just a great moment that shows how much raw power Luke had in the Force, even if he was only able to deflect Palpatine's lightning for a moment. The confrontation between Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader, and Emperor Palpatine was not only the climax of the original Star Wars trilogy, but in universe, it was one of the most important events in galactic history. It led to the redemption of Anakin Skywalker, the collapse of most of the Galactic Empire, and Luke Skywalker finally becoming a Jedi Knight. One of the most interesting moments in the clash of the three figures came when, out of desperation, Luke actually gave into the dark side and attempted to kill the Emperor, but Vader blocked the blow. I honestly didn't realize that Luke did try to kill Palpatine until I was an adult and I had seen the movie 1,000 times. I always just thought that he started dueling Vader. I've seen discussions about why Vader blocked Luke's blow. Some people say he was protecting Luke from making the same mistakes he did in the past. Others say he was simply protecting the Emperor because he was still a slave to the dark side at that time. The novelization of Return of the Jedi actually explains the very specific reasoning that Vader had for blocking that blow and stopping Luke from killing Palpatine in that moment, and it's probably not what you would expect. The book fleshes out Vader's plan to turn Luke to the dark side so they can overthrow Palpatine and rule the galaxy together, and that's something that Vader thinks about over the course of the entire book. When the Emperor arrived on the Death Star, Vader pondered the feeling of power that his master gave him, and how soon that power would be passed to him and Luke. Vader felt complete at Palpatine's side. Though the emptiness at his core never left him, it became a glorious emptiness in the glare of the Emperor's power, an exalted void that could encompass the universe. Vader knew it someday would encompass the universe when Palpatine was dead, for that was his final dream.
When he'd learned all he could of the dark side, he would take that power from his master and kill him, keeping that darkness at his own core. He would then rule the universe with his son at his side. His other dream was to reclaim his son and show Luke the majesty of the dark side. He knew that Luke would come with him. He could sense in the Force that the completion of his dream was near. Much later, as Vader waited for Luke to surrender on Endor as the Emperor had predicted, he again sensed the future through the Force, yet it was clouded and he could not feel the specifics. He could feel that his destiny would be fulfilled soon, but he couldn't fully comprehend what that meant. That sense through the Force felt like a drum getting louder inside his mind. He could feel dread all around, and fear that excited him. He knew that those negative emotions would heighten his senses and hone his passion within the dark side. He also sensed victory and mastery, but they were laced with something else that he could not discern. The future was still in motion even as he sensed it, and it was difficult for him to see. Its apparitions tantalized him. His future was clouded, thunderous with conquest and destruction, but still he could feel that his destiny was so near. Afterwards, as the Emperor forced Luke to watch the battle outside the Death Star, Vader sensed his son's power, and again thought of how soon they would destroy Palpatine and rule the galaxy. Luke was stronger than he had ever imagined, and Vader perceived that he was not yet lost to either side of the Force or the Emperor's will. There was still time for him to take Luke for his own, to join with him in the dark side and rule together. It would only take patience and power to show Luke the satisfactions of the darkness. The book describes how, as Luke watched the rebel fleet being massacred, the dark side was with him, and Vader sensed it. Finally, Luke could no longer resist his anger, and he ignited his lightsaber, swinging it with his full weight down at the Emperor's skull. In the same instant, Vader's blade ignited as well, blocking Luke's attack a mere inch away from Palpatine's head. Vader and Luke then engaged in battle as the Emperor watched with pleasure. In the moment that their duel began, Vader contemplated the exact reason why he couldn't let Luke kill the Emperor. He was impressed with his son's speed, and he regretted that he had needed to stop his strike. He knew that Luke was not emotionally ready to kill the Emperor yet. Vader thought that there was still a chance that Luke might return to his friends if he killed the Emperor in that moment, and decided that his son still needed more training before he would be ready to assume his place as Vader's right hand. So Vader decided that he needed to guide Luke further, to stop him from doing damage in the wrong places or in the right places prematurely. So, the confirmed reason that Vader stopped Luke from killing the Emperor wasn't necessarily to protect him from falling to the dark side. It was simply because Vader wanted to guide his fall into darkness and make sure that he was trained and ready. It's pretty dark, and it's not as nice as it would be if he was just protecting his son, but it's the confirmed reason in lore. Luke Skywalker's harrowing experience inside the Cave of Evil on Dagobah was not only a dark vision of a possible future inflicted by the dark side, but was one of the most important lessons on his journey to become a Jedi Knight. The specter of Vader and Luke's face appearing inside its shattered helmet symbolized Luke's own darkness, but also the dark path that lay before him if he chose to follow in his father's footsteps. While his trek into the cave served as one of his Jedi trials, Luke ultimately failed the test. In the novelization of The Empire Strikes Back, Luke's thoughts and emotions as he explored the cave and battled the vision inside are explained, giving additional depth to this powerful moment in the saga. As Luke continued his training with Yoda, he finally felt as though he was progressing. He had at last begun to detach himself from the emotion of pride, and he felt unburdened, finally open to experience the flow of the Force fully. As they finished a lesson, Yoda was pleased with Luke's improvement, but the young Jedi student found himself distracted by a sudden feeling of danger, an echo of evil on the edge of his mind. He told his master that something wasn't right, and he could feel danger and death nearby. Luke observed his surroundings, trying to discern what was emitting such a powerful dark aura. As he gazed around, he spotted a huge, tangled tree, its gigantic roots having grown to form the opening of a sinister cave. Transfixed by the unsettling appearance of the cave, he breathed hard and found himself unable to speak, until he finally realized that Yoda had led him to this spot purposefully. Sensing his understanding, the old Jedi Master informed him that the tree was strong with the dark side, and that Luke needed to go inside. He warily asked Yoda what waited in the cave, and Yoda cryptically replied only what he took with him. Luke looked at his master, and then back at the tree, silently deciding to take his courage and his willingness to learn inside with him. He found the determination to step into the darkness and face whatever was waiting for him, but suddenly decided that he would also bring his lightsaber. He stepped toward the dark opening in the roots when Yoda's voice stopped him, insisting that he would not need his weapons. Luke paused, considering Yoda's shocking instruction. How could he go into an evil cave completely unarmed? As skilled as he had become, he did not feel quite equal to that test yet. He continued forward as Yoda said nothing more. It was dark enough inside the cave that Luke could practically feel it against his skin. It was so dark that any light was quickly absorbed and he could barely see in front of him. As he slowly moved forward, slimy, drippy things brushed against his face, and the moisture from the soggy ground began to seep into his boots. He pushed through the unsettling blackness, his eyes slowly growing accustomed to the dark. He saw a corridor before him and proceeded forward, his anxiety and fear slowly building. He considered then turning back and searching for the exit, but he braced himself and ventured deeper into the dark chamber. He felt the space around him widen as he moved forward, straining his eyes and trying his best to hear what lay ahead. Then, Luke heard a very loud noise, a sound that he had heard in his nightmares, the labored breathing of a being that had once been a man. Out of the darkness, the towering figure of Darth Vader emerged, lumbering toward him. Prepared by his disciplined Jedi training, Luke was ready. He raised his lightsaber and perfectly sidestepped Vader's attack. In the same moment, Luke felt his mind and body completely focused, and he summoned the Force. Feeling its power coursing within him, he raised his saber and brought it crashing down on Vader's head. With that one powerful stroke, the Dark Lord's helmet was severed from his body, crashing to the ground and rolling along the cave floor. As Luke watched in astonishment, the helmet came to rest directly in front of him and cracked in half with a small explosion. He was shocked to see the broken helmet reveal not the imagined face of Vader, but Luke's own face looking up at him. He gasped, horrified at the sight, and then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the decapitated head faded away into the darkness like a ghostly vision. Luke stared at the space where the head had been, his mind reeling, the emotions raging inside him almost too much to bear. He told himself that it must have been the tree. It was all some trick of the horrible cave, some cruel ploy of Yoda's brought about because he had brought his weapons with him. He wondered if he were really fighting himself, or if he had fallen prey to the temptations of the dark side. Perhaps he might become a figure as evil as Darth Vader. Luke wondered if there might be some even darker meaning behind the unsettling vision that he could not comprehend yet. It was a long while before he was able to emerge from the darkness of the cave, and when he did, he found Master Yoda still sitting on a nearby root in quiet observation. When Luke Skywalker entered Jabba's palace, returning to his homeworld of Tatooine as a changed man, He was at an important and conflicted stage in his journey to become a Jedi Knight. I've explained this in a recent video essay about Luke's journey, but just for some brief context, one of the main points of Return of the Jedi is Luke standing between the light and dark sides of the Force. That is why George Lucas decided to dress Luke in black for the movie, not only to symbolize the dark side, but so that he would look like Darth Vader. When we see Luke enter Jabba's palace in the movie, he not only looks like Vader, but he acts like him too, choking the guards and delivering some threatening lines to Jabba. That's a detail that always stood out to me, because Luke acts pretty un-Jedi-like during those scenes, boasting about his power and just threatening to blatantly destroy Jabba. Now, the novelization of Return of the Jedi actually provides some very dark details about Luke's mental state and his thoughts during those moments in Jabba's palace, revealing that he was even closer to the dark side than originally thought. I was honestly shocked when I read these details in the book because it seems so far from Luke's character, but the book confirms that he was feeling the corruption of the dark side while inside the palace. As Luke entered the main gate, he was no longer the young farm boy that had fled Tatooine 4 years earlier. He was a man, wiser and aged by the losses he had endured. The loss of illusions, dependency, friends, sleep, laughter, and even his hand. Of all his losses, the greatest was that which came from knowledge and from the deep recognition that he could never unlearn what he had learned. There were so many things that he wished he never knew, and he had aged with the weight of this knowledge. Knowledge brought benefits to him, of course. He was less impulsive than he had been in his youth. Manhood had granted him perspective, a framework in which to fit the events of his life. That is, a lattice of space and time coordinates spanning his existence, back to his earliest memories, ahead to 100 alternative futures. A lattice of depths and conundrums through which Luke could peer at any new event in his life with perspective. A lattice of shadows and corners, rolling back to the vanishing point on the horizon of Luke's mind. All the shadow boxes that lent him perspective also cast a certain darkness upon him. Though he may not have fully understood it, he could feel the dark side. The darkness may have given an edge to his personality, adding an odd dimension to him, but it was still darkness. There were other advantages to knowledge, and he had become skilled in the ways of the Jedi. He knew that he must continue to grow, but the sum of all his knowledge brought a certain sadness to him, even a slight hint of regret. Yet he knew that he could no longer afford to be a boy during the time of great war. Luke did not hesitate or pay any mind to choking the guards that confronted him in the main hallway of the palace. That act was not the way of the Jedi, yet Luke did not seem to notice anything wrong with his actions. That may have been an example of the darkness clouding his mind. Luke was incredibly focused when he came before Jabba, even ignoring Leia's pain and anguish, blocking it completely from his mind. He could not afford to be distracted at all. As Jabba showed no signs of cooperating, Luke changed his stance, internally and externally, informing Jabba that he could either work with them or be destroyed, and he advised the Hutt not to underestimate his powers. That last arrogant remark, so far from the behavior of a Jedi Knight, echoed the dark words of his father on Mustafar years before. Much later, after Luke had been captured and he, Han, Leia, and Chewie had been sentenced to death, Luke was unable to suppress his satisfaction. He found Jabba despicable and thought of him as a leech of the galaxy that sucked the life from whatever he touched. Luke wanted to burn the Hutt, and so he was actually glad that Jabba had refused his offer to bargain, because he could then get his wish. While his primary objective was to rescue Han and protect his friends, The prospect of being able to kill Jabba too tinted Luke's purpose with a dark satisfaction. The fact that Luke so desperately wanted to kill Jabba and was happy that he would be able to really just blows my mind, because it seems so far off from what I would imagine Luke would do. But that's absolutely true to the story and the theme of Return of the Jedi, and they're just great details that really illustrate how Luke was very close to the dark side at that point in time. After the Battle of Endor in 4 ABY, Luke Skywalker would continue his quest to rebuild the Jedi Order, albeit at a slow pace. While Luke did continue training himself in the ways of the Jedi arts, it would not be until 7 years later, in 11 ABY, that he actually took the first steps towards finding his students and establishing a Jedi temple. So why did it take Luke several years to begin rebuilding the Order, when that seemed to be his primary mission once the Empire was destroyed? Why did he wait so long to search for the next generation of Jedi and begin teaching his own students? The simple answer is that he was afraid. But to understand why he was scared to begin, it's important to know about the conflicts that he was pulled into as the New Republic sought to replace the Galactic Empire. Conflicts that would instill that fear into him. These events are detailed in the Thrawn trilogy, the Dark Empire trilogy, and the Jedi Academy trilogy. By 9 ABY, the galaxy was still embroiled in conflict between the New Republic and various Imperial remnants still active as independent cells. When the terrifying Grand Admiral Thrawn reappeared, he did so with a mysterious new ally, the Dark Jedi Joruus C'baoth, who was truly an insane clone of a Jedi Master from the days of the Republic. Unaware of C'baoth's true nature, while the New Republic fought Thrawn, Luke went to meet with the Jedi Master. Luke hoped that C'baoth could continue his training, in the same way that Yoda had, but soon discovered that C'baoth was insane, and used the powers of the dark side as a dark Jedi. This revelation troubled Luke, and caused him to question the place of the Jedi in the galaxy as he witnessed C'baoth's rule as a tyrant over his subjects. C'baoth truly intended to corrupt both Luke and the pregnant Leia, enslaving them and Leia's unborn twins as his students of the dark side. While Luke did manage to escape with the help of Mara Jade, he would eventually be forced to confront C'baoth again in a final battle. When he did, he was shocked to discover that C'baoth had produced a clone from the hand that Luke had lost on Cloud City, and Luke had to engage his own insane clone in a duel. Doing so caused Luke to become incredibly troubled and unnerved, and confused about the sensation that emanated from his clone within the Force. Ultimately, both the insane clone of Luke and C'baoth were killed, and Thrawn's forces were defeated by the New Republic. These events would play a tremendous role in increasing Luke's reluctance to establish a new Jedi Order. However, it was nothing compared to what came next. In 11 ABY, the resurrected Emperor Palpatine attacked the New Republic, and Luke allowed himself to learn the ways of the dark side, experiencing its corruptive powers firsthand as the Emperor's apprentice. The destructive conflict that the dark side created within Luke almost consumed him, allowing him to understand the struggles that his father had endured when he became Darth Vader. It was only with the help and love of Leia and Han that Luke was redeemed, returning to the light side of the Force and defeating Palpatine's Dark Empire. Afterwards, Luke described the feeling of his heart as a diamond-hard lump, due to the experiences he had suffered through in those 7 years since the Battle of Endor. He had survived tests and struggles worse than anything his Jedi training had prepared him for, and by 11 ABY, he had proclaimed himself as the last remaining Jedi Master. He recognized that he understood more about the Force than he ever thought possible, and it terrified him. He thought of the young boy he had once been, learning of the Force from Obi-Wan aboard the Millennium Falcon, and trusting the Force to help him destroy the Death Star. Luke now understood why Obi-Wan's eyes had held such a weary and haunted look, as the burden of teaching students was undoubtedly overwhelming. However, Luke was forced to accept that the New Republic needed the aid of the Jedi Knights to maintain peace in the increasingly hostile galaxy, and it was time for him to train the next generation. Luke emphasized the importance of a new Jedi Order when he asked the Senate for permission to build an academy, yet his fear still remained. Most of all, Luke was afraid of the grim potential of the dark side, and that it may corrupt any students he took. He had now experienced the power of that darkness firsthand, and he was unsure if he was strong enough to keep his students safe from its grasp. The rest of the galaxy still remembered the reign of Darth Vader, and Luke wondered if a Jedi Master as wise and powerful as Obi-Wan could fail and lose Anakin to the dark side, how could Luke take the risk of training new Jedi? Luke questioned how many of his future students would fall to the dark side. How many enemies would he create by his own hand? Luke's fear was so powerful that it almost overwhelmed him, to the point that he contemplated if it was worth restoring the Jedi Order at all if the risk was the creation of a new Vader. He pondered the question seriously, but ultimately resolved that the galaxy needed to learn and grow from the terrible mistakes of the past. Luke realized that after he had fallen to and returned from the dark side, he was somewhat reborn, more powerful in the Force and more wary of the darkness than ever before. Luke's final decision, before beginning his search for students, was that even though the risk of darkness would always remain, he could not believe that the New Republic would be any safer without the Jedi Knights. When Luke Skywalker was attacked and captured by a terrifying Wampa on the ice world of Hoth, suffering permanent damage to his face, he was forced to rely on his unrefined powers in the Force to save himself. It had been 3 years since he had briefly trained with Obi-Wan Kenobi, and he still knew very little of the Force or how to wield its power. What Luke did have was raw strength, inherited from his father, which helped him call upon the Force to escape. This moment was always important to me because it's one of the first times that we ever saw Luke intentionally wield the Force with any sort of control. Even when he destroyed the Death Star, using the Force to guide the proton torpedoes, it was mostly an unconscious act where he surrendered to his instincts. In the lair of the Wampa, Luke used his powers to calm himself and summon his lightsaber, and his thoughts during the entire ordeal are explained beautifully in the novelization of The Empire Strikes Back. The book presents this moment as a very powerful and impactful experience for Luke as he feels the power of the Force. As the roars of the Wampa awakened him, Luke felt his head spinning, aching with pain where he had been struck by the creature. With painstaking effort, he brought his vision into focus, discerning that he was inside an ice gorge. He suddenly realized that he was hanging upside down, arms dangling and fingertips some 30 centimeters from the snowy ground. He craned his neck and saw that his feet were frozen in ice hanging from the ceiling, and his ankles had gone numb as the ice formed around his legs. He could feel the frozen mask of his own blood caked along his face where the Wampa had slashed him. Again, Luke heard the bestial moan, louder now as they resounded through the deep and narrow passageway of ice. He wondered what would kill him first, the cold or the fangs and claws of the monster that lurked nearby. He knew that he needed to free himself, but he could tell that his strength had not yet returned fully. He willed himself up and attempted to reach for his icy bonds, but was still too weak, quickly falling back into his hanging position. He told himself to relax. Again, the icy walls creaked with the loud bellows of the approaching Wampa. He could hear its massive feet crunching along the frozen ground, coming nearer. Luke's eyes darted around until he spotted the pile of gear he had brought with him on his scouting mission. It was nearly a full meter beyond his grasp, and he saw the device that entirely captured his attention. The lightsaber that had once belonged to his father, given to him by Obi-Wan so long ago. In desperation, Luke reached for the lightsaber, but the freezing cold coursing through his body slowed and weakened him with each passing second. He was beginning to resign himself to his fate as he heard the Wampa getting closer, and his last feelings of hope were nearly gone when he suddenly felt a presence. It was that soothing spiritual presence which occasionally visited Luke in moments of stress or danger. It had first come to him just after old Obi-Wan vanished into a crumple of his own dark robes after being cut down by Darth Vader. The presence was sometimes like a familiar voice, an almost silent whisper that spoke directly into Luke's mind. The voice told Luke to simply think of the lightsaber in his hand, and the words made his aching head throb even more. Then he felt a sudden resurgence of strength, a feeling of confidence that urged him to continue fighting despite his apparently hopeless situation. His eyes fixed on the lightsaber, and he reached his hand out painfully. He concentrated, telling himself to relax as he heard the presence remind him to let the Force flow through him. He stopped struggling for the weapon, and his body relaxed and went limp as he allowed his spirit to be receptive to his teacher's instruction. Already he could feel the energy field generated by all living things coursing through him. The Force bound the universe itself together, and at that moment, its power was within Luke to use as he saw fit. As the Wampa appeared, lumbering toward him, suddenly the lightsaber, as if by magic, sprang into Luke's hand. Instantly, he activated the blue blade and severed his icy bonds. As he dropped to the floor, weapon in hand, the monstrous figure of the Wampa sprang on him. Though it was difficult for him to move, Luke was open to the Force, and he swiftly struck with his saber, severing the creature's arm. As the Wampa roared in agony, he quickly fled the cave, tumbling out into the tundra. The sky was already noticeably darker, and with that encroaching darkness came increasingly colder winds. The Force was still with Luke, but even that mysterious power that he knew so little about could not warm him physically. Every step he took as he stumbled through the snow was more difficult than the last. Finally, his vision dimming faster than the daylight, he stumbled down an embankment of snow and was unconscious before he even reached the bottom. After losing his hand, his lightsaber, and learning the shocking truth that Darth Vader was his father, Luke Skywalker was left haunted by the ordeal. Recovering aboard the Millennium Falcon, he remained in a daze, overcome with shock at what Vader had told him. Luke told Leia that he had attempted to reach out to Obi-Wan with the Force, but didn't receive an answer. His emotional conflict had left his powers in the Force considerably weakened, confusing and frustrating him. He attempted to reach out to Yoda and became enraged when he heard no answer, cracking a window with the Force. Realizing that he was succumbing to his emotions, Luke began to question his path forward out of fear that Vader's claim of being his father was true. He questioned whether he should continue his Jedi training at all, and if Obi-Wan and Yoda still wanted him as their student. Later, while recovering from his injuries and adjusting to his new cybernetic hand, Luke was approached by Lando. Noticing that Luke was training with a blaster, Lando correctly determined that Luke's abilities in the Force were temporarily complicated, and attempted to persuade him to return to Cloud City. He offered to help Luke find his lost lightsaber if he would convince the rebel leaders to allow their trip. At the mention of his saber, Luke suddenly found himself subjected to a vision through the Force, where he saw a mysterious hooded figure catch the lightsaber as it fell. In the vision, Luke saw glimpses of the past, present, and future, and he saw the mysterious woman residing on an unknown yet distinctive planet. Luke believed that he needed to step away from the rebellion in order to follow the visions, and he thought the Force itself was sending him towards the mysterious woman. He wondered if she could be a Jedi, and could answer the questions that he held after fighting Vader. Using his description from the vision, R2 was able to identify the planet that Luke saw, learning it was called Sorelia. When they arrived, Luke wondered if it was possible that his lightsaber had ended up on this planet somehow, however unlikely that may be. He told R2 that whatever the Force wanted him to do on Sorelia, he would have to just let it happen. Landing near the coastline, they discovered a busy marina full of fishing boats at the piers. Luke spotted the woman that he believed he had seen in his vision, cautiously approaching her and introducing himself. He said that he thought the Force sent him to her, and hesitantly asked if she was a Jedi. Immediately, the mystery woman unloaded her catch of fish, dropping them onto Luke and fleeing in her speeder. Recovering from the diversion, Luke and R2 commandeered a speeder of their own and gave chase across the water. Luke actually enjoyed driving the aquatic speeder, since it was the complete opposite of his experiences on Tatooine. However, due to his inexperience, their speeder quickly capsized on a rogue wave, as the woman ran ashore and fled into a nearby cave. Luke and R2 surfaced in the water, swimming to shore as Luke remarked how much he loved sand. At the mouth of the cave, Luke was reminded of his trial in the Cave of Evil on Dagobah, and he cautiously wondered what could possibly be waiting for them inside, since he no longer had a lightsaber and he had just lost his blaster in the ocean. Taking a step inside, Luke accidentally activated a booby trap, pushing R2 out of the way with the Force just in time. Pressing onward, Luke relied on the Force to guide him, motivating himself by remembering his training with Yoda. He was successful in dodging other traps that lay in their path, until he leapt onto an unstable patch of ground, which crumbled and dropped him into a large pit. Metal bars snapped shut over the pit's opening, trapping Luke inside as bubbling water began to rush in from below. Wasting no time, Luke began attempting to hold back the rising water with the Force. As he did, trying to focus, the woman appeared above him, mocking his attempt to hold back the sea. As Luke strained with effort, she asked him what he wanted and why he had found her. Through gritted teeth, Luke explained again that he had seen her in a vision through the Force and that he was training to be a Jedi like her. She responded that she was not a Jedi, and anyone who wanted to be was a fool. Pressing a button on the wall, she deactivated the trap, causing the water to release as Luke slumped with exhaustion. Removing her hood, the woman complimented Luke on his strength in the Force, saying that he was obviously stronger than she was, and that she could sense he was telling the truth about his intentions. She introduced herself as Verla, and she mentioned Jedi hunters. Luke had never heard of any hunters before, which caused Verla to remark that he was more in over his head than she thought. Verla asked if he ever wondered why there weren't more Jedi in the galaxy, and she assumed that whoever had told Luke about the Jedi didn't mention the Inquisitors or the Jedi Purge. Solemnly, as if mourning the past, Verla told Luke how, at the end of the Clone Wars, Emperor Palpatine took control of the Republic and declared the entire Jedi Order to be traitors. Palpatine issued Order 66, and most Jedi, including Padawans and younglings, died that day in the Jedi Purge. She continued, explaining how powerful Darksiders known as the Inquisitorius were sent out to hunt Jedi survivors, and that they were led by Darth Vader. Distracted by her story, Verla didn't notice R2-D2 approach from behind, and he shocked her into unconsciousness and released Luke from the pit. Much later, she awoke to find herself restrained at a campfire as Luke cooked dinner. Luke introduced himself by his full name, and Verla recognized the name Skywalker, saying that she was aware that was Vader's name before he fell to the dark side. Almost desperately, Luke asked if she knew anything about Anakin. Verla explained that the Jedi Master Farron Barr had known that Anakin became Vader, and told her that Anakin was once a great hero of the Clone Wars, but she didn't know what caused him to become Vader. Focusing again on why he was there, Luke repeated that he saw Verla holding out a lightsaber to him in his vision, and asked if she had one that she was willing to give him. She replied that she didn't, but she did know where he could find one, before insisting that Luke didn't want to be a Jedi. She told Luke that she had been tasked with becoming a Jedi herself by Farron Barr, and she had spent most of her life running from Vader and the Inquisitors before deciding to abandon becoming a Jedi altogether. She warned Luke that the Force was a trap that chewed people up and used them for its own purposes, regardless of light or dark. Verla implored Luke to reconsider becoming a Jedi, insisting that he didn't need to do what the Force wanted him to do, and that the path he was on would tear him apart. While Luke assured her that he understood what she was saying, he reminded her that the galaxy was suffering, and that he needed to try to help no matter the danger. Realizing that Luke could not be deterred from the path of the Jedi, she sent him to an old outpost from the High Republic era located on the planet Tempest, and the two parted ways. Arriving on the stormy, lightning-covered planet Tempest, Luke and R2 made their way to the old Jedi outpost. Some of its spires were crumbled, yet it remained mostly intact, and Luke was able to open the doors with the Force, as the symbol of the Jedi glowed brightly against the stone. Inside, Luke was shocked to see many relics of the past, like a holocron on a pedestal, temple guard armor, and crumbled statues of ancient masters. To his left, Luke noticed a lightsaber resting on another pedestal, and claimed it, announcing that he would indeed become a Jedi with this new weapon. The interior of the outpost suddenly darkened around him, as a flaming specter appeared behind him in the form of the Grand Inquisitor. Though killed long ago, the spirit somehow remained in the outpost. Luke had no idea who this figure was. As the Grand Inquisitor, still engulfed in ghostly flames, attacked, he gloated that he once served the Jedi, then he served Vader, and now he killed anyone who sprung the trap that Vader created. Luke, igniting the yellow saber that was now his, rebutted that he would never kill another Jedi again. The two engaged in a lightsaber duel, as the Grand Inquisitor taunted Luke's abilities and lack of training in the Force. Luke initially found himself overwhelmed, having no experience fighting against a double-bladed saber staff. As the fight continued, Luke drew upon the strength of the artifacts around him, the remnants of the lost Jedi Order, and gained the upper hand. Motivated by what he believed the Jedi once stood for, Luke was able to sever the Grand Inquisitor's hand, and then slash the Spectre cleanly in half, causing him to dissipate in a shower of flames. Returning to the Rebel fleet, Luke told Leia that he had found what he was looking for and more. Leia asked him to show her and the other rebels whatever it was that he had found, as the rebellion itself was on the verge of extinction. Though he was hesitant at first, Luke listened to Leia's insistence, igniting his new saber before the crew, instilling hope and inspiring them to continue the fight against the Empire. After the fall of the Republic and the death of Padme Amidala, the Skywalker twins were hidden from their father, Darth Vader, and his Sith master, Emperor Palpatine. Obi-Wan Kenobi would spend the next 19 years in exile as Luke Skywalker's guardian on Tatooine. Obviously, Obi-Wan is known for bending the truth, sharing information from a certain point of view. When the time came for Luke to learn of the Jedi and the Force, as well as the truth about the Jedi that his father Anakin had once been, Obi-Wan withheld crucial details, avoiding the dark secret that Anakin had become Darth Vader. In the canon book Skywalker, A Family at War, Obi-Wan's reasoning for lying to Luke is explained, giving insight into his thoughts and why he thought it was in Luke's best interest that he be kept in the dark. At this time, Luke knew virtually nothing about the Jedi Order and the Force. His uncle had always been brusque when Luke started asking questions. However, in Obi-Wan he found a welcoming presence, someone who seemed willing to help satisfy his fascination with the past and his curiosity about the galaxy. In his solitude, Obi-Wan had come to a realization, a phrase he was fond of repeating: "The truth is often what we make of it." Perhaps it was just his own spin on one of his master, Qui-Gon Jinn's, favorite truisms: "Your focus determines your reality." Now in his late 50s, Obi-Wan was finally beginning to feel like he'd grown out of his youthful foolishness. Nearly as gray-haired and wrinkled as Yoda himself, he had made peace with some of the Jedi Order's folly and come to a reckoning of sorts. In all those years, he had imagined what answers he might give to Luke's curious probing one day. In the safety of his hut, Obi-Wan told Luke only what he believed the young man needed to know, the most basic facts as he saw them. Their conversation laid the foundation for Luke's initiation into the ways of the Jedi, while Obi-Wan continued to protect him, shielding him from the darkest aspects of his heritage. This was in accordance with ancient Jedi teaching. Disclosing the shocking truth of Luke's parentage, a revelation worthy of a Jedi trial, was best delayed until he became a full-fledged Jedi Knight. Thus, instead of revealing the truth, that day Obi-Wan hailed the Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker as the best star pilot in the galaxy, a cunning warrior, and a loyal friend. And to win Luke's confidence, Obi-Wan offered his own failure to win the young man's trust. He admitted serving as the master of the future Sith Lord Darth Vader before he turned to evil and became a Jedi hunter. Factually, both statements were true, but he dared not connect the two identities. Obi-Wan simply said that Vader had betrayed and murdered Luke's father. An important detail to also add to this is that at this time, according to this book, Obi-Wan believed that Luke was the chosen one, and that the prophecy was misread, never referring to Anakin. This is also hinted at in Rebels when Obi-Wan tells Maul that Luke is the chosen one. If Luke was the chosen one, Obi-Wan knew he would have to vanquish Vader to restore balance to the Force, which is another reason that he did not tell Luke that Vader was Anakin. Shortly after the Battle of Yavin, Luke Skywalker joined Han, Leia, Chewbacca, and R2 and 3PO on a mission to infiltrate a weapons factory on Cymoon 1. To do so, the group hijacked the ship of an emissary sent by Jabba the Hutt to negotiate a weapons deal with the Imperials. Han replaced the emissary while Luke and Leia disguised themselves as bodyguards. Once inside the facility, they revealed themselves as rebels and made their way to the main power core. As they worked their way through the factory, Luke used what little knowledge of the Force he possessed, reaching out and sensing a disturbance. He stumbled upon a large force of caged slaves, as well as their captor. Quickly incapacitating the guard by severing his hand, Luke freed the slaves, introducing himself on behalf of the Rebel Alliance. He led them to a rendezvous with Han and Leia, announcing that he had a few more passengers for their escape. Just then, Chewbacca, stationed as a lookout outside, spotted another Imperial shuttle arriving. Stormtroopers outside the factory stood by to welcome the negotiator for the weapons deal, Darth Vader himself. Han ordered Chewie to stand down, not wanting to send the entire factory into high alert by attacking Vader. However, Leia ordered Chewie to take the shot if he could, insisting that nothing was more important than potentially killing Vader. As Vader proceeded towards the factory, he abruptly stopped, sensing the impending attack, and he easily blocked the blaster bolt with his saber as Chewie fired on him. To defend himself from the subsequent shots, Vader raised two stormtroopers above him with the Force as human shields. After dropping their dead bodies to the ground, Vader focused on Chewie, using the Force to topple the structure he was stationed in. Jumping to safety, Chewie began to flee as Vader instructed the remaining troopers to pursue him. Inside, the factory went into red alert as Han ordered 3PO to engage the Millennium Falcon's autopilot. They encountered stormtroopers right away, resulting in a brief firefight, pushing their way to an Imperial walker. As they prepared to hijack the walker, Leia realized that Luke was gone. Walking alone down a hallway, Luke heard the voice of Obi-Wan calling out to him through the Force. He told Obi-Wan that Vader was here and that he needed to face him. Luke still believed that Vader had killed Anakin Skywalker, and he sought revenge for Vader killing Obi-Wan on the Death Star. As Luke proceeded towards the Dark Lord, Obi-Wan's disembodied voice begged Luke to listen to him and run. As the two came face to face, Luke ignited his saber, and Vader mocked his obvious lack of training with the weapon.
You hold that weapon like an untrained child. You have no right to it. You, boy, are no Jedi.
Vader asked Luke who he was, and the boy simply replied that Vader had killed his father.
I've killed very many fathers. You'll have to be more specific.
Yelling out of anger, Luke lunged forward, engaging Vader in a duel as their blades clashed. Vader easily overpowered him, pushing him back onto his knees.
This is most pathetic. You are not worth the seconds it would take to finish you. Who sent you here to die like this?
Luke said that he was there on the Death Star when Vader killed his master, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Vader interrupted him by snatching his saber from his grasp with the Force.
So, Obi-Wan Kenobi gave you this lightsaber. A shame he did not teach you how to wield it. He never did make for much of a master. The Force will never be with you, boy. Your master has fallen. What hope have you? If you wish to live, you will tell me all you know of the rebellion, including the nature of this attack. And then you will lead me to the rebel pilot who destroyed the Death Star, and watch as I strike him down. Speak quickly, or join your father.
Luke refused Vader's commands, insisting that he would rather die than yield to him. Resigning to simply kill the boy, Vader crossed his arms, red and blue blades ready for the kill, very reminiscent of when Anakin Skywalker had executed Count Dooku. However, he was momentarily shocked as he realized what weapon he was holding.
Wait, this lightsaber. I know this weapon. This once belonged to...
Before he could finish his thought, the leg of an Imperial walker burst through the roof, separating Luke and Vader. Inside the walker, Han and Leia cleared a path for themselves and the slaves that Luke had freed, leading them outside the factory. As Luke joined the fray, he was horrified to see his lightsaber being used by Vader to kill the very slaves he had freed. As Luke tried to retrieve the saber from where Vader had thrown it, he begged Obi-Wan to help him, yet Vader called the weapon back to him before Luke could grab it. As Vader marched forward, he commanded his stormtroopers to kill all of the slaves, and Luke could do nothing but watch as they were brutally mowed down by blaster fire. As the battle continued, Luke found cover behind shipping containers, and he apologized to Obi-Wan, admitting that the entire battle was his fault. He lamented that he was not his father, he wasn't a Jedi, and he was only a farm boy from Tatooine that didn't belong in this fight. Snapping out of his moment of self-pity, Luke noticed several speeders to his left, realizing that perhaps his skills he had developed on Tatooine could help him. As Vader prepared to face the walker that Han and Leia had hijacked, Luke rode a speeder into the fight, taking out several troopers as Vader watched.
That boy. Perhaps I was too hasty to dismiss him. Just what have you been up to, Obi-Wan?
Interrupting his moment of admiration towards Luke, the leg of the walker slammed down next to him as Han and Leia attempted to crush Vader beneath it. However, Vader easily held the leg of the walker in place with the Force and began to crush the entire vehicle. Inside, Han stubbornly insisted that there was no such thing as the Force, and fired all 4 blaster cannons down at Vader, causing the Sith Lord to roar in anger as the ground exploded around him. With the walker barely functioning, they proceeded towards the Falcon, as Luke rode the speeder back into the battlefield to retrieve his lightsaber from where Vader had thrown it. Observing that there was no sign of Vader, Luke made his way towards the Falcon. Back on the battlefield, Vader emerged from a pile of rubble, uninjured yet without his helmet. Wheezing, Vader was approached by a stormtrooper, who was openly shocked at seeing the Dark Lord's scarred face. Without hesitation, Vader snapped the trooper's neck with the Force, summoning his fallen helmet as he commanded his troops to continue their pursuit of the rebels. He ordered them to leave the boy to him. As the battle continued and the rebels fought their way towards the Falcon, Luke rode through the enemy lines, slicing troopers and machinery with his saber. Vader made his way to Han and Leia's walker, quickly slicing the ankle couplings before they could realize what was happening. When Leia did see Vader, he was directly beneath them, out of reach of the cannons. Vader took the walker down, commanding his troops to move in for the kill. As Luke rushed to defend his friends, Han and Leia exited the wrecked walker, urging the slaves to flee to the nearby trash fields. As they made their way away from Vader, Luke stayed where he was, telling Leia that he couldn't just run away and let the fight be for nothing. As Luke sped back towards the factory, Vader ordered the stormtroopers to follow the other rebels into the trash fields, while he pursued Luke in a small ship. Luke plowed through the factory, firing on the power core and sending it into overload, dooming the entire facility. With Vader directly behind, Luke's speeder took several hits, and he spoke an apology to his father that he would never be the Jedi that he was, believing he was about to die. However, Luke was able to escape the factory a second before it exploded, leaving Vader behind in the damage. Vader, of course, emerged uninjured, just in time to see Luke and the other rebels escape on the Falcon.
The boy. The boy is your last great hope, isn't he, Obi-Wan? He is what you died to protect. He may be strong in the Force, but he is untrained. And who is there left to train him now? No one but me. When I find him, and I will find him, he will be my weapon, not yours. The dark side always wins, Obi-Wan. You should know that by now.
If you ask anyone to tell you what moment comes to mind when they think of Luke Skywalker, chances are they're going to pick this one. Arguably Luke's most iconic moment, this scene perfectly displays and cements his character, bringing us to the close of his arc that we followed throughout the course of the original trilogy. Not only that, in universe, this moment is also gargantuan in its importance. This is the moment that Luke Skywalker finally became a Jedi Knight. Return of the Jedi is not only the finale of the original Star Wars trilogy, it's also the end of Luke Skywalker's story as he goes on the traditional hero's journey. Mark Hamill even compared the story to showing the audience how James Bond got his license to kill. That's because Luke doesn't become a Jedi until the climax of the third film, and we follow him the entire way. But before we touch more on that specific moment, it's important to have an understanding of Luke's journey and what the central idea of Return of the Jedi is. One thing that symbolizes Luke's progression through his struggles and conflicts is, surprisingly and simply enough, his clothing. In the book The Star Wars Archives Volume 1, George Lucas explained how the colors of the world of Star Wars work and how they specifically relate to Luke. George said, "The color was developed before Star Wars when I was laying out the art direction, and so I just continued them throughout the other movies. When you're in the technical world, it's black and white. When you're in the organic world, it's sort of green and brown. One represents the dark side of the Force, the other represents the light side. Even more than that, the brown world represents human interaction, your psyche. The other represents machines, which means robots." Of course, Luke is coming out of the organic world, which is sand dunes, and he's moving into the technical world. He's sort of brown in a black and white world. As he goes on through the story, ultimately to confronting Vader, he's become, I wouldn't say a modern man, but a machine-oriented person as opposed to an organic person. To put it simply, based on what George said, the stages of Luke's progression through both the story of the trilogy and through the Force itself are symbolized in his clothing. In the first film, we're introduced to Luke in an all-white outfit, a young, idealistic farm boy that knows nothing of the world beyond the horizon of Tatooine. He knows nothing of the Force or the Jedi and the Sith. His white clothing represents that purity, that innocent ignorance he held before, in the words of Obi-Wan, taking his first steps into a larger world. By the events of The Empire Strikes Back, chronologically 3 years later, Luke's world is flipped upside down, figuratively and literally. As the world around him gets darker, with the Empire tightening its grip on the fragmented Rebel Alliance and the uncertain weight of his destiny resting on Luke's shoulders as he learns more of the Force, his clothing gets darker as well. He spends the latter portion of the film wearing a grayish tan jumpsuit, which gets progressively dirtier and damaged during his confrontation with Darth Vader on Cloud City. Empire specifically does a great job of making the world of Star Wars murkier, almost polluted, as the story creates tension and uncertainty about where Luke's journey could take him. George Lucas purposefully included Yoda's line about another last hope for the galaxy to suggest to the audience that Luke could be killed by the end of the film. When you think about Luke's actions during Empire, that doesn't seem too implausible, given that his impulsiveness and poor decisions continuously cause him to fail throughout the entire thing. In short, Luke's gray clothing embodies all of that dark uncertainty throughout Empire. As he grows stronger in the Force and trains with Yoda, he also steps ever closer to the dark side, which is what's perfectly portrayed when we next find him in Return of the Jedi. In the same book, The Star Wars Archives Volume 1, George explained that he decided to dress Luke in black for the third film not only to symbolize where he stood in his journey, but so that he would simply look like Darth Vader. But Luke doesn't only look like Darth Vader when we see him ominously enter Jabba's palace. He acts like Vader too, subtly choking the guards and delivering some threatening lines across the next several scenes. This is all completely intentional. The crux of Luke's situation in Return of the Jedi is him confronting and dealing with the dark side of the Force, first and foremost within himself, which is why he wears black. Thus, you can see the gradual degrading of Luke's clothing as he progresses in his journey with the Force, from white to gray to black. As with Empire's uncertainty about whether Luke would survive, Jedi questions whether or not Luke will remain good or turn to the dark side at the end. The latter alternative was something considered by George and even advocated for by Mark Hamill. The possibility of Luke following his father's dark footsteps was even foreshadowed in Empire. His black outfit, his slightly arrogant remarks about his power, and his violent threats to Jabba all seem to suggest that Luke is even closer to becoming Vader than we ever thought he could be. The concept of becoming Vader is absolutely central to the moment where Luke finds himself pushed into a rage he cannot control aboard the second Death Star. Goaded into a frenzy by Vader and motivated by his desire to protect Leia, Luke truly unleashes his anger for the first time, seemingly giving into the dark side. While he is still essentially staying true to his character by trying to protect Leia, he's doing it in the wrong way, giving into anger and hatred, playing right into the Emperor's hands as he nearly makes the same mistakes his father did. As Luke stood over Vader, the battered Sith Lord at his mercy, He found himself in the same situation that his father had been in, with Count Dooku at his mercy. The only difference is, Anakin said yes, and Luke says no. Looking down at Vader, Luke realizes the trap he has nearly fallen into, walking the same evil path that his father had and making the same mistakes, a possible fate that he had seen before in the Cave of Evil. Luke realizes then that by destroying Vader, he would become Vader. With that realization, he chooses to implement the Jedi teachings, fulfilling Yoda's decree that facing Vader again would be the final trial of his training. Displaying the optimism and compassion central to his character, Luke decides to spare his father's life and discards his lightsaber, perfectly embodying Yoda's lesson that a Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense, never for attack. In front of his mortal enemy, the reigning Sith Master in Darth Bane's line of Dark Lords, Luke Skywalker surrendered to the will of the Force, refusing to fight out of anger or hatred, refusing the dark side, refusing the machinations of the Sith. He decided to be a peacekeeper, a servant of the light, a Jedi Knight. Over the course of the movie, Luke's friends and even his masters had refused to grant him the title of Jedi Knight. Han accused him of suffering delusions of grandeur, and Yoda reminded him that even though his training was complete, he would not be a Jedi until he confronted Darth Vader again. In the moment that Luke refused to take his father's life, it was the Emperor, a Sith Lord, that finally granted him the title, cementing that as the moment that Luke Skywalker finally became a Jedi.
So be it, Jedi.
To further hammer in this point, returning to the symbolism of his clothing in his journey, the flap of Luke's tunic comes loose, opening to reveal white underneath. This was intentional, as it was meant to symbolize that the light was always inside of him. Thank you guys for watching this compilation. If you made it all the way to the end, I really appreciate it. So make sure to like and subscribe if you did enjoy it, and may the Force be with you.